What's going on, everybody? Welcome in to special coverage of the 2022 NBA Draft right here on Blazers Uprise. We will have every pick for you guys tonight. We will discuss every trade, and we're going to have some fun. We're going to hang out with you guys for about 5 hours. This is our fourth NBA Draft live stream. The first live stream me and you ever did, Eric, was 2019. That was a pretty good live stream. We got into Nasir Little. Hopefully this can be a pretty good live stream tonight. Lots of trades are supposedly about to happen. We will cover them all, and I'm looking forward to a wild draft night. Got a special graphics package for you guys. Shout out to Chris for helping me out with that. Chris and I have been putting in a lot of work on this stuff. I was up almost all night just making sure everything was ready to go. So we will have a slideshow down on bottom with previous picks, with top 10 remaining players, that sort of thing. And then on the left, we will also keep track of the previous picks as well as the upcoming picks and all that good stuff. So hopefully you guys like the graphics package. What's going on, Eric? Are you excited for today?
Yes, very excited. Still have a little bit of nervous energy, wondering what we're going to do. The anticipation is kind of getting to me a little bit, but yeah, it's one of my favorite days of the year, sports-wise, and can't wait to see what happens. I think you're muted.
I am muted. I will play the audio of my picks on my phone. So you guys will be able to hear the picks as they're announced live. Please do not spoil picks in chat. That is our one rule on draft streams. Do not spoil picks in chat. I know Woj, I know Shams tweet out the picks early. It's no fun to find out from Twitter. You can sit here with us and find out live with us by listening to the audio as I will play the picks through the microphone. You can try and sync up your television with us, but if you get picks spoiled early, please do not spoil them in chat. All right? This is our busiest day for our moderators. Shout out to our mods, Connor, Reese, Zach, Trevin, and Chris is a mod as well. That's everyone. Connor. I said Connor, didn't I?
You said Reese.
Oh, I said Reese. Oh, I'm so used to saying Reese. Yeah, it's not even Reese anymore. Shout out to Reese anyway. Shout out to Connor.
Happy birthday, Reese.
Yeah, happy birthday, Reese. That's what I meant to shout you out for. Yeah, shout out to our mods for helping us out. This is our busiest day for them, is we have them patrol the pick spoilers that Woj and Shams have to be a buzzkill and spoil, and I hate that. But yeah, so please don't spoil picks in chat. And that's all I ask.
Here's the thing. If you want to watch Shams and Woj's Twitter feed and get the pick spoiled for you, be my guest. Just don't type it in chat until you see Tori play the pick on air. Once the pick is announced through the stream, have at it. Just don't say anyone's name, or don't even put, if it's not funny to troll and put like a fake name or who you think is going to be picked, unless you say, I think they're going to take so-and-so, right? But yeah, nothing that's even could be conceived as a spoiler.
Yep, absolutely. So, only rule. Other rules, you have to subscribe and like the stream, all right? Just have to do it for no reason other than to help us out. And man, I'm looking forward to it. I've just been in scramble mode, man, just like I am before every big stream, just going all out for the graphics. I'm actually going to keep this graphics package next year because I really like it. I feel like it looks pretty good, and it's going to look cool when you have the players up there. And yeah, so anyway, shout out to Michael Class member for 18 months. His member message says, glad to be able to watch the stream live with you gents today. Work computer is off. It's draft day. Get excited. Go Blazers. Thank you, Michael Class, for the member message.
Glad to be able to share it with you. And then we also had a donation already.
Yeah, JM1231, $2 dono says, you guys see the Thibault trade rumor? Thank you, JM1231 with the $2 dono. Eric, I've been kind of busy working on things, so I'll let you handle this.
Yeah, so apparently the Philadelphia 76ers are trying to acquire Eric Gordon from the Houston Rockets. And part of that, it came out from a 76ers reporter that we are, that Kevin Pompey, I think is his name. He is saying that Portland is willing to make a straight up deal for Thibault, sources say, but that the Sixers are trying to wait to make sure they can, because they need Thibault along with Danny Green's contract, I think, to match Eric Gordon. So they're trying to do it all as one big trade. So apparently, I don't know if we've already agreed to part of a trade with the 76ers or not, and it's just pending them and Houston working something out, or if this is just, in the early stages of a trade rumor. But apparently we're trying to acquire Matisse Thybulle from the 76ers. And you're muted again.
I gotta stop muting myself, man. I just type in and whatnot. Yeah, sorry about that. I don't want Matisse Thybulle. Just doesn't really ring the bell for me. I don't see how he'd fit here. You have Nas as a backup 3. You have whatever we do with 7 probably is the starting 3. Or, whatever we do with 7 is the backup and Nas is the starter. And then you have Josh Hart as our third guard. I don't really see the need for Matisse Thybulle. I mean, maybe if you're getting him for free and he's just like a fringe rotation guy, that's fine. But I don't know. If we're giving up anything of value for him, then that's a buzzkill for me. I just don't particularly want him. It'd be cool to have a YouTuber on the team, but yeah, no, I don't. I'm not thrilled with the idea of Thybulle.
Well, I mean, he'd just instantly be our best point of attack defender, so that would be good to have. If it's relatively cheap, I don't see why we wouldn't take him for nothing. We have a TPE, or we could use some of our lower end contracts like Didi or Keon or something to facilitate that as well. So I don't think this affects any other trade either. So if we can get him for 46 maybe, or a future second, or just cash or something, I'm totally fine with that, just because the other teams don't want him.
Yeah, anything for free is fine.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm worried that we're going to give something up. So we'll wait and see on what this trade is. If it's for free, cool. If not, if we're giving up value, like I feel like we're giving up 46 in this trade. I don't want to give up 46 for Thybulle. I don't know how you feel about it, but
so there was 2 trades already today. One, the Lakers acquired the 35th pick, I believe, for a future second and cash, and the Cleveland Cavaliers acquired their 3rd second-round pick.
Yeah. Kind of weird.
Yeah. So it doesn't seem like picks are moving for very much, even before the draft. So during the draft, the price tends to come down on those mid-second-round picks. So I feel like we could easily just acquire another one if we wanted someone in that range anyway.
Yeah. Yep. All right, let me help out Krish for a second.
All right, David Yu, member for 7 months, says, excited for today. By the way, favorite draft outfit today. I don't know if you saw the people coming in.
I saw Paulo.
Paulo looks ridiculous.
It's wild.
But it's funny. Yeah, I don't have a problem with any other outfits. But, yeah, I mean, they're all trying to outdo each other, it looks like. But, yeah, Paulo's definitely the craziest.
Yep. I saw Chet had like a dice on a chain thing. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I didn't see anybody else, man. I just haven't had the time, unfortunately. So I think I just gotta help out Chris here for a sec.
Bailey, what do you mean by what's Ant worth by himself in a trade? We're overpaying for Bledsoe. It's so cringe. I don't understand. We can cut Bledsoe by July 10th and only owe him $3.9 million. So I don't know what you mean by we're overpaying him.
Yeah. Non-guaranteed contract, or partial guarantee, technically.
The draft begins at 5. I don't know. The first pick's probably like 10-15%.
So the first pick's probably at like 6. Knowing how
well, their coverage starts here in 2 minutes at 4:30, so okay. I'd imagine that's the build up to it, and it starts pretty much right after.
Nice. Okay. Cool.
But now that we used the TPE on Grant yesterday, the big CJ one, we don't have a way to get OG without having someone like Eric or Eric Bledsoe's contract. So if you want OG, we have to have Bledsoe in that trade unless they do something really dumb. But yeah, I just don't think it's a big deal to have Bledsoe right now.
Yep, and that is still my hope is OG for 7 in some combination. You know, Bledsoe has to go back. Maybe we take on Birch. Maybe we give up Keon Johnson. Maybe we get back 33, which Toronto has. You know, I don't want to give up Hart or Little with 7 for OG. If we gave up Nas, I would be a little bit, I don't know. Like, I'd be okay, I guess, but that would kind of suck. I kind of wonder if maybe they are putting Nas in trade packages, and that's why they want Thibault.
Well, I might have some inside information on that.
Okay, is it shareable inside information?
Yeah,
let's hear it. Which, by the way, Eric has a proven track record now.
Cronin, Billups, Dame, all love Nas. They see him as potentially their Mikal Bridges type in this equation, and the way I was put, how likely it would be to, if we traded Nas or not, or included him in a trade package, it would have to be for like a superstar. So we saw the rumors today, like Kevin Durant type situation. I think Nas is pretty much off the table unless it's like a player that makes absolute like game changer type player. So I would be surprised if Nas is included in any of those conversations.
I just don't know how the Blazers would put together a good enough trade package for Kevin Durant.
Well, on the flip side, so everything they've said about Hart, it's like the same as Nas. But then you hear all these rumors that he's been offered in other trades. So Nas, I'm pretty concrete that they're not trying to move him. But Hart, I'm getting mixed signals on, and I don't understand it, why they would be willing to do that. But I know that they have at least discussed trades with Hart included, whereas Nas, I don't think they have at this point.
Man, I don't want to trade Josh Hart. The dude was phenomenal. He's the perfect third guard. He's the type of guy we needed last season. Winning attitude, plays hard defensively. You know, sounds cliche, but we didn't have like a guy to really set the tone from an effort standpoint defensively last season. We were just so lackadaisical. Josh Hart comes in, plays hard, busts his ass. All of a sudden, a lineup with Justice Winslow in the starting lineup with Nurkic and Ant and Hart and CJ Ellaby, I think, was starting at the time. I don't even remember. All of a sudden, they're winning 4 games in a row. So, and playing good defense. I would hate to trade Josh Hart. If it was Josh Hart and 7 for OG Anunoby, I think that'd be a huge mistake. If it's Josh Hart and then like a smaller asset for OG Anunoby, then I'm more okay with that. Just depends on what that other asset is.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the OG, I think, is sort of on the verge of maybe you could justify giving up Nas, but I don't think the Blazers themselves are at that point yet.
Yeah, hopefully.
But I think we're set now with Hart, and that's why if it takes Hart and 7 to get OG, I'd almost rather just either stay at 7 or do a trade with OKC where we get an extra asset from them and still have a later lottery pick, because I feel like adding assets is better than taking one away again at this point.
Yep. So I forgot what I was going to say. I started looking at Kendrick Perkins and I lost my train of thought. Let me turn off that notification. We don't need that to play constantly. All right. Yeah, I forgot my train of thought. Oh no, I remembered. We got 3 spots to fill, I think. Starting small forward, backup power forward, backup center. Those are the 3 spots to fill. And 7 will fill one of them. I think the mid-level exception will fill another one of them. And then another position can be filled by guys potentially on the roster. You know, maybe we reassign Joe Ingles and then he gets healthy. Or maybe Trent Watford earns a role. Justice Winslow. You know, those guys are in play at the backup 3/backup 4 spots. So if you get a starting 3 and use the mid-level exception on backup center, we're in a decent spot heading into the season depth-wise. If that's why I'm not super enamored with Matisse Thybulle, because he can't play the 4 and he's not good enough to be a starting 3. So what's his role? The only way Matisse Thybulle would make sense is if he's maybe replacing somebody, or unless you're getting him for absolutely free. But I mean, at this point, I think it's pretty clear Nurkic is coming back. You got your starting power forward in Jeremy Grant. You need a starting 3. You need a backup center. You need a backup 4-man. Is where we're at right now, I think.
Yeah, like you said, there are some people that could possibly step into those spots. If Nas does develop, he could be that starting small forward potentially, and Watford could develop into that backup 4 position. But like we've been saying all summer, even if that's the case, it doesn't hurt to also get as much talent as those positions as possible to kind of create an atmosphere where there's competition for those spots and not just handing it to people. And that, to me, if we have let's say we draft someone and everyone thinks they're going to be our small forward in the future, but Nas just busts out and is so good that we have to bring that player off the bench. To me, that's a good thing. It doesn't necessarily mean that our pick was a miss. It's just that Nas stepped up, you know?
Yeah.
So I don't think it has to be set in stone, what position or what role the player's going to have when we trade for him. I just feel like we should try to acquire as much talent as possible. And so that's why I'm in favor of getting Thybulle if we can get him for free, because we need a player like that who's just possibly a fringe all-NBA level type defender. And those guys are, I mean, if you can get one for relatively cheap, I say do it. And then it's the same thing with Lou Dort. Just worry about fit and rotation later.
Yep, absolutely. Still think Portland needs a point of attack defender. I mean, that's where Matisse Thybulle could help. But, I mean, I want 2-way forwards. I want guys that aren't liabilities offensively, and unfortunately that's what Matisse Thybulle is. Hopefully we get back to making YouTube videos, though, and we could have some cool insider YouTube Blazer stuff or something. I don't know. He did videos in the bubble, which were pretty well done, I thought. So, anyway.
So Aeromancer says that Mark Stein's reporting that Ousmane Dieng may go as high as 8 to New Orleans, which we've kind of heard.
Mm-hmm.
Rumors out before, but official rumor. And then, the big news from today is that apparently Kyrie is now looking into opting in, but only if he's traded. So
really? I missed
Brooklyn,
that. Yeah.
So Brooklyn can because every team he wants to play for is way over the cap.
Mm-hmm.
So it would have to be a trade. But then the Nets would have to accommodate that. So I don't know if they would be willing to do that or not, or what's going to happen there. But so it was first reported that Kevin Durant would then immediately request a trade if they traded Kyrie. Woj just kind of backed off that a little bit, and said that he hasn't necessarily said that yet. But so there was all kinds of rumors today that the Nets are just in complete shambles and might lose both Kyrie and KD. And before anyone says anything, Kevin Durant's the type of player with enough leverage to basically choose where he wants to go. and a team like Portland has a tough time getting him unless he wants to be here. So unless he lists Portland as one of his teams, I just think it'll be hard for us to even get to the negotiating table with him. But he did just sign a 4-year extension, which doesn't kick in, I believe, till this season. So I want to say he has 4 years left and a no outs, no trade clause or anything like that. So if you get him, you have him locked up for 4 years, I believe, and that's pretty crazy.
Yeah, I mean, Phoenix is kind of a sneaky destination, but you gotta give up assets to get him via trade, and Brooklyn can play hardball.
The team that's loving this is the Houston Rockets because they own the entire Nets future for the next 7 years, and they are absolutely loving it if Brooklyn implodes and trades both KD and Kyrie.
Yeah, dude, it's just Kyrie wants to leave another team in shambles.
Leaving another fire behind.
Is there a place where he would actually be happy? I
don't know.
What is missing? That you weren't happy in Cleveland, you weren't happy in Boston, you ain't happy in Brooklyn.
I mean, they let those guys, KD and Kyrie, basically run the organization, pick the players they wanted to have. They wanted Harden there. They get Harden. Then they don't play together, so they deal Harden, and it costs them, like I said, a lot of their future possibly if things go south. But it's their own fault. And they fired their coach, Atkinson, their first year there. They get Steve Nash as coach, and they still act like they don't have a coach and can do whatever they want. It's just, I don't know, man. At some point you got to ask yourself, are those guys just worth the hassle? I think Kevin Durant is. I'm not so sure about Kyrie. Now, Max, the Lakers fan, is asking if I think that Kyrie would be a good fit or make the Lakers better. If you can get Kyrie for Westbrook, absolutely, you're a way better team with Kyrie than Westbrook. Reuniting Kyrie with LeBron and stuff.
I just don't see why Brooklyn would accommodate that, though. You'd rather you don't want that salary on your books and paying the tax for a team that wouldn't be good.
Yeah. Well, see, that's the problem. It's you'd have to find another team and assets, or you'd have to get OKC to take him, but then you're having to pay them. So what goes back to them? But the leverage Kyrie has is, so Woj actually said this. He said that Kyrie might be willing to sign the tax mid-level exception with a team just to spite the Nets if they don't accommodate trading him. So the Nets might look at it like, we don't want Westbrook, or we don't want to trade Kyrie, but if we could get a couple first or something, especially the Lakers first, maybe that kind of offsets some of the future that they gave up in the Harden trade. So I don't know, maybe that's the case to where they just think of it as we better get something for Kyrie instead of nothing. And maybe they don't call his bluff. But yeah, he listed 7 teams he wanted to go to, and they're all way over the cap. So I don't know what's going to happen there.
Yep. Shout out Spurs fan Gary for becoming a starter level member. What's up, Gary, man? Hope you're having a good day. Good luck to you and your Spurs today.
Spurs are a fun team today, man. I'm sure Gary is excited. Three first round picks. Mm-hmm. And it's been crazy doing those mock drafts, and we're like, oh, man, what do we do if we're the Spurs?
Yeah.
But they're rumored to be one of the teams that is in heavy pursuit of the 4th pick, and John Collins and all kinds of rumors with them. So could be a fun night for them. Question for you, Tori.
What's up?
And Gary, you can answer this as well. Would you do Keldon Johnson in 20 for 7?
How's his on-ball D?
It's okay, I think. But his 3-point shooting is really good, especially from the quarters.
would probably ask for 25 as well.
Yeah.
At least 38.
Yeah, I'd probably ask for 25 too, and maybe give up 46.
Yeah.
Then we could possibly get like Jovic or obviously Koloko if we had 25 or something. Yeah.
Yeah, I think 25 is too much for San Antonio, unfortunately. But I mean, a lot of trades don't have him for that reason. It's what's enough for one team is too much for the other. So, yeah, I would ask for 25 there. If he was a better on-ball defender, then I would probably do 7 for him and 20. But I don't know. If his, I'll take your word for it because that's somebody that I'm just not super familiar with, like the intricacies of his defense. So
we could just start assembling the USA team from last year.
yeah. Maybe we can. Wait, wasn't KD trying to recruit Jeremy Grant?
Something like that, yeah.
So Dame and KD were trying to recruit Jeremy Grant. Dame wins and recruits Jeremy Grant. Now KD might want out, so can Jeremy Grant turn it back on KD? Like, this is a love triangle here, Eric. This is the master plan all along last summer is to get KD and Jeremy Grant in Portland.
So I don't know what's going on with Woj and the number 1 pick. It's rumored that there's some shadiness going on with the high rollers in Vegas, and Woj is helping them make a lot of money on this pick. But now he's back to reporting that Banchero is possibly emerging as the person they're going to select number 1. And he's done this several times over the last 36 hours or so. And the betting odds all shift wildly. And then huge money comes in on Jabari Smith. And then he's like, oh, never mind. They're still picking Jabari. And then, yeah, it's just crazy.
Interesting, man. I mean, we'll see. It's not a clear-cut deal then. It sounded like it was clear-cut as of last night. Woj tweeted out something like it's increasingly set in stone or something along those lines, with Jabari being number 1, Chet number 2, Banchero number 3. But that would be a massive shakeup. If you're OKC, you're probably sitting here like, yeah, we're taking Chet because Jabari's off the board, but you might have a decision to make between Chet and Jabari.
Mm-hmm.
And, I mean, there's still rumors here and there where they might go Jaden Ivey as well. So the top part of this draft is really interesting. Normally it's set in stone at this point. Sounds like it's not. That's pretty cool, man. We're going to have some fireworks off the bat, potentially. Nothing Anthony Bennett level crazy, but we'll see. We'll see. We got about 13 minutes. 13 minutes.
Daniel, I'm having no problem with Xfinity on ESPN. Yeah, it would be like the Magic to just do something weird. Mm-hmm. I mean, not that that's a bad pick. I don't think any of the three I wouldn't criticize the Magic for taking it. Just seems weird. It would like a last second change of mind or something, you know?
Yeah. I mean, apparently they canceled a meeting, or Banchero's group canceled a meeting with them and then finally met with them recently. Yeah, I don't know, man. All right, sorry, I'm kind of scatterbrained because I'm also finishing up a few graphics. What are the rumors today, Eric? Was there other ones that we haven't touched upon?
Well, I have a question for you.
Yeah, what's up?
So, obviously, if we stay at 7, we could select that player and then trade him at a later time. Mm-hmm. But it would have to be, the player they wanted. But let's just say, in theory, who we pick at 7, the Nets would want.
Yeah.
And then we'd obviously have to give up filler, whether that's Bledsoe and we patch Hart and a bunch of other contracts together, or I don't know if it would work out, so I don't like to say this, but sign and trade with Ant or something, along with other players. So let's just say that was on the table, but we had to include. So we'd have to call Chicago, get our pick unprotected in 2023.
Yeah.
Give up a pick swap in 2024 to Brooklyn. Unprotected 2025 first to Brooklyn. Pick swap 2026 to Brooklyn. Unprotected 2027 first to Brooklyn. Pick swap 2028. And then 2029 first unprotected. Are you doing it?
Along with Ant in a sign and trade?
What if it's just Bledsoe, Hart, a Nas, and like filler? Wins
if we
over?
keep Ant, I do it in a heartbeat.
Okay.
And if we keep Ant, I would give up anything. Like if we could have Dame, Ant, KD, Jeremy Grant, and then a re-signed Yusuf Nurkic. I mean, that's a contender. Like we might be the favorites in the freaking West. So like that's what we've been waiting for, right? Like that's what we want. I mean, Kevin Durant is a good on-ball defender. Like the defense might be a little bit questionable, but I think you have enough. And then offensively, that would be the best offense in the league probably. Dame, Ant, KD offensively, and then you got Nurkic can pass, and it was better as a finisher last year than he had been in any year of his career. And then you got Grant as well. Yeah, that's a really good team. That's the thing too, is we would then start talking about ring chasers coming to us, which would be weird. Yeah, I'd do that in a heartbeat if we kept Ant. Yeah. Would you?
Yeah, I would. Ultimately, I would do that if we didn't have to include Ant. If we do have to include Ant in all those picks, you probably still have to do it, but it's a little tougher. Unfortunately, Katie is a little old, but I think you do it, yeah. And you say, I think you feel good in a few years if Dame and KD can't get it done along with the players that would join that team to help those guys out. I think you could live with yourself knowing that you at least gave Dame a shot in his 30s to win a championship.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you gotta live with that. It would take some time to recover afterwards, but I mean, don't worry about the hangover tomorrow. Have fun tonight, right? That's the mindset we should have if it's worth it. I would take KD if we kept Ant. I thought you were gonna throw it in there, and then I was gonna have to consider it. But if we keep Ant, I mean, that's a contender. You just have to fill out the bench. The depth would be rough, but you'd have Trendon Watford maybe if you kept him. Could re-sign Joe Ingles, taxpayer mid-level MLE at least, if not the full mid-level exception. So you'd be able to round out the bench.
Yeah, might be getting Thibault.
Yeah.
Thibault will be a pretty good fit with Dame and KD, I think. But so there's a rumor that Detroit is desperately trying to move into the lottery for a second pick. I don't know what they'd have to make that happen. Obviously, they have the Milwaukee pick now. Mm-hmm. Actually, that trade isn't 100% official yet. I think they didn't get it in by the deadline tomorrow, so it's still another... it's one of those stupid things. I hate the NBA for doing this, but we're at 36, we're going to draft, and then knowing that the pick's already been traded, and so
they need to do what the NFL does, and if a pick's been traded, just reflect the fact that it's been traded, even if it's not official yet.
Right.
And then, if something falls through, we put you in the wrong hat. Sorry. Instead of on purpose putting people in the wrong freaking hat. Mm-hmm. Drives me crazy, man. Like, if I'm a prospect and I'm like, especially if I got drafted by Portland, if I was an NBA player and I got drafted by Portland, but it wasn't officially their pick, and they're trying to hand me a freaking Timberwolves hat or something, like Brandon Roy back in 2006, I'm saying, nope, give me a Portland hat. I'm not wearing that. You're not going to see me in another team's hat that I never played for, never been a fan of. Nah, man. So I don't understand that. Doesn't make sense. This is pretty cool. Is this something they do every year where they introduce draft prospects?
They've been doing it the last few years. I don't know if you remember.
I just forgot.
Luca and his mom got a lot of attention a few years ago.
Have they introduced Chet yet?
I haven't seen Chet. I might have missed him though. I was looking down. So Detroit. I mean, I guess they could be offering like beef stew and Sadiq Bey and try to move up.
Yeah. I mean, is Sadiq Bey worth moving up? Like Sadiq Bey for 10? I mean, I don't know. It would be hard to. Ooh, look at Tari Eason's suit. Sorry, I got distracted. My goodness, I like it.
We got Paulo's the Joker and Tari Eason's the Riddler.
We should make sure we're synced, Eric. AJ Griffin just came on the board.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll let you know, like, right when I see anything regarding the next player. Jaden Hardy on the board.
Yeah, we're pretty close.
Okay. And when the audio plays, you'll be
they have the timer as soon as this goes
on.
Oh,
yeah, you're right. Why am I doing this, trying to sync up this way when they have a timer? I forgot, my bad.
Apparently Durant canceled his workout with the Hornets. Now, it might not be related to the Pistons. And that could just be something. There's Chet.
Let's go.
Awkwardly going down the stairs.
Oh, you are a little bit. Or maybe, I don't know which stairs you're talking about. Well, I won't worry about the timer. There's Jaden Ivey.
Yeah.
All right, let me put up... Good job, Krish. Let me put up our top 10. So the big board on bottom is going to be our top 10 players. As well as, like, previous picks.
Man, some of these parents do not look old enough to have an NBA. Walker Kessler's parents do.
That's funny. Yeah, they do.
The other ones look like siblings or something. Woj bomb. Let me see. Do not send me to Woj if it's not for a trade or something. Okay, so as the Orlando Magic move closer to getting on the clock, Duke's Paolo Banchero is now looming as the front runner to be the #1 pick.
Yep, if anyone says Woj Mom, we're expecting Aeromancer to come through. We're having, who was it? Aeromancer, and who else was going to send you?
Smog and Aeromancer, thank you so much. I mean, it's okay to talk about rumors right now, but once the draft starts, do not let us know about Woj bombs unless it's a trade Woj bomb, please.
Yep. I turned off my notifications for Woj and Shams. Mm-hmm. I wanted to see Shaden Sharp's parents. I rewound it.
So
it's such a mystery, man. I want to see his parents. Go ahead.
I want to see who said this. Can't find it now, of course. Alex Coffer says there's a rumor that in the Thibault Houston trade, Portland's moving up to 3. Is that just you hoping that's true?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, if Portland ends up with the third pick and Banchero goes 1, that means we're guaranteed either Chet or Jabari. I would
be freaking ecstatic. Like, I would lose my mind. I would pray. I would get down on my knees and just praise and bow to Joe Cronin. If that happened.
Short of trading Dame,
I'm not going to get my hopes up, but go ahead.
Short of trading Dame, I would do maybe unspeakable things, and I will praise Joe Cronin as our Lord and Savior if that happens. I don't know how the heck he would be able to pull that off. We don't really have the type of assets to move up from 7 to 3. But yeah.
Well, yeah. Where was that rumor?
I don't know. It just said rumor.
Yeah, if you guys post like rumors in chat, please provide where you're hearing it from. Mm-hmm. And then, anybody that's trustworthy sending you news on Discord, they can corroborate that or something.
Because, I mean, you could maybe say Houston's getting 7 and 23, but they're getting 23 for Gordon, not for moving up, so I don't know.
Yeah, doesn't really make a ton of sense to me.
And we can't include Ants or Nurk in that, so.
Bro, imagine we trade up for 3 and Chet falls to 3 because Banchero goes 1. You want to see me lose my mind on a stream? Like,
it'd be crazy to see. I mean, we've been excited on stream, but I could imagine that would be the best reaction that we'll ever see you have if that happens.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm a Gonzaga fan. For those of you who don't know, I'm a huge Gonzaga fan. So Chet's my guy. Yeah, a lot of Blazer fans would hate it, but I mean, I would be ecstatic, absolutely ecstatic.
Yeah. And I would be, I mean, I'd be obviously stoked if we got Chet, but if we got Jabari at 3, man.
I'd take Jabari too. I'd be ecstatic if we got Jabari too. Like, I mean, somehow out of this, after everything that happened, losing the Pelicans pick, not moving up in the lottery, if we still ended up with like Grant and Jabari, that'd be phenomenal. I'm having fun thinking about this. It's not going to happen. Okay? Yeah. I'm just going to... If it does, I will be beyond shocked. Because what is Portland going to give up to move up from 7 to 3? Like, Sacramento to move down from 4 to 6 wanted 2 future firsts. We can't even trade any of our future firsts. So I just don't know how we could move up from 7 to 3 with the assets we have. Mm-hmm. Unless it's giving up, like, Nas and... I mean, unless one of the teams really wants Nas, I just don't see that happening, and he doesn't make up that difference in value, so I don't know how it happened, man. Would absolutely love to be wrong, though.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm not sponsored by G Fuel like a lot of other streamers are, alright? But I will be drinking these to stay awake. Didn't get a ton of sleep last night working on this stuff. Anyway... got cool intro playing. That's the one thing ESPN still rocks at is their a lot of their like intro videos to drafts and that sort of thing are really good. Mm-hmm. All right. Sorry, I'm just finishing up a couple of graphics. I got
it's all good.
Cutouts a little bit later than expected.
Kyle Wilson says maybe someone values Keon, Nas, and Winslow as 2 to 3 first-round picks. Highly doubtful.
Why is Winslow in that?
I don't know. Well, I don't think we would have. Weezy asked if there's any chance we change the protections on the pick we have Chicago and not know about it. No, that would have to be like an official trade, so we'd eventually know about it. So, yeah, it would have to be. I mean, I guess we could unprotect that and then trade 2 future unprotected picks.
Or we could trade Nas to Chicago for our first back or something, and then trade 2 protected future firsts to go from 7 to 3 and throw like Keon Johnson in there. Would you do that for 3?
Yeah. Oh man, yeah. In this draft, if we get in the top 3, I think I'm doing that.
What's funny is this dude probably trolled us, and we've just been talking about it for 10 minutes.
No, I know, but it's still fun to talk about.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah. Man, I think that's the kind of risk you have to take. I mean, obviously, I just said that I don't think we trade Nas, but that was before I knew that number 3 was on the board, or maybe they didn't think about that possibility either.
Yeah. All right, Adam Silver about to come to the stage. I won't play Adam Silver's opening monologue. I just don't want to risk, dealing with any copyright issues. So I'll play it when they announce the pick, but that's it. And it'll be through my phone, so it's not going to be as good of audio, but that's probably a good thing. All right, let me get
I'll
this.
be right back.
Okay, cool. And let me get this. Our top 10 consensus big board on the board, which we will update throughout the stream. I gotta get my files organized. There's Adam Silver. I want to hear if he's getting booed at least. Even Adam Silver gets booed. Alright, yep, as we said at the start of the stream, do not spoil any picks in chat. Please do not spoil any picks. Turn off Woj, turn off Shams, screw them. React with us. Try and sync up your TV with us if you want to. If you hear the pick early, just don't spoil it in chat, alright? I want to be able to kind of read chat throughout the stream and not have every single pick spoiled. Alright, let me organize my folders here. Alright. That is currently our top 10 consensus big board. Yes, we covered the Sixers rumors already. Greg, don't worry about spoiling yourself on picks to get Eric. Oh, yeah, you gotta watch Woj. Yeah. Appreciate you. Okay, yeah, I'm tripping.
Thank you, Smog. If you don't really want to do it, I could ask someone else to do it.
Yeah.
If you don't want to sacrifice that.
Yeah, that is a sacrifice.
I highly appreciate you for doing that.
Yep.
And you too, Aeromancer.
Yep, Aeromancer and Greg. Appreciate y'all. So our top 10 consensus big board. We got Jabari, Chet, and Paulo are all tied. I have Chet at 1, Paulo 2, Jabari 3. Eric has Jabari 1, Paulo 2, Chet 3. We both have Jaden Ivey at 4. I have Jaden Ivey at 5. Where'd you have Jaden Ivey? Or not Jaden Ivey, Johnny Davis. I have Johnny Davis at 5. You have Johnny Davis at 6. Yeah. Matherin's at 6 collectively for us. You have Matherin at 5?
Yeah, I just have Davis and Matherin switched.
Yeah, I think I have Matherin like 9. A lot of these are interchangeable. I'm higher on Dyson Daniels than Eric is. Eric is lower on him. But, I mean, this is kind of the consensus top 10 right now. Pretty clear-cut top 10. Anyway, Adam Silver is still talking. He wants his moment to shine, man.
Yeah, I'm bringing up Keegan Murray from you having him lower, and you're bringing up Sharp and Daniels, probably, right?
Yep. Because you have Sharp 12 right now. I have Sharp 7.
All right. Let me just get one thing clear, Blazers super fan. Torrey is not higher than me on Davis. I just really like Matherin as well.
Yeah.
Those guys are interchangeable.
Davis, yeah. I like Davis's game. I think he has sneaky upside. But this will be the top 10 players left on the board. And then we'll have draft picks with like the team graphics behind them. I should have put a title above this so you guys know, but you guys should be able to figure out. If it's college backgrounds, that's the top players remaining. If it's NBA backgrounds, those are picks.
All right. The timer for me has not started yet. It still says 5 minutes.
Yeah, I will count the timer on the screen so you guys, Eric and
there
you guys...
It just jumped from 5 to 4.
Yeah, so you guys can sync up with us. If you're watching on your TV or your laptop or whatever, you can pause your feed. But right now I'm at 405, 404, 403, 402, 401, 4. And I'll do that again in a little bit. You were probably a few seconds ahead of me, huh?
Mm-hmm. All right, I paused.
So this will be a little weird, but we just got to get synced.
All right, I'm at 345.
44, 43, 42, 41, perfect. 40. Cool.
Yeah.
So, yep. Hopefully you guys, if you're watching on ESPN2, you can get that synced up with us. But yeah, as I said, I'll say this once again. I'll say this all throughout the stream. And mods, if you can post some sort of message every once in a while, just do not spoil picks. maybe in all caps or something, then yeah. Oh man, the draft is here, baby. We're kicking things off. Let's see what happens with this number 1 overall pick.
Sorry, real quick. Do you have any guys within the last half a day that you moved up your draft board?
Not really.
Yeah,
because
you've been
watch
busy.
enough film. Yeah, unfortunately. So, but I'm pretty. I feel pretty knowledgeable. I feel like this is probably the most research I've done on any draft ever.
Yeah, I have. I watched a little bit of Beauchamp, and I'm starting to really like him as on like a good team.
Yeah.
I don't know how high I would put him, not necessarily like moving him up into the lottery or anything, but maybe I had a Hardy from that same team.
I like the way Beauchamp moves. Like I feel like he has sneaky upside. He's sharp with his dribble, just like make the wrong reads on like how to attack guys. But like he's decently shifty, decently quick, solid handle. It just like it hasn't translated at a high level yet. But you get him in the right system and can develop that, and if he shoots the ball well enough and defends, like he could be a really freaking good player, and that's the case for a lot of players in this draft. This is honestly a really good defensive draft, is what I've noticed too. You have a lot of really solid defensive players in the first round.
Yeah, that's what, like, I mean, if Portland is seriously wanting to fix their defense, I feel like a trade, if they could get a couple picks, like early teens to late, or to like late teens, early 20s, there's a lot of capable defenders that could really help on that end. All right, pick is in.
All right, here we go. I'll play the audio. Taking his sweet time walking to that stage, man. Yay, it's the real Bill.
In the 2022 NBA Draft, the Orlando Magic select Paolo Banchero.
Wow! Wow, sorry if that was loud. Wow. Okay. It's not Jabari. It's actually Paolo.
All those Sharks lost money, man.
Oh my goodness. Well, I said the draft started at 4 in my last mock draft. The draft has started. We've been operating as if Jabari's going to Orlando, and then Chet's automatically going to OKC. But now OKC has a decision on their hands. They have both Jabari and Chet on the board.
Watch them take Ivy.
What do you think of this? What do you think of this for Orlando not going Jabari, going Banchero, Eric? I know you have Jabari number 1 on your board.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I felt like the top 3 were all good fits for Orlando. So I don't necessarily have a problem with this. I feel like Banchero I could easily see a path where he's the best out of those 3. So if that's how they felt, don't have an issue with it. Maybe something came up with Chet's medicals or them not willing to get a good look at the medicals. So maybe there was something there with Chet that they didn't like, or they didn't like that he was hiding something potentially. As far as Jabari goes, I mean, it's just, maybe it just came down to a 6'10 playmaker versus a 6'10 3-and-D guy. Like, what's your preference? And I think they chose the guy who could maybe be an elite offensive weapon, and not just a shooter if you, even if they don't necessarily reach their max potential.
Yep. Wow. Banchero, man. Yeah, I like it. I don't think you can go wrong with any of the top 3. Like, that's the thing is what I was saying with this pick is whoever out of the top 3 they take, they're close enough where you can't criticize it, in my opinion. Banchero is really skilled with the ball. Cool to see a Washington Northwest native go number 1 overall to Orlando. And the suit worked. The suit worked.
What is it? What are all those little pins?
I don't know. Does he just have like the NIL deals? You know, maybe those are diamonds just hanging from his suit.
Yeah, maybe.
Those are some nice couches too. Anyway. Let me...
Well, good for Paolo, man. That's...
Yeah.
I mean, this guy has... He improved his playmaking. I like Jovic's playmaking as well, but Banchero's right up there in terms of a guy that size who can do everything on offense. If he even becomes a respectable shooter, it's going to be crazy how good this guy could be. So, yeah, I think that Orlando's taking the risk that he pans out and isn't just going to be kind of like flatline where he's at right now.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So Paolo Banchero, number 1 overall. Now you have OKC with the decision here at 2. Weren't there reports that Paolo was actually 6'10 and a half in bare feet? Yeah, there was.
Which is crazy, dude.
Dude, this is going to be interesting to hear about what went into this for Orlando, because everything we've been hearing is it's been Jabari Smith, and it's like I've never seen a draft where it's assumed that a certain player is going number 1. You know, we've had a draft before with like 2013 with Anthony Bennett where it was like nobody knew who was going number 1, and Anthony Bennett was a shocker, but nobody really knew, and nobody was acting like they knew. We were operating under the assumption that it was going to be Jabari Smith. I've never seen a draft where the number 1 pick was assumed like that and was wrong.
Yep. Yeah, it's well, I mean, I guess the Anthony Bennett. I mean, no one was really a consensus number 1 that year either. But yeah, I'm just shocked that they actually did it. You have to wonder, did he just wow in a workout, or did Jabari Smith not have a great workout for them or something, or did they not like something in an interview or what? But I can't imagine Jabari or Paulo or Chet not looking good in a workout. So or in like a film study. So I think they just picked who they thought was going to be the best player. And
you might be a little ahead of me now because my stream lagged for like a second. FYI.
Much like the, I mean, I've said this about my big board a lot of times, is if I have a player like at a certain position, it doesn't necessarily mean I don't like them. It's just that like I like so many players, it's hard to like justify like, oh, I like this one just a little more. It's not that I hate a player, but here comes the pick for OKC on my screen.
Okay, I think you're a little ahead of me. My stream was like glitching out, so. All right, here we go.
With the second pick in the 2022 NBA Draft, the Oklahoma City Thunder select Chet Holmgren.
Chet, man. My guy, Chet. That's cool. So Jabari was looked at as number 1. He doesn't go 1 or 2. It's Chet Holmgren, number 2 to OKC. This was the assumed pick. They still roll with it. Really good defensive player. Potentially the best defender in the draft. Really good rim protector. Crazy length. But, I mean, the thing that gets underrated with Chet is he's a very smart defensive player. And I feel like people don't realize that. It's kind of a hard thing to notice unless you watch him consistently like I did this past season. But makes the right rotations quickly. Is just doesn't really get caught out of position a lot of times. It's a lot quick jumping ability, agility, and length, but he's also a very smart defensive player. That's why he's such a special defensive player, such a special rim protector. Obviously needs to add strength, but I think he can play the power forward position right away. OKC doesn't really have a true center, though. Maybe it's him and Poku at the starting center spots. And, I like the pick. Offensively, he can handle the ball, can shoot the ball, can pass the ball. A lot to tap into offensively, which is why he's a really high upside guy as a two-way player. Like this pick for OKC.
Yeah, I mean, people have said, like, oh, how is this guy the number 1 prospect? Like, he's not going to watch him when he gets to, like, real competition in college. Like, he'll fade away. And he didn't. He I mean, he's answered every question about him so far, being too small, all that kind of stuff. For how small he is, I still feel, or for how skinny he is, he's not small, obviously. Uh, he really competes. He tries to be physical at least, so you can see that improving as he gets more strength when he gets older. And I feel like this is a really good fit for Oklahoma City. With they obviously haven't had too much in terms of quality big men last couple of years, and this is a guy who can really set them up and allow Shai to have an easier time both on defense and with pick and rolls and stuff like that, and maybe playing a little bit more off ball, and Chet can handle a little bit of the offensive responsibility. So it's a guy who can do it all. Once again, at that size, it's hard to pass that up. Jabari seems pissed.
I was listening to Chet's interview. It'll be interesting to see if Houston didn't expect Jabari on the board. I wonder if they like Ivy over him. I don't think this is a clear-cut pick here.
So Shams is saying that Paulo didn't even have a formal workout for Orlando.
That's crazy. Shout out to Reese Cooley, $5 dono. He says, and by the way, happy birthday, Reese. He says, Raps and Magic are building similar team structures, but Magic are building around actual talent. They're in such a good place. Yeah, Suggs and Banchero, some serious playmaking there. Hopefully Suggs continues to develop. I wanted Chet to play with Suggs, man, but Banchero, I think, could go down as the right pick here at number 1 for Orlando. Thank you, Reese, for the $5 dono. Appreciate it, man. So you got Jabari or Ivy, presumably at 3. Go ahead.
I don't like Jabari going to Houston.
Why not?
I feel like, as much as we talked about their future being bright if they get all those picks from Brooklyn to being good if Kyrie and KD leave, I just feel like he would have been so much better on a more structured team, and I feel like Houston's just a bunch of guys who play kind of crazy and don't really, kind of like his Auburn team is, like not the best shooting around him, not the best ball handlers. Defensively, Houston isn't necessarily the best either. I mean, I'm sure he's going to be picked here. But I don't like the fit as much as I liked him with OKC and Orlando.
Yep. Here's the thing with Chet, though.
They're showing him on the phone, man.
Yeah. One final thing with Chet. Like, here's the 3 things that determine whether a big man, is a bust or not when taken in the lottery. Can he play defense? Can he shoot? Can he pass? Okay. If you are elite in any one of those things, you don't usually end up being a bust. Or if you're at least, pretty dang good in 2 of those 3 things, then you don't end up being a bust. If not, then that's when you have bust. Chet should be pretty elite defensively, if not really good. He can shoot. He should be at least a really good shooter for a big man. And he has passing ability. Like, those 3 things are the swing skills. You look back through the last 15 years of drafts, and those 3 things are the most important things to look for in a big man when drafting in the lottery, especially in the top 10. And he has no question marks with those 3 things. I mean, like, the questions are, how good can he be at those 3 things? So, for anybody saying he's a bust, I feel like they're too concerned with his weight. I can't remember the last player that was a bust of a top 5 pick because they were too skinny. You could add strength, and I think he will add strength, and I think he'll be fine at a power forward spot if he doesn't add strength. So Chet has a lot of hate, man, but I think it's going to be a really good pick. YYC, that's not really the case. He played good in their first round game, and their second round was going against Durant and played better than he did. Ended up in foul trouble. Same thing in the Sweet 16. Here we go with pick number 3. Jabari Smith, number 3 to Houston. All right, so you talked a little bit about this pick. Jabari Smith goes number 3. No surprise there. They traded away Christian Wood to open up a forward spot, a starting forward spot. Probably thinking they were going to get Paolo Banchero. Instead, they get Jabari Smith.
Yeah, I mean, I do like his fit next to Şengün as the power forward center of the future there. So, yeah, that's an interesting combo. It's just weird. I like Jalen Green and I like Kevin Porter Jr. like by themselves if it wasn't both of them, but I don't like them together like on that team, if that makes sense. And I think they need to possibly upgrade to have more of a true playmaker at the guard position too. And they obviously need to get a little better shooting so Jabari doesn't have the same problems he had at Auburn.
Yep, Jabari Smith does not look happy, man.
No, he does not.
I don't know if that's because he wanted to go to Orlando and like accepted that he was going to Orlando, or if it's because he just wanted to go number one.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, like I don't see why somebody would rather go to Orlando than Houston. But
well, I mean, when you're going through the whole process and everyone's telling you you're going number 1, and then you fall to 3, like, so not only do you not go number 1, but then you don't go number 2 either. I mean, it's I think some emotion lets in. Yeah.
Somebody said Dame didn't look happy, but Dame, you could tell, was emotional. So, anyway, he wanted to go to Disney World. Thank you, Jackson, for letting the people know. Yes, please do not spoil picks in our chat, even if you know before. React live with us. My timer's at 4:07, 4:06, 4:05, 4:04, 4:03. That's if you want to get synced with us. 4:01, 4 minutes on the clock for the Sacramento Kings. I need to switch the Kings graphic over.
But overall, I love Jabari Smith. I think he's one of the smoothest players I've seen in a while. His shooting mechanics, high release, just silky, man. And then combined with his ability to guard on the perimeter, obviously he needs to improve his maybe a shot selection, getting to his spots a little quicker, his ball handling, and finishing around the rim. And then obviously maybe help defense, rim protection at that size he should be okay with. He's a good rebounder. But yeah, if I think you can fix those things, and if he does, he could potentially be an All-NBA type player if he does that. But I think at bare minimum, he's going to be like a 40% three-point shooter with good defense. And at that size, I think that's going to be a positive player for any team.
Yeah, I think he's a pretty dang high floor guy, maybe the highest floor guy out of the top 3, simply because at minimum I see him being an elite role player because he'll be able to knock down threes and defend on the perimeter, which is what generally what you want in a role player in the NBA. So yeah,
I was just saying here.
Perhaps has the opportunity to select Jaden Ivey, or perhaps even trade down to somebody else.
So everything I'm hearing, man, the Kings are going to take Keegan Murray here. And for the record, okay, as bad as it would be for the Kings, I think it would be awesome for the Blazers because Mathurin's a guy who's been rumored to go 5 to Detroit, right? And I just like the most possible options for the Blazers. And I don't think Keegan Murray, as much as I like him, was a great fit now that we have Jeremy Grant. So if they pick him 4, and then Ivy goes 5 to Detroit, that means only one of Daniels, Mathurin, and Sharp, whoever else you want to throw in there, if I didn't name one of your favorite prospects, only one of those guys could be taken between us and them. So we will have our pick of several other players.
Yep, agreed. Here we go with this pick.
NBA draft. The Sacramento Kings select Keegan Murray.
Yep.
Wow.
They kingsed it, man.
It's right there, man.
Oh God, man. I hate this pick for the Sacramento Kings. Like, you're taking a guy, yes, he has a high floor, and apparently they are desperate just to make the playoffs and win now. Well, guess how you build winning teams? You draft guys who are going to become stars. I don't see Keegan Murray becoming a star. He's probably going to be a pretty dang good player and probably a very solid starter. But he doesn't have the upside of a Jaden Ivey. Jaden Ivey could end up being a superstar, and this just feels like the type of pick where the Kings, once again, drafted a guy who's not going to be better than the player taken after him. They did it with Marvin Bagley ahead of Luka. They did it in 2012 with
Thomas Robinson and Dame.
They
did it the year before with it was Jimmer Fredette over Klay Thompson.
Yeah, I mean, this just screams Sacramento Kings to me. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Ivy, I think, has the highest upside at this point on the board, and you need a starting shooting guard. You don't really have a starting shooting guard right now. You traded out Tyrese Halliburton and Buddy Hield. Pistons fans have to be pretty happy right now.
They were sitting there a year ago. I mean, Mitchell, once they traded Halliburton, had a really good finish to the year. And then but they're sitting there a year ago with Halliburton, Mitchell. Mitchell's, I think, would be fine coming off the bench for most teams. And then now they have a chance they could have traded Fox and gotten Ivy. I mean, why did they not trade down one spot or two spots and pick up some extra assets? I don't get it. Yeah. I don't think Keegan Murray is going to be taken by Detroit. So I just don't get why you wouldn't get more assets here. But, I mean, heck, the Pistons, dang, man. Cade and Jaden Ivey in back-to-back years, that's crazy.
Yeah, and I don't want to, undersell Keegan Murray's story. It's very impressive, man. And, I'm not rooting against the guy or anything. And I hope for the Kings' sake that it pans out, man. I feel bad for Kings fans.
Keegan Murray's freaking good. And I think you underrate him a little bit, but...
you're going to get... I wanted to say something positive about him. You're going to say why I underrate him.
I'm just saying, like... I mean, even the biggest Keegan Murray guys, I think, can agree that taking him over Ivy is a bit crazy.
Yeah. Ball handling is questionable. Burst is questionable. Like, I don't see him having the creation ability or the burst to be a star-level scorer. I think he could be an 18-point per game guy, but if you're drafting at 4, you need to draft a guy who you think you can turn into an all-star or maybe even a borderline superstar.
Well, I will say, like, Aldridge didn't have that burst. He has no burst, and he was... his peak 24, 25 point per game scorer.
I mean, I don't think Keegan Murray is
I just think,
Aldridge.
But I mean, I'm just saying,
not that
like,
big.
He's creative enough to score without having that burst, in my opinion.
I just, like, that's the thing with LA though, is you give him the ball in the low post and you had to double him or else he'll eat. I don't like Keegan Murray's a good post player, but his size doesn't suggest that he'll be that type of post player in the NBA.
But he's a little better off the move off the dribble than Aldridge. Aldridge had like no ball handling.
Yeah, it's just like I don't see an area of the of his offensive game where he'll dominate to be a star. Like Aldridge dominated in the post, whereas like he'll be well rounded. But that's exactly my point with Keegan Murray. Like he's a very high floor safe pick to be at least a good player. One of the highest floors in the draft, but ceiling-wise at 4, I just don't like it. I just don't think he's going to become a star. But, I mean, he works hard. He was lightly recruited out of high school, was a bench player last year for Iowa, shot 29% from 3 his freshman year at Iowa, averaged 7 points a game. Then his sophomore year, that jumps up to about 40% from 3, and he averages 23 points per game. Huge leap his sophomore year.
I mean, though, if he improved that much in 1 year, that's pretty good, though. It's kind of like Tyrese Halliburton, another player they like. And if the rumors are true that the teams that, like San Antonio and I forget who else, were trying to move up Indiana I think it was, we're trying to move up to get Keegan Murray, not Jaden Ivey. I mean, we could be missing something that these guys are seeing close up, that he really is going to be that good. So, yeah,
we could always be missing something.
Yeah,
always.
I think he's going to be good. I don't see how you could justify taking him over Ivy.
Yep. Sorry, Adam, I just changed the bottom left graphic. I gotta remember to change that. Everything else is being done automatically by Krish. It's actually quite nice.
Thank you, Krish. Play-by-play with a $2 donation says, "How about those Kings?" Laughing emoji. It's crazy.
I mean, you got Ivy here at 5, and then you got 1 pick until Portland.
Yeah.
I would be shocked if Ivy's not here at 5. I'm not spoiling it. I don't know, but I'd be shocked if it's not Ivy.
Connor, member for 8 months, says King's gonna King, and I'm sure Detroit wasn't thinking that the Kings were actually going to do it.
Yeah. All right, pick is in. The Pistons, a day after trading Jeremy Grant.
2022 NBA Draft. The Detroit Pistons select Jaden Ivey
Yep.
from Purdue University.
Hey man, Ivy didn't want to go to Sacramento. Maybe that played into it too.
Yeah, and look at him crying. I don't know how much of that is how bad he wanted to get drafted,
He's trying
how
to,
bad he
like-
wanted to go to Detroit, and how bad he didn't want to go to Sacramento.
Unlike Jabari falling a spot, he's probably like, "This is the best thing that's ever happened to me." Man, yeah, that's Ivy and Cade Cunningham. Man, what a start to their rebuild.
Yeah.
And if they find a way to get up and get Durant too.
I mean, apparently they're interested in Ayton, and Ayton's interested in them.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Jaden, I don't like Ayton on a max, but
I also heard they were interested in Gordon Hayward too, to get one of their lottery picks.
yeah, and then get up and get. I wouldn't mind that move for them. They have that cap
but
space.
that would take them out of the Ayton running then.
Yeah. Yep. Here's where everything starts, dude. I'm like so focused on the rest of the draft that it's just hitting me that Portland's about to pick at 7
deck, yeah.
in like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh man. All right. I'm starting to get nervous. Let me add labels over the top of the bottom part of this thing.
Another reminder, don't forget the bottom left.
Yeah, I'll switch it in a second. Okay, we need to add both of those. There we go. Hopefully I can get these graphics synced together. Ah, they're not synced, man. Dang it.
Now, what do you think the Pacers do here? They were rumored to want Dyson Daniels. Apparently, he had an all-time great workout for them. I know a lot of Pacer fans want Mathurin here. They could surprise people and go Sharp. If they're trading, if they're going to trade Miles Turner today, then maybe they still take then maybe they would factor in Durant in the equation, but
Please do not spoil draft picks, by the way.
yeah.
You will be banned from our chat if you spoil draft picks. ShotJam1231, $2 dono says, "Let's get it, fellas. Rip City praying for Sharp." Yeah, it'll be interesting. I still feel like there could be a trade hinging on Sharp being there, so this pick obviously matters. They're just going to show Jaden Ivey crying for 5 minutes. You like to see that these guys want to be in the NBA, actually, so good television.
Yeah,
Let me change the bottom left. Indiana.
For those that are just tuning in, wait until Tori will play the pick live on the stream. It might be a few seconds behind, but please don't react in chat to the pick until he plays it over the air.
I'm not going to look at chat until our pick is in, all right? Sorry, chat. Not looking at you guys until our pick is in.
Mm-hmm.
Ivy and Cade, man. Ivy and Cade. That's electric. That's fun, man.
Yeah, dude, that's going to be
good for them.
A league pass team to watch.
Yeah.
Sadiq Bey finally get some spacing there. He's had no room to do anything his first season.
Yeah.
All right.
Here we go. There goes Mathurin.
Dang it.
There goes Mathurin.
No.
Expected that to happen. I mean, my mock draft I posted this morning is playing out to a T, which a lot of it was kind of already known. But Mathurin goes 6 to Indiana. That was a potential Portland target. And, good shooter. Inconsistent defensively, but has some upside. Like, his flashes on that end look good. He has length. He's athletic. He can play make. Canadian. Isn't he Canadian? Too?
I think it's Canadian, yeah.
Yeah, Canadian player steps in and starts presumably next to Tyrese Halliburton. They're still looking to trade Malcolm Brogdon, and you could have a starting...
Duarte last year, they took him a lot.
You could have Halliburton, Mathurin, and
they have Buddy Hield as well.
Yeah, Buddy Hield doesn't fit into it long term.
Yeah. They need to make a bunch of trades. I don't know what they're waiting for, but...
Yep. Anyway, so...
Halbert and Mathurin, they have two of my favorite players now, too. So
yeah, I like Indiana. I'm liking Indiana. All right. Portland's on the clock. I am not looking at chat. Do not spoil picks in chat.
Well, let me just read Caleb Pendergrass' $5 donation. Thank you, Caleb.
Don't look below it.
So glad the Grant trade already happened. I'm not nervous at all, just able to enjoy this.
So Sharp is here at 7. Thank you for the dono, man. Sharp is here at 7, which means that if there's a contingent trade dependent on Sharp being here at 7, Sharp is here at 7.
Mm-hmm.
So we might hear about it after the pick?
So I think if Portland keeps this pick, it's obviously between Daniels and Sharp.
Yeah.
Daniels fits better for what Portland's trying to accomplish right away. Sharp's probably has the higher ceiling long term. It's probably pretty close if both of them hit their ceiling. But, yeah, I'm... with the way this draft panned out, I am 100% on board with moving down with OKC to 12. I feel like we can get just as good of a player in Sohan or AJ Griffin or something at 12 as we could right here at 7 and pick up additional assets. Or if Toronto was one, if Daniels or Sharp are one of the players contingent on an OG trade, I think I'm okay with that as long as we don't give up Hart to or Nas. And then, so if I don't know. I guess I'm fine either way, but I think the best thing would be to trade down right now, in my opinion.
I'm higher on Daniels than Eric is. I have Daniels as the second-rated player available right now on my big board, but Johnny Davis is number 1. I think Daniels makes more sense for Portland, so I think he is the best option on the board right now. But if you're swinging for upside, Sharp is a good option as well for that, as a boomer bust type guy, swing for the fences. So Daniels or Sharp if they're picking here. Sharp if you like upside. Daniels if you want somebody that could start right away at the 3 and is a good point of attack defender. Portland still needs that, so Daniels would make some sense. Apparently Portland has given Shaedon Sharp a promise. Apparently Damian Lillard wants Shaedon Sharp. I always felt like that was a smokescreen, so we will see if they take him. I would say if they don't take Shaedon Sharp, it's more likely that Portland keeps the pick. If they take Shaedon Sharp, there's a chance that it ends up as being part of a trade in the next 5-10 minutes that we hear about.
What if it's Durant, though?
Then, I mean, I don't know. Then it's Durant. Why is my stream lagging at the worst possible time right now? My feed is lagging.
So, real quick before we pick, I'm like 99.9% of the time I'm pick whatever player has the highest ceiling, especially in the lottery. This, however, is like kind of a unique situation. I don't think Sharp makes sense for us, man. I just, even if he's turns out to be really good, I don't see a path for him to where he's necessarily better than either Ant or Dame. And so unless we're picking him just to have the most value in a trade down the road, I don't understand how he helps us necessarily improve the roster too much now.
I feel like if they draft Sharp and like think they can play him year one, they might start Josh Hart at the 3.
Yeah.
Or start Nas at the 3, and then Josh Hart plays backup 3, and then Sharp's your guard. And
we
like
have no idea if Sharp's ready to play.
Yeah,
right
I mean Sharp
away,
Sharp has like an 8'7.5" standing reach. Like that's okay for a small forward. Like, but I mean, yeah, who knows if he's ready to play right away? But the dude is talented. But he's probably going to take a year or two. But that's the thing with the Jeremy Grant trade, where you didn't give up much for Jeremy Grant. You're in a better position to take a risk. So, I'm cool with it. It's funny how, of course, the commercials are when we're on the clock. They won't talk about us.
Well, it's funny when our pick came up, they were showing OG highlights.
Really?
Yeah.
Hopefully that's foreshadowing.
Maybe. I will say, you said that if we pick Sharp, it's most likely being traded.
It's more likely.
Yeah, I see Daniels as a Toronto guy.
No, they're showing the stage, but they're waiting for Silver. Here we go, guys. 15, 14, 13. Hopefully you're still synced with me. 11, 10.
I don't have a timer on my screen, but Silver's up there.
No, it's on the board. Oh, here we go with Silver. Try to wait to react. Listen to this.
2022 NBA Draft. The Portland Trailblazers select Shaedon Sharpe.
There it is. There it is. Shaedon Sharpe. Who knows if he's staying in Portland? But I mean, this is what's funny is everybody's singing Cronin's praises, but this is such a Neil Olshey pick.
It's funny. Sometimes he kind of looks like Dame with like a different haircut.
Maybe that's why Dame liked him, man.
He's like a long lost twin brother.
So I'm okay with this, man. I think he has the highest upside on the board. Like he's a mystery guy. Sounds like the promise might have been true, and he canceled his workout with the Pelicans. So I mean, this could absolutely be a trade coming up. So I don't want to like get too invested into thinking about him being a part of our franchise. But the dude is extremely athletic. Like, freak athlete. Measurements 6'4", a little over 6'4" in shoes, but has like almost a 7-foot wingspan, or 6'10" wingspan, something like that. Standing reach is 8'7.5", which is taller than Norman Powell's, taller than Josh Hart's. It's like close to average for a small forward, so maybe he can play some small forward. He has shown like a lot of creativity off the dribble. Like that's something that's improved a lot over the course of his career. He was the number 1 ranked prospect in the class of 2022, reclassified up to the class of 2021 because he graduated early enough, joined Kentucky, did not play for them. And
correction, he did not graduate early enough and somehow was granted a special waiver anyway.
I don't know. Yeah, so played at Kentucky. I'll play his interview, by the way. Hopefully the audio is good enough.
Through God's blessing and grace and faith, he accomplished everything he wanted to accomplish. Yesterday, Shaedon, when I asked you about the quote of you saying that you wanted to be the greatest basketball player ever, you talked to me a little bit about confidence. Now you start at the bottom of the totem pole. Where's your confidence as you start this show everybody like what I could do for real. So. Well, you're gonna have that opportunity. Shaden and the Sharp family, congratulations. Appreciate it. Back to you, Kevin. Monica, thank you. He turned 19.
All right, so he didn't play at Kentucky last year, but had the ability to, and he said in an interview that it was his own decision. There was some fishy stuff around it. He didn't play, but I'm hoping that Portland, if this is indeed what they're going with and they're keeping him, that they did a very in-depth interview and tried to get a good feel for him as a prospect. And you know, that's a good, what good front offices do. Mike Schmidt's like this pick. He's Portland's new assistant GM, and he was saying that Portland, before he became Portland's assistant GM, he was saying that Portland would be the type of team to that would make sense to take a swing for some upside. I am completely fine with this pick because I think out of anybody on the board, he has the highest upside, and in 5 years from now, we could be looking back saying, thank God we took him. Everybody was mad 5 years ago when we drafted Anthony Simons. It was, another guard.
Everyone, but...
A lot of people were.
Yeah.
A lot of people were. Even though it was at 24, it was, another guard, undersized, didn't even play in college, and look at what he's become. If Cronin has been here when Portland has literally hit on like every guard they've ever drafted. They drafted, Cronin was here when they drafted Dame, when they drafted CJ, when they drafted Ant, when they drafted Gary Trent Jr. So, I mean, yeah, the dude's a little bit undersized for the small forward position, but I look mostly at standing reach. Standing reach is fine. He has some time to develop. He offensively could be a really special player, really special shot creator, very athletic, very coordinated as well, I would say. Needs to get better with his handle, needs to refine a lot of areas of his game. He's going to need some time to develop, but the dude can play. And honestly, Eric, if we keep him, Summer League's going to be a lot of fun.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to see him play for the first time against legitimate players for our Summer League team, potentially. Our first Summer League game is against Detroit, which is Jay Ivey.
That's awesome.
So, anyway, give me your thoughts. I've talked about him a lot. If we're keeping this pick, let's just assume we're keeping it. We could still trade it.
Yeah. All the Pelicans are picking.
All right, yeah, we'll listen to this. Sorry, I got to change the graphic.
NBA draft. The New Orleans Pelicans select Dyson Daniels.
Yep. Man, it kind of sucks as Dyson Daniels is there. That's a really good fit for them.
Their defense is going to be so crazy and they have offensive weapons too. With Zion's back, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. So here's my thought process. Right. We heard Cronin say we need to get bigger and more athletic at the wings, right?
Mm-hmm.
We did that yesterday a little bit with Jeremy Grant. That was the whole mindset on trading CJ and Norm for very little, was to free up room so we didn't have a logjam at guard. And now he says in his exit interview, he doesn't, he feels fine if he has to play hard at the three, but he really doesn't want to have that be the main option, or he would rather not have that. And every move, it seems like it's gearing towards Hart being the starting three, and we're going right back to the 3-guard lineup. Now, you guys know I'm not someone who thinks that the 3-guard lineup can't work. I just don't understand the whole process of retooling the team to not do a 3-guard lineup, to go back to having a 3-guard lineup, even if this is the best player. You can argue that by counter that with saying just take the best player. Fine, I agree with that. I just think we need to find a way to get bigger on the wings, and this doesn't help us.
Yeah, I just don't think size was really the biggest issue last year. It was part of the issue, but I think you can start Nas at the 3 and bring Hart off the bench, and Hart has been a solid defender against forwards. I don't think it's a situation where he'd be Norman Powell all over again. I want more size, and I don't know, but I feel like Hart is okay there, and if you don't have something on the board, Eric, that makes sense for a good point of attack defender at the starting 3 spot, then maybe you have to, roll with starting Hart there, starting Nasir Little there, and if that's the case, and part of what makes that work is you take the guy who you thought was maybe the best player on the board if you're Portland, and the highest upside player on the board, then that's okay to me. And you already got Jeremy Grant. It's already been a solid offseason so far. We were worried that they're going to trade 7 for Jeremy Grant. So, you're sitting here with Grant and Shaden Sharp. That was kind of the combination that I wanted earlier in the offseason. Soured slightly on Sharp because his measurements weren't as good as I thought they'd be, but they're still good enough where you could see him potentially being a starting 3. He still could technically grow because he's, not even 19 yet. So, fingers crossed for that, I guess. I never like counting on that. But But, it's hard to even wrap my head around it, man.
I'm hoping this turns into a situation like Donovan Mitchell in 2012 where we should have taken him and, develop. I just worry about, do they become the same player without going to a team where they can get major minutes, because I don't see a path to where Sharp's getting huge minutes right away. Unless he's just great, which I guess would be a good thing. So it'll be interesting to see. I'm trying not to. Part of my feelings right now is I'm still kind of wondering if we're keeping him or not. So, but all the rumors. I guess it's possible the Blazers and his inexperienced agent leaked this stupidly early and might have almost blown it, but it worked out for them. I guess they got lucky.
Yep. And here's the thing, in a potential trade down the road, he has a lot of asset value compared to maybe another pick just because he's a high upside guy. So in free agency, maybe, he's a trade asset, the rights to him, or maybe you sign him and then you have to wait 30 days to trade him.
Or Durant's on the board or something.
Yeah, you know what I mean? So,
and Brooklyn's rebuilding.
Yeah. Let me thank some stuff. Defend the Rose 5-month member message says, let's go with pinwheel logos. Thank you, Defend the Rose, for being a channel member. Shout out to Zach Peters, $20 dono. That's huge, Zach. Appreciate it, man. He says, we just won the draft. Best Blazer ever and top 10 player ever. Mark my words. I'm about to cry. We deserve this. We do get good things. Rip City, let's effing go. We found the biggest Shaden Sharp fan. Thank you, Zach Peters, for the $20 dono. Glad you're happy, man. I'm not going to say best Blazer ever, but if he makes a case, then that's a great pick here at 7. I'll take that. I'll take him just making a case for it.
There
was another dono I think I missed. Who was the dono before this one? Let me know. I think I forgot. Chat's just moving like crazy, and YouTube won't scroll all the way back, and they don't have a dono feed, so.
People are asking why I'd be okay with Dort when I'm not okay with Sharp.
Yeah.
It's because we get multiple assets. So we talked about at the beginning of the stream about having multiple holes we have to fill. And I think if you make a trade with 7 and fill a hole, but also get another player that might not fit, but you still fill the hole, like if we trade down to 12 and got Sohan and Dort, it fills a spot on a roster that we need to fill and also gives us that same problem of maybe having too much depth. Whereas if you just keep Sharp, it's just the guard thing. We still haven't addressed the forward thing. So
yeah,
if you see the difference, like we can still address it. There's still players that could help us there.
Yep, I think you could play some 3-man. We've said that Portland just needs to swing for some upside, and this is an absolute upside pick. So I can't complain about swinging for the fences. And I'm sure that, Mike Schmitz is one of the most knowledgeable draft guys there is. That's why he was hired as an assistant GM. It's for his scouting. So I trust that he did as much digging as he can on Shaden Sharp and was comfortable enough with taking that swing. So I trust Mike Schmidt, and I'm willing to see how this pans out. It's going to be really exciting and intriguing to watch him play if he is indeed in a Blazer uniform. That's the thing. Having something intriguing is always fun. Having something interesting is always fun. If he's on the Summer League team, that's going to be fun. So Taylor says, Tori, early on, you really like Sharp. Did that change for some reason? I still think he's just has the highest upside at that point on the board and could be an absolute star. I thought he had better measurements. When I was high on him, it was said that he was 6'6" with a 7-foot wingspan. Like, that sounds pretty dang good. Actually, he's like 6'4" with... I'll get the exact measurements on him. I'll look up the anthrometric draft combine measurements. He measured in at... where is he at? A little over 6'4" without shoes, but has a 7-foot wingspan.
San Antonio pick.
22 NBA draft. The San Antonio Spurs select Jeremy Sohan from Milton Keynes.
Interesting.
I do not like it. I'm okay with it, but I don't like it. Jeremy Sohan, forward out of Baylor, could be the best defensive player in the draft. Offensively, very raw, has a lot of work to do. My whole thing was San Antonio needs forwards, and they need upside. Because San Antonio right now is stuck in the middle. They are not bad enough to get a top 5 pick. They are not good enough to make a playoff run. The only way out of that is to swing on some upside and have it pan out, or, swing on some upside, and if it doesn't pan out, that player probably isn't any good, and then you're bad enough to get a higher pick to take a more sure bet. But staying at 9 and 10 and just taking guys who project as role players to me just seems like what will keep them stuck in some mediocrity. So I'm not a huge fan of this pick. I mean, value-wise, I think it's fine in this area of the draft, but I would have taken Ousmane Dieng here. This is the first pick that I got wrong in my mock, too. I would have taken Ousmane Dieng here.
You have Bankero 1?
Oh, well, that doesn't... I didn't even think about that.
You had Ivy
right.
4?
I had Ivy 5. I had Keegan 4, Ivy 5. So, the Paulo and Jabari flipping was the other thing I got wrong. You're right. But Ousmane Dieng is just a higher upside guy, lower floor, in my opinion. But I would have swung for more upside.
Sohan seems... Well, I guess they both do, but Sohan seems like a Spurs-type player. Kind of a Boris Diaw do-it-all type, with maybe higher upside than Diaw had.
Yeah. They need stars, though. Like, the Spurs-type players don't work if you don't have a Tim Duncan, Tony Parker, Manu Ginobili, Kawhi Leonard. So.
Yep.
Look at his suit. Pastel purple. Has there been any, trade talk?
Well, I mean, I haven't been on Twitter, but
Yeah.
I haven't gotten anything from the...
I mean, you got Washington here at 10. They've been rumored to potentially be looking for a veteran backcourt mate. But they are sitting here at 10. Who do you think they go with here at 10, and who would you go with?
I mean, I think Johnny Davis is a perfect compliment to Bradley Beal if you're going to make that work still. So I'm taking Johnny Davis if I'm
So
them.
am I. Yep. Johnny Davis would be the right pick here. Jalen Duren's still on the board here at 10 as well. If Jalen Duren doesn't get drafted here at 10, I feel like he falls to 13. Because I think New York would go, unless Washington goes AJ Griffin, I think New York would go AJ Griffin. OKC would go, they just drafted Chet and they have Poku. I don't know if you want Duren there. Maybe you do, though. Duren and Chet would be intriguing together. So I guess Duren could go 12 to OKC, but I feel like this is the last spot that makes a lot of sense for Duren before 13 with Charlotte. And if that happens, then Mark Williams falls.
I could see the Knicks taking Duren. I think he would be a good Thibodeau big, and I think they could then justify letting Mitchell Robinson walk, who's an unrestricted free agent, even though he's coming off his rookie deal. And maybe deal or keep Mitchell Robinson and deal Noel elsewhere. But I think Duren would be an interesting pick.
Jackson just told me to put in a message at the top of the chat to not spoil picks. That's a good point. I should have done that earlier, Jackson. Also, I need a message. Krish.
Oh, yeah. So I guess multiple teams are calling Detroit right now, trying to get Ivy.
Yeah.
And so far, Ivy has said they're not trading him. But the Knicks appear to be the biggest team pushing hard to get Ivy. And with, I mean, I'm sure it was in addition to getting the 5th pick, but with Potentially on the board at 11, Detroit was rumored to be wanting with their 2nd lottery pick. I mean, maybe that gets something done.
Yeah. All right, Jackson, I will copy that and pin it at the top.
Zach Peters says, wouldn't be surprised if OKC takes Hardy. He's going to be the steal of the draft, even though he just said Sharp was, and then corrected it and said 2nd steal, asterisk.
So Portland Stars 46 and 57. We'll be here all night.
Mm-hmm.
And we will have a free agency stream first day of free agency as well.
Next Thursday.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, there's just supposed to be a lot of trades. It feels like every draft, when there's supposed to be a lot of trades, there never is, and it's just kind of a buzzkill. So far, you haven't had anything other than like a couple 2nd-round picks being traded earlier today. So I'm curious what happens here.
Yeah. The rumors were John Collins was for sure going to be traded.
Yep.
By tonight, and then there was some Miles Turner buzz today as well. But yeah.
Malcolm Brogdon's another name to watch. Here we go with Washington at 10. I'm not trying to listen to the commentator.
I don't know why they're showing Yao Ming.
Are they? I think I'm watching on like the different feed. I'm watching on K2, I think.
Yeah, I'm watching on ESPN.
Silver, come on, man. You're taking your sweet time. This dude's taking his sweet time, man. Come on.
NBA draft. The Washington Wizards select Johnny Davis.
Yep. Good pick. Good pick. Why did you like this pick so much for Washington, Eric?
Well, obviously Beal's a scorer who doesn't play a lot of defense, but he can play some point guard, but I don't know if you want him as like your number 1 point guard, kind of similar to, I'm not saying he's the same player as Brandon Roy, but you know how we always needed a running mate with Brandon Roy, so Roy didn't have to always have the ball, and I feel like that's Johnny Davis, who's perfect in that role on offense. I think playing next to Beal, he'll get a little less pressure on offense than he did in Wisconsin, and I think the game will open up for him a little bit. And I think has the ability to score at 3 levels if he does improve that 3-point shooting. So offensively, I think it's a good fit, and then defensively, I think he's one of the best guard defenders in this draft. He had some games where he completely took guys like Jaden Ivey and Keegan Murray out of the game at times. And I just think that's a really good compliment to Beal if they keep him.
I was muted. Shout out to Depressed Blazer fan, $10 dono. He says, I just wanted to say thank you guys so much for putting this all together for us. As Blazers fans, we're limited on our ability to watch the Blazers, and there isn't really better content than you guys. Appreciate it, Depressed Blazers fan,
thanks, man.
Hopefully you're no longer depressed after this offseason. Thank you for the dono. The support means a lot. Right now you got New York here at 11. So, New York is apparently in love with A.J. Griffin. It'll be interesting to see, if that's true. I assume it is true. I assume it's A.J. Griffin here at 11. Then OKC has a decision on their hands. They were rumored to want Sohan at 12. but instead, like, Ousmane Dieng is there. If Portland really, if OKC really wants Shaden Sharp, man, I would love to trade down and take Ousmane Dieng and, like, get Dort and a couple other, a future first or something. Or Kenrick. Like, I really like Ousmane Dieng. I had him rated pretty closely to Shaden Sharp, and he's still an upside play, but he's a forward too. So if OKC really wants Sharp, man, Ousmane Dieng there at 12 would be awesome. And you still have Durant on the board as well. I don't think Durant has any chance falling past 13. I think Charlotte would be ecstatic if he was there at 13. Mm-hmm. Shout out to Daniel G, a $50 dono. Thank you, man. That's huge.
Thank you, Daniel.
He says, love your content, excited for next season and some IRL ball. Go Blazers. Not as pumped as you guys for Sharp, but willing to be proved wrong. Thank you, Daniel, for the $50 dono, man. Yeah, like, that's the thing with Sharp is even if you're not pumped with him, he's intriguing. Like, he makes you want to watch, you know what I mean? Summer League, people are going to be watching Summer League to see him play. He didn't play in college, That's not a positive, in terms of helping this team win a championship, but it's a positive in terms of intrigue. The fact that he didn't play in college, so people are going to want to see this guy. He's a high upside guy. I mean, he was the number one player in the class of 2022 for a reason. Mm-hmm. You don't just end up the number one player in a draft class for the hell of it. Like, it just doesn't happen like that. So the dude's talented. I will have a more in-depth breakdown on him, assuming we keep him in a bit. Like tomorrow, probably. I'll probably record it right after the stream is done. So look forward to that here on the main channel. Thank you, Daniel, for the $50 dono. By the way, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. We'll be streaming free agency as well. With special graphics for that too. Chris said he might end up slightly behind on the graphics, so just bear with us. But we do have New York on the clock. You got Spike Lee on the TV. What are your thoughts on Spike Lee, Eric? Give us a full in-depth breakdown.
Spike Lee is I love super fans of teams that suck. So I respect.
Oh, and he lags. He lags out. All right, we're going to have to fix that. That's a funny time to point. All right, here's pick 11.
With the 11th pick in the 2022 NBA Draft, the New York Knicks select Ousmane Dieng.
Wow, they didn't take Griffin. Okay, and you're back, Eric. Cool.
So this pick is being traded
to
the Thunder.
Yeah.
Knicks trading 11 to the Thunder for multiple first rounders.
Wow.
I don't know what first rounders.
The Thunder at 12.
I don't know if 12's included. Maybe they're trading multiple picks to get this and have 12.
That's what it. I mean, if they're trading multiple firsts, I have a hard time seeing them trade multiple firsts to move up from 12 to 11.
I mean, they could throw it. They have several picks that are going to be like late first. So like the Denver pick next year is going to be in the 20s most likely. So it could be that.
Yeah, I mean, I like that as an upside pick for OKC. Chet and Ousmane Dieng, that's a lot of upside there. Ousmane Dieng, I think, projects as a really good defensive player. Had a really strong second half of the season in the National Basketball League in Australia. He's French. He can play make, 6'9", has some ability to score off the dribble. There's... What?
Oh,
okay.
Woj is saying
that OKC is going to have 11 and 12.
OKC back on the clock.
Yeah.
Multiple future firsts.
I mean,
you got to think that's like at least 3 firsts, right?
Yeah.
In the future.
I like that they're starting to cash in some firsts for some high upside guys.
If the Knicks got a couple 2023 firsts, that could be a huge dub for them too.
Yeah.
They might be loading up on picks to try and get, try and make a run at a guard too.
Kyrie.
Kyrie. They already have Dallas's future first and all their own first in the future. But yeah, interesting.
Very interesting.
Ousmane Dieng and Chet, yeah, I like it. And then, so who do you take here now that you have Ousmane Dieng and Chet?
Honest.
Should have been doing fans, but
yeah, I need to look at my big board. I would look at, I mean, I'd maybe Durant at this point. I mean, it's the third pick you have in the draft. Durant and Chet would be interesting together, and Durant is a high upside big man. I wouldn't hate Durant here at 12. Other than that, AJ Griffin has some upside and can shoot. And you can take a risk on him. Jovic, I wouldn't mind here either. All right, let me update this bottom left graphic. Nicholas, yes, Krish said it might be a second, so the graphics will be a little bit behind on the left, but I don't know what happened to Krish, but he's the one that's doing the graphics for us. Oh, that's Jaden Ivey. I was going to say. Jaden Ivey doing another interview. If Shane Sharp does another interview, we'll listen to it. I'm on ABC, so they didn't do an interview on ABC. ABC is different than ESPN, so I don't know if they've interviewed Sharp on ABC yet, because I switched over to around the Portland pick, I think right after it. But, yeah, we'll see. Get Sharp to the gym now with Dame. I mean, here's the thing. Here's why I like Sharp, too. He has a lot of potential as, like, a go-to scorer type. Dame mentoring him, Eric?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, maybe that's why Dame really liked him. If we keep this, then I absolutely believe that, like, Dame liked him. And Dame was at their workout. What's up? You seem perplexed.
No. Well, it's just confirmed 12 is not part of the trade.
To New York.
Yeah.
But
that must be, I mean, you got to think that's at least 3 future first, or like OKC is very lightly protected next year.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, we'll have to see. There, the graphics are updated. There you go. You got Ousmane Dieng 11 OKC. Cool. And then we'll have to add the second bottom bar.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get caught up, so I have my mock draft on here.
Yeah, got you. Cool.
Draft.
Cool. All right, what's up, chat?
Trade pick. Okay, see. I'm glad they put this trade pick.
Yeah, that's pretty clutch of them. Someone said Knicks stacking first for a Kyrie trade. I wouldn't be surprised. Because they supposedly loved AJ Griffin. I mean, maybe that just wasn't true, but supposedly loved him. But I would be shocked if New York doesn't go hard after Kyrie. And then if Kyrie gets traded, then where does KD go?
Brandon's an interesting fit with Shai here too.
Yeah.
I could see them taking AJ Griffin too. Maybe small enough to play shooting guard.
Max, the Lakers fan. He's not like he's borderline undrafted. You don't have to worry about him falling to 35.
Who?
Johnny Juzang.
Oh, yeah.
He's not even on our draft board.
I haven't seen a single mock with him even being picked.
Yeah. Yep. He should have came out after after that Final Four run that they went on. Anyway.
All right, here comes Silver.
Yep.
Here's the commissioner.
Wow. 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 Okay. Jalen Williams out of Santa Clara. What a
They're
rise.
just swinging for upside, I guess.
Yep. Second WCC player taken in the lottery. Pretty good for a
well.
terrible conference, Eric. Jalen Williams, he's what, 6'5", 6'6", without shoes, with like a 7'2" wingspan, the size to play the three. He can pass really well, kind of can maybe play a point forward role, can run pick and rolls, has 3-level scoring upside. I actually don't mind this pick for OKC because I think Jalen Williams has some sneaky upside. Most of the time you get a 3-year, he played 3 years at Santa Clara?
Mm-hmm.
Most of the time you get a 3-year player. They're looked at as more of a finished product, not as much upside, but I think he's still young enough, and his game suggests that he could be a really good player as somebody that can create for himself, crafty with the ball, creative finishing around the rim, plays with a good pace to his game and can pass. That's a intriguing pick. I mean, you got him in his playmaking, Ousmane Dieng in his playmaking, you got Chet, you got Josh Giddey. I mean, OKC is inspired by Toronto, apparently, Eric.
Yeah. Reese mentioned the Magic of smaller Toronto, right?
Yeah. So, yeah, over a 7'2" wingspan for Jalen Williams. Cool to see him. He was very lightly recruited out of high school. Had pretty.
I think he had a late growth spurt too, so
yeah.
that's why he's got kind of point guard skills. Mm-hmm. Little slow. That'll be interesting to see if that hurts him in the NBA. But
so right now you still got Durant, you still got AJ Griffin.
I thought Wood was actually going to break something. Nope.
You still got Durant, you still got AJ Griffin, you still got. Man, is this bottom graphic not updating, Krish? What's... Oh, it's all good. He said he was struggling to keep up with the bottom bar. Dang, I didn't think it'd be that troublesome. I can maybe step in and help with the graphics.
So at 13, there was some rumors that Mark Williams was going to be off the board here, but now Durant's still on the board at 13. I think you probably have to take one of them, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Man, Durant's that's a cool fit with Ball and the team they're building if they re-sign Bridges.
Yeah. Sorry, I gotta sort this out with Krish, so carry the stream for a second.
What if Charlotte takes Durant and Williams? I don't think they're going to do that. But, I mean, with 2 of the next 3 picks, they're guaranteed to have... They can get 2 out of the 3 between Durant, AJ Griffin, Malachi Branham. Yeah, there's still a lot of very good options on the board right here.
Mm-hmm.
Draft Jalen Williams. So AJ says, so no trading Sharp, right? I mean, it appears as if OKC is out of the equation for Sharp. I don't know if that's who Toronto wanted or not, if that's still a possibility that we're trading that pick for OG. I have no idea. But, I mean, the rumors were that the Blazers wanted Sharp at 7. And, I mean, it appears as of right now that they're keeping the pick and that they wanted Sharp all along. But, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. I mean...
But, yeah, I'm taking... If I'm Charlotte right now, I'm taking Jalen Durant right now. And then I'm taking... whoever falls between AJ Griffin and Malachi Branham at 15. One of those 2 would be guaranteed to be there. And I think you're pretty happy with Griffin and Durant, or Durant and Branham. I think that's a W draft for them.
Yeah.
Or they could be looking to move up. Right now, players on the board. I know you like Sharp. Would you trade Sharp for 13 and 15? If you were guaranteed to have Durant and Griffin.
Probably, yeah.
It's interesting.
Yeah, you could probably talk me into doing that.
Patrick, he's actually 6'4" and a quarter without shoes, right? Sharp. Was it 6'4" or 6'5"?
and a quarter.
Yeah. If he was 6'5" and a quarter, that might be a little different. But
all right, sorry, I gotta step in and help with the graphics a little bit here. You got Charlotte at 13. I mean, I think they just go Durant and run away with this. Like, I think this is a pretty obvious pick here.
Woj again.
Is it Portland? All right, here we go with this pick.
22 NBA draft. The Charlotte Hornets select. Was talking to the player.
Jalen Duran.
Woj and Shams just contradicted each other.
Duran 13 to Charlotte makes a ton of sense. What's happening? What?
The Pistons are acquiring Jalen Duran at 13, but then someone's saying Shams is contradicting that.
Oh, so they're taking on Hayward to get Duran?
Looks like that might be the case. So, Detroit, oh my goodness.
What?
Ivy, Cade Cunningham,
And Jalen Duran?
Sadiq Bey, Jalen Duran,
Yeah.
Gordon Hayward, Beef Stew. I mean, I don't really like Gordon Hayward, but that's a necessary, thing
Part
to
of the
take
deal,
to
yeah.
get 13. Yeah.
Wow.
Wait, Sham says it's Knicks, not Pistons. Okay, never mind. I don't know. Shams is saying Duran to the Knicks.
And what was you saying to the Pistons?
I don't know.
Here we go. Here's the chaos we wanted. This is what we wanted, Eric. We wanted chaos like this. Let's go.
I mean, it was Woj.
Woes versus Shams, the showdown.
Both the Knicks and Pistons. That's funny, David.
They're gonna clone him. The Knicks get one and the Pistons get one. I'm surprised that Charlotte. I mean, I guess Mark Williams at 15.
Jake L. Fisher and Mark Stein both are on Woj's side with the Pistons, I guess.
Oh, so Shams is just tripping.
I don't know.
I mean, that's 3 versus 1, and it's Woj.
But then someone said Woj, or
could be a 3-team trade.
Jake Fisher is saying it sounds like a 3-teamer. Man, who are the Knicks getting?
And this isn't a 4-teamer with OKC, like right in that range too. Huh. All right, 14. You got Cleveland. Malachi Branham makes some sense. Chris is probably sitting here on the graphic like, what team do I put for Jalen Duran? Just put Detroit's, okay? Put Detroit for Duran, Chris, and then we could change it after the fact, I guess. I don't know, man.
Pistons, Knicks, Hornets. Yeah, if I'm the Cavs, I'm taking Branham and running, I think, right now.
Yeah, Brandon makes a lot of sense there. Could be Blake Wesley. AJ Griffin, I wouldn't hate either.
Yeah, I think all those guys fit. They could be. I always liked Abaji's fit as well, but I don't know if you can justify taking him over Branham.
No, you can't.
And then Jovic would be intriguing here. Just add to their front court length and stuff. But yeah, I think ultimately it'll be Branham.
I mean,
Kemba to Detroit. Oh man, we got the sex spot in here.
one of the many. Yeah.
I can't keep.
Mods, help. We need some help.
Oh, someone got it. All right. Who cares about Kemba going to Detroit? That's like not even part of the. What? Bomb? All right.
We're going to get demonetized because of the word bomb.
Woj bomb, you can't say. Yeah, so Pistons are getting Durant, I guess.
Okay.
Along with Kemba Walker, but I'm not sure. I wonder if maybe Hayward's going to the Knicks, or Hayward's not involved at all. Maybe.
Why would the Knicks?
But I don't know what the Hornets are getting.
And how are the Knicks matching? Where does Julius Randle come into this? Let's just insert Julius Randle into this for extra chaos.
I mean, the Knicks have a ton of contracts. Burks, Noel.
Yeah.
They have all kinds of people. But it appears as if the Detroit Pistons are coming out of this draft with Jalen Duren and Jaden Ivey.
Which is a W for them.
All right, picks coming from Cavs.
NBA draft. The Cleveland Cavaliers select Ochai Agbaji from the University of Kansas.
I'm not a fan. Branham is right there, and he has much more upside. In my opinion, Ochai Agbaji's a safe pick, a high floor guy, but upside-wise, I mean, like, I just see him being a 3-and-D guy, like a good three-point shooter, a good defensive player, and that's about it. I like Branham more because he's a little better ball handler, better pick-and-roll player, has some defensive upside, and can also shoot the three ball as well. So I would have taken Branham just because I think he provides some extra on top of his potential 3-and-D stuff, but, I mean, Agbaji's a high-floor guy. What are your thoughts on this pick? From somebody who likes Agbaji more than me.
Well, honestly, I had Agbaji and Branham fairly close. I think outside of Denver, which we talked about in our mock draft last night, I think this is one of the most perfect spots for Agbaji. Mm-hmm. I think he's going to thrive off Darius Garland's playmaking step that he took this year, and bigs that can play make in Mobley and Allen. And I think he's just going to fit seamlessly into that starting lineup and be that shooting guard that they had been missing, and was probably the reason, in addition to injuries, why they didn't end up making the playoffs this year. And I mean, they might still mess around with Sexton and start him, but I think by the end of next season, he'll be their starting shooting guard, and they'll be better for it.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they do with Colin Sexton, restricted free agent, coming off an injury.
So apparently Duren was traded to the Knicks, and then the Knicks traded him separately to the Pistons.
Really?
For, get this,
what?
The Milwaukee Bucks 2025 first round pick, and taking on Kemba Walker's contract.
What?
Yeah. Which,
I mean, we didn't have a TPE for Kemba Walker's contract, but
I mean, we did yesterday. We could have traded the TP. We could have taken on Kemba and gotten the 13th pick.
Yeah.
With that Milwaukee pick instead of Jeremy Grant. Would you want Durant instead of Grant?
No.
We don't know. We don't know what.
No.
We don't know. So people are saying Charlotte got fleeced. We don't know what they gave up
Wow.
or what they got for giving up Durant. So I would hold off on saying that until you know what they got. And they still have pick 15 here to do something else.
That's interesting. Huh. Okay.
Oh, okay, guys. I don't know. Delusional Blazer fan. You've watched this channel long enough. It's not about, like, I don't know why you guys still think we'd want Kemba Walker in a trade. It has nothing to do with Kemba Walker. That's just the necessary price.
Salary in order to get the 13th pick, which would be Durant.
That's the reason you get the 13th pick is for taking on a salary, man. That's like, you can't think of it as, oh, the Blazers acquired Kemba Walker. Why the heck would they want him? That's not the point. The point is that we got the 13th pick in that scenario. So, yeah.
Okay, let me add. Yeah, if there's ever a guy like that makes absolutely no sense, it's probably, like, if they're on a bad contract, they're probably a part of the trade because they're on a bad contract and because they have negative value, which means the team taking them can get positive value with them.
So, yeah, like if Gordon Hayward gets traded, it's not because the team that got him really wanted Gordon Hayward. It's because they got something good for taking on his contract. Same thing with Tobias Harris right now, if that happens.
Yeah.
Or Danny Green in the 23rd pick. Like, the point is you're getting the 23rd pick. Danny Green's pretty much out for the year. So, like, you just got to think about that when teams make trades. So Caleb says there's got to be more in this trade. Otherwise, I have no idea what the heck the Hornets are thinking. Again, there's been no news of what they got, right?
Yeah.
They traded Durant to the Knicks. The Knicks just got multiple first-round picks for trading 11. So you would think that they got somewhat similar value for 13 for Durant.
So Kemba's going where?
Kemba's going to the Pistons, I guess.
Oh, man, you can't bring him back to Charlotte? I think the Pistons are taking on Kemba and Gordon Hayward's salaries in this trade, is what I'm guessing.
I don't know if they can do both. It's close.
$43 million of cap space. Supposedly, yeah, it is close.
It says, tremendous coup for Detroit GM Troy Weaver. Land two of his top targets in this draft, Jaden Ivey and Jalen Duren, with the cost of only a future first-round pick.
Good
and obviously taking on.
Yeah.
The Hornets are getting the Bucks pick, not the Knicks. I guess I don't know, but the Knicks had to give up something. I'm guessing they got two future firsts. Then the Hornets would be my guess.
Yeah.
One of the picks that New York got in the OKC trade, which we still don't know the exact specifics of, I don't think. And then
I forgot to play this pick. Mark Williams 15 to Charlotte.
Okay.
Sorry, I missed that. Yeah, Mark Williams makes a ton of sense for Charlotte since they didn't keep Durant. It's like we talked about, they're going to take a center. They take two centers and trade one of them. So Mark Williams makes sense to Charlotte. You like this pick?
Yeah, I think it's a good pick for them. I think it would have been better if they just stayed at 13 and took Durant and then took AJ Griffin here, or Malachi Branham, but.
Yeah, I mean, depends on the details of that trade still. But...
Mm-hmm. Durant ended up with the Pistons, apparently.
Okay.
I was just asked in chat.
All right. I am updating this graphic, so I need this. Okay. No, not that.
Easy Peasy says Matisse Thybulle would be a Blazer soon. We talked about him at the beginning of this show. We'll talk more if it actually happens, but yeah, it's just a rumor at this point. So I'm fine probably. As long as we got him for relatively cheap. Torrey doesn't want to give up anything for him.
Could depend on who's there at 23 too for Philadelphia. Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with taking him for free. Absolutely. But I don't know if I do 46 for him. I'm not a huge fan of his game. He's just rough offensively. Okay, Mark Williams is there. Okay. Yeah, I like Charlotte getting a center. They need like a center of the future. Mark Williams is a good lob target to play next to LaMelo, and is decently agile for his size, so could maybe run with them in transition, protect the rim. And there's been a lot of rumors that he might be able to add a 3-point shot in his career, which is kind of weird rumors to have, but that's been something that's come out lately. Like, teams have been impressed with how he looked shooting the ball, that sort of thing. So, yeah, Mark Williams 15. I like that. Now you have Atlanta at 16. You still have AJ Griffin on the board. What do you think Atlanta should do here, Eric?
I think they should take Brandon too. I think they need
you got Brandon, yeah.
Backcourt weight for Trae Young. I think he fits in nicely with Trae Young, and I would just take that and run. I mean, I don't know what they're doing with Collins still. I could see them taking AJ Griffin, I guess, too.
Yeah, you still got Collins,
Add to their injured front court of DeAndre Hunter and John Collins. Everyone's hurt all the time.
Yeah.
Hopefully one of the three is...
Yeah, you got those three guys so you can have one of them every game. I mean, I don't think Griffin falls past Houston at 17. I mean, you get AJ Griffin and Jabari Smith in the same draft shooting forwards. Like, come on, man.
Oh. Okay, I'm just going to throw out hypotheticals, too, even though it looks like we're keeping the pick. I know you're going to say no to this, but it's more for chat. Bledsoe, N7 for Collins, and this pick right here, you can pick whoever you want. You doing it, chat?
It'd be Bledsoe and Sharp.
Yeah. Bledsoe and Sharp for 6 Collins, and you can pick whoever you want to pick here. AJ Griffin.
A lot of chat
AJ Griffin,
no.
Nikola Jovic. I don't know. Yeah.
I'm not doing it. I would be shocked if it doesn't.
Jalen Terry.
I will be surprised. Maybe not shocked, but I'll be surprised if it's not Brandon here and then AJ Griffin 17. Anyway. By the way, I haven't said in a while, do not spoil picks in chat. We like to react live. I hate that they get tweeted out. Anyway, here comes Adam Silver.
With the 16th pick in the 2022 NBA Draft, the Atlanta Hawks select AJ Griffin.
Oh, there's AJ Griffin. Maybe he goes the opposite way, I guess.
Good for him.
Yep, ends up in... Well, they did what you said, Eric.
Yep.
I mean, good value pick. He just has defensive question marks, but is the best shooter in the draft. Maybe they're envisioning, like, their version of the Golden State Warriors is Trae Young and AJ Griffin instead of Klay Thompson. I don't know, but he could shoot the hell out of the ball.
All right, so before I say this, everything I'm about to say is going to be ruined because the Rockets are about to take, like, Jaden Hardy or something, and it's going to be the exact opposite of what I'm about to say because he fits in with Jalen Green and Kevin Porter Jr. as guys who are more scoring guards than playmaking guards or whatever. But, man, Malachi Branham and Jabari Smith, that's nice, man. That's really nice. That's like a CJ and Aldridge type start rebuild, kind of. I don't. I really like that. I think both of those guys have good heads on their shoulder and can kind of, them together can maybe counteract all the goofiness of that franchise and maybe get that. And then you got Şengün too. If they get anything out of Garuba, who was hurt most of this year. But he's kind of a playmaking forward as well that can maybe be a bench playmaker. I like Branham and Jabari Smith together a lot.
Dude, why do the West teams have to do well in this draft, man?
Well, like other teams are letting it happen that way.
Yeah. So that's who
Johnny
you take
Davis
here?
is not still out there. He went 10 to Washington.
Yeah, Chris is trying to fix the big board right now. I don't know what the issue is.
I mean, yeah, I would consider Jovic here, but you know, you already drafted some international bigs last year.
Yeah.
And you got Jabari Smith at power forward. I don't know if Jovic and Jabari Smith's fit is great. I mean, maybe Tari Eason, but that goes back into what I was saying about Jaden Hardy.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I'm taking Branham, and I'm not even really questioning it at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have Branham 9th on my big board, so this is a steal at 17 in my opinion. No, I wouldn't do. I don't want John Collins either. I was just asking chat if they would do that. Just kind of playing off some of the rumors from the past week.
Yeah.
What's your opinion on Nurk next year? I think 100% he's going to resign, and I'm totally comfortable with him being our starting center. And I think he's going to be a good fit on our team still, and I think he's going to have a really solid year.
Yep. Did I get the title synced with the bottom slideshow? Oh, almost.
Oh, that's cool. I guess Ivy's mom played for the Detroit Shocks.
Really?
And his grandpa played for the Detroit Lions. So he's stoked to go to Detroit.
He grew up in Indiana, pretty close.
Yeah.
Good for him.
Chances of us getting Koloko at 46 are 0, in my opinion. I mean,
yeah, you never know, but yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's more like Yannick Zosa range.
Yeah, in my opinion, I think there's maybe a handful of players that if they fell, obviously the Blazers couldn't pass them up at 46. But in my opinion, based on what like Cronin said about hiring another international guy and Mike Schmidt's known as very heavy international scout, I feel like that's something that they wanted to make a priority. And I think with the 46th pick, there's still going to be at least 3 or 4 international guys there that makes sense. And I think they're just going to, I don't know if they'll stash them or bring them over right away, but I think they're just going to be looking at improving their stockpile of rights to players overseas because they don't really have any right now.
Yep. Shot play-by-play, $10 dono. He says, chances Blazers make a trade still. I'm guessing we won't make any tonight at this point. I think it was between Sharp and Dyson Daniels. Clearly the front office likes one more than the other. I think it's 50-50. I mean, you have 2 second-round picks, and those are always like traded and moved around like crazy. So that could be in the cards. You also have the Matisse Thybulle rumors that could be dependent on who's there at 23 for Houston to trade into that pick by trading Eric Gordon to Philadelphia. Blazers have been rumored to be a potential third team to take on Matisse Thybulle, who they have a TPE for. So I honestly, what would you say? I would say maybe a little bit greater than 50% chance.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking like 75-80%. Still a chance that Toronto wanted an OG or wanted Sharp for OG. But outside of that, I think we're pretty much locked into Sharp.
Blazers posted an Inside the War Room video on Twitter with a round of applause from the front office. Yeah, sounds like Shaedon Sharp's going to be the guy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so. Cool.
I'm going to watch that video right now. Cronin's first pick. Here, I'll play the audio from it. Here we go. Here's the audio from it. It's on Twitter.
Shaedon Sharp. Thank you. Bye.
Jody's there.
Is Dame?
I haven't seen Dame, but I can't tell if he's there or not. Yeah.
Kemba's looking like he's going to get bought out by the Pistons, so it's just not a surprise.
And he's going to go sign with who's the next super team? All right, here we go with Atlanta at 6 or Houston at 17.
Jeez. Okay.
Oh damn, you're a little ahead of me.
Sorry.
You just look away and listen to the audio. That's
Yeah.
that's
I had been doing that, but
Yeah.
I just...
Got you. Tari Eason is who I had mocked to them for like multiple mock drafts. Defensive guy, makes some sense there. Stays down south. He played for Brandon Roy in high school. Played at LSU in college. That's why I went by stay down south. But played for Brandon Roy in high school. Northwest native. Another Northwest native getting drafted. You love to see it. And a Brandon Roy disciple. What do you think about Tari Eason here at 17? It sounded like you weren't too thrilled with this.
So this goes back to my concern with Houston. So the biggest question with Tari Eason is, mental and kind of sometimes checking out of games or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So overall, I mean, no denying his talent. I love him for a lot of teams. But once again, you're going to a team where you had players suspended and benched for lack of effort and whining about playing time and stuff. Now they got rid of one of those guys and then they bring a similar type player back. So hopefully they did their homework and he's not going to be like that. Hopefully he's going to be more like the player they're showing on ESPN, Herb Jones. I just, with Malachi Branham on the board, I don't understand not trying to get the culture a little better around your team. And I'm not saying that like Tari Eason's a problem or anything.
Yeah.
I'm just saying like it tends to go the way of what your main core of guys is, and I still don't know if they hopefully Jabari can swing that back the other way.
Yeah. That suit nice though.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. Sorry, I gotta like do a couple graphical things like usual. Color. Alright. Yeah, just give me a sec. So 18 Chicago. Who would you like here for them, Eric? Jovic? That's who I would probably go with for them.
Just to correct something, I looked it up. It was Beauchamp that played with Brandon Roy.
It wasn't Tari Eason? I thought Tari Eason played for Brandon Roy.
I don't see any record of him going to Nathan Hale. It was
No, Brandon Roy was coaching at Garfield.
Oh, was he?
Yeah, he switched and went to Garfield.
Well, Nathan Hale. So then Beauchamp also played with Michael Porter Jr. and. No, he did.
Did he?
That's 100%. Yeah.
Hasn't Michael Porter Jr. has been in the league for a bit? I guess Beauchamp has like a longer
Beauchamp.
route.
Yeah. Well, he was a freshman on that team anyway. So.
Okay.
But anyways, apparently the Hornets only got the Milwaukee pick and 4 future second-round picks.
For what?
For 13.
Basically what we gave up for Grant.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm fine with that because we kept 7. Like, I'm okay.
Well,
with it.
I know, but I don't
Still,
understand
yeah.
what they're doing.
Value-wise, kind of crazy.
If New York got multiple future firsts for 11, and they only get them a Milwaukee pick and seconds, crazy value for Detroit makes up for the. It's kind of like the Cronin style GMing, right? Mess up
Yeah.
and then try to make up for it later.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, so Zach says maybe it's a little too judgmental. Sure, yeah, of course. But what I'm saying is I'd be worried about the potential culture of putting a guy that already has question marks in those areas into a locker room that all last season had that issue.
Well, what are the question marks with him, though? Like, culture-wise?
Well, like I said, you know, taking plays off, energy-wise, despite being multi-talented, falling asleep on defense, you know, like a little bit of a ball hog at times, not passing, you know, kind of, I'm not necessarily a selfish player, but, you know, kind of in that mold. Yeah, so this just, like I said, could be great, could be fine. Jabari could help him out a lot. Him and Jabari is a very interesting forward combination. I just would have went with a little more. I feel like Branham has just as much upside and is already a more like polished culture guy. But
yeah,
that's
he's the guy falling right now. Here you go, Chicago.
2022 NBA Draft. The Chicago Bulls select Dalen Terry.
Dalen Terry. I like this pick. I was higher on Dalen Terry than most. I had him about 14th on my big board. A guy that can pass, a guy that can play defense at a high level, a guy that can play multiple positions. His three-point shot improved throughout the year. Shot about 36% in college. I think the second half of the season he shot something like 48%. He was on fire. Really well-rounded player. I feel like this dude's going to be the next, like, Draymond Green, Dillon Brooks, Pat Bev, just defensive pest that gets under your skin. And I think this is a really solid value pick here for Chicago. You did have a Malachi Branham on the board, but going for a positionally versatile player that can defend, I think makes sense for them. And he's a guy that you can fit into maybe multiple different types of roles right off the bat in the NBA.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I see why he's rising up draft boards. Definitely has the skill set that intrigues teams to want to reach on him. In my opinion, his bark is a lot louder than his bite right now, and he talks like he's a star but doesn't really play like a star yet. Now, if that ever matches, which is the hope, you know, when you take a person like that,
I don't think that ever holds guys back.
No, it doesn't hold back, for sure. But I just think, yeah, like, to me, watching him play, it's like, I just don't see it when he plays, like, enough of the time. Like, he shows flashes, of course, but, like, for how much he talks about how good he is, I just don't think he produces enough night in and night out for me. But I still think it's a good pick for any team at this range. Yeah.
I thought I saved him. Sorry, I'm just trying to update this graph.
T-Wolves are trading 19 to Memphis for 22 and 29.
That's a pretty solid. Mm-hmm. Honestly, this could be a win-win. Branham at 19 to Memphis would be a really good pick. That would just be a very Memphis pick, like, value-wise. That screamed Memphis Grizzlies type pick to me. And I feel like that's who they're taking. Like, I don't know who else they trade up, unless they really wanted Jovic.
makes the Hornets trade even worse. They got less value for 13 than 19.
What are the Hornets doing, man?
I don't know. I mean, I want to say that something's going to come out. Maybe Plumlee's part of the traders. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like something, they had to have saved some salary, right? That was their whole point. They wanted to get off 13 or 15 to save salary, not. I don't know.
Yeah, you would think, but.
Aeromancer, thanks for spoiling the pick.
What do you do? Was he supposed to be helping you?
No, he just sent me who they're picking at 19. I won't say, but.
All right, here it is.
22 NBA draft. Minnesota Timberwolves select Jake LaRavia.
Ooh, I like this guy a lot more than you. I thought he made sense as like a Memphis Grizzlies type of player. Kyle Anderson's a free agent as a big defensive forward who can play make. They just drafted a. He's a little undersized for the 4, but I think he can play the 4. They just drafted a forward who can play defense, who can play make, and who can shoot the ball. I think he could be a contributor as a rookie and maybe fill that Kyle Anderson role. So it's kind of questionable trading up. It's interesting. I don't know if they got anything else back. 29 and 22 up to 19 to take LaRavia is a little strange, but Memphis has had a really good track record of trading up in past drafts. That's something that they do consistently, and they've hit on a lot of their picks. And I think Jake LaRavia is going to be a solid NBA player.
Yeah, despite me being not as high on LaRavia, it's hard to question Memphis with anything they do in the draft right now. So I think this is probably going to be another pick that pans out for them. And like you said, possibly losing Kyle Anderson in free agency. And this provides some more depth for them at the forward position. Kind of similar position-wise, I guess, to Zaire Williams. But, yeah, we'll see how that all works out.
Yep.
Daniel G., welcome to All-Star Level.
Yeah, there's a member message if you could read that before.
Adam McVeigh, member for 4 months. Just saw the video of Cronin phoning in the Sharp pick on Instagram via Portland's account. They all look pretty pumped to get Sharp at 7. Yeah, good for them, man. It's really cool if you're in a war room like that. You're all on the same page, all want the same player. It sounds like, including your star franchise player, and that's the guy who you get. But yeah. And no, DJ Vega, I walked back those comments like a minute after I made them. Please don't keep bringing that up.
Is he overreacting to the Tari Easton thing? Or...
No.
It
was what I said about Sharp the other day.
Yeah. Jody seemed excited. Which was a little surprising.
I mean, despite what everyone says, she goes to games, she cheers, she's shown interest in being a fan.
Yeah.
She's at a lot of these things. I don't know.
Now,
I mean, obviously, she probably needs to be there because if they have to make a trade that involves salary or something going in or out, they have to talk to her at cash or whatever. But yeah. So no, it's been debunked that Sharp had a 49-inch vertical or whatever it was.
I think it's probably close though.
Yeah, it's got to be pretty good, obviously. But
him, Keon, Anthony Simons dunk contest. Let's go, Greg Brown. It's pretty dang athletic.
What was Phil Knight's reaction? That's funny. Blazer Fanaby, member for 5 months. Been enjoying the stream. Excited for Sharp. Yeah, thanks for watching, man. And thank you to everyone else who's watching right now. We really appreciate all the support and you guys tuning in.
Yep, excited for Sharp as well. It's going to be fun to watch him in Summer League, man.
Mm-hmm.
We'll have to do something for Summer League now.
Yeah, Patrick said she was also at the war room for the Seahawks draft and looked like she liked it.
Yeah.
I'm frozen.
Why are you frozen? You shouldn't be frozen.
I don't know.
There you go. I don't know what happened. I didn't freeze you on purpose.
Yeah, sure. Is Keon Johnson going to get rotation minutes? I'd say there's probably 0% chance of that right now.
He's in such a terrible situation right now to play.
Yeah, which is, I mean, this is exactly our point when we traded for Keon.
Bro,
right?
him in Summer League was sharp, though. It's a dunk contest. Let's go. And Greg Brown. Oh, dude, we're going to be the #1 Summer League team to watch.
Oh, we already had Greg Brown doing between the legs dunks in Summer League last year.
Like, sure, you could go watch, like, Chet and Jang and yada, 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 but you got Greg Brown, Keon Johnson, and Shaden Sharp, the mystery man himself, and Trendon Watford, maybe. I mean, Trent Watford isn't exciting to other fans, but you got three, maybe the best 3 dunkers in Summer League outside of Kai Jones.
Do you think Spurs take Jovic here?
Jovic would be perfect. Please, San Antonio, for your own sake, take Nikola Jovic. And I'd be okay with Malachi Branham, too.
Yeah, Nas isn't playing Summer League.
No chance. All right.
Well, he had surgery. He had that core surgery that Dame had. So for dunk contest, yeah. When he's back healthy, yes.
Laya2 Cuddy Soup said probably logged about 100, or not 100,000, 1,000 plus hours of Blazers Uprise Lap. I was going to say 100,000 is probably not the healthiest, but 1,000 hours of watching us is pretty healthy. Says love y'all. Love you too, man. All right.
The Timberwolves are sending a future second back as part of that deal for 22 and 29. So.
Okay, no, it's bad.
Well, I mean, it's
in a deeper draft, it depends on what year it is. If it's 2023, like it depends on what pick it is. Who knows? San Antonio, please, for your own sake. They took Jeremy Sohan at 9, by the way.
Caden says he's watching from France and it's 4 a.m., but thanks for the support, man. I know Rashad was like going to sleep and waking up at 5 a.m. or something.
Yeah.
Angelic Ambition asks, could you see us still trading for OG without Sharp? I just don't see how we have anything that Toronto would want in that situation.
I don't think OG's available, man.
I think we have to figure out what our... I think we have to take a risk on a forward maybe in free agency, whether that be like a TJ Warren type or...
Solid pick too.
Hey,
that's fine. Branham or Jovic was the pick there. They have a lot of wings, but you got a guy. I mean, this is a great value pick at 20. I think I had him 15 on my big board. You had him at 9, if I recall correctly. So, really good value pick here at 20. Some upside could help them right away. If they keep DeJounte Murray, I think he fits next to DeJounte Murray. San Antonio, Sohan was okay at 9. I think this is a good pick at 20. We'll see what they do at 25, but I really like this for the Spurs.
Yep, and as Taylor Packard just mentioned in chat, that has me depressed now. The Denver Nuggets look like they're getting Jovic.
Which is rumored. It's rumored that they want Jovic. They're going to have Nikola Jokic, they're going to have Nikola Jovic, and we're all going to be screwed.
And people are going to be wondering how the heck he fell to 21, like Jokic fell to like, what, 41 or something?
Mm-hmm. Don't play a Taco Bell commercial. Whatever you do, do not play a Taco Bell commercial. If you know, you know. I need to... Okay. Player PNGs. We need to put Branham. Alright. I have to roll over another graphic for the picks, so give me a second to do that. Da-da-da. Yeah, Jovic, and then who's like next on your board after him?
Well, I got Koloko as my next highest.
Who's like the consensus next highest? I feel like Jovic is just an obvious pick here compared to everything else.
It's Jaden Hardy, Ty Washington. Yeah. They could use some guard help, but I feel like Jaden Hardy's probably a little too close to Bones Highland in terms of skill set.
Yeah, that would be a very Denver pick, though.
Yeah. You got Beauchamp, who I know worked out well
Beauchamp
for
would
them.
be perfect for them too.
Yeah.
I think it's Beauchamp or Jovic.
EJ Liddell's still there. Blake Wesley be interesting on Denver. So yeah,
Honestly,
there's a lot of options.
I would love to trade into the latter, like late
I know.
20s, to get Beauchamp.
Yeah.
There's your point of attack defender. Like, I'd rather have Beauchamp than Thibault.
I mean, Beauchamp would probably have a better chance at starting than Sharp would at this point.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, I think you're looking at Nas starting.
Mm-hmm.
Which I guess is okay.
But yeah, to finish my thought from a minute ago, TJ Warren, Kyle Anderson type might be the kind of guy they take a risk on just to have a defending forward and some depth there. But yeah, whether you're high on those guys or not, it's a different question. I mean, TJ Warren could be a huge high risk, high reward type guy.
Yeah. All right, so 21 right now is. I gotta try to remember which picks are which.
Mo Bamba is very, very, very unlikely for the full mid-level exception. It's just he's going to be a restricted free agent, and the full mid-level exception is not that much more than his qualifying offer is. So I just don't see why the Magic wouldn't match that. If I guess there's a scenario where they don't offer him the qualifying offer of it's between 7 and 8 million, I think, which would be weird for them to do, just give up on him for nothing. So in that scenario, I guess if they didn't have the rights to match, maybe, but in any scenario where he signs for the mid-level exception, I think the Magic thank you for doing so and take him back.
Right now, I love where Milwaukee's sitting at 24 with a chance to probably get Hardy or Ty Washington.
Or big depth.
Yeah, I just think they need
For
like a guard that can.
Back issues.
I think they need a guard that can create some shots.
But Bailey Smith says TJ Warren is good but still injured. It was said that he could have played at the end of the season, but they just kept him out. I mean, he's missed the last 2 years, so I understand the question mark, but that's why I said high risk, high reward.
Yep. All right.
Crime Stop asks, would you rather sign a backup center for the MLE like Hartenstein or on-the-ball wing defender at this point?
Depends who the on-ball wing defender is here. Let me play this pick.
Oh, there we go.
Who's that?
The New York Knicks trade the draft rights to Ousmane Dieng, the 11th pick, my brother, to the Oklahoma City Thunder for 3 conditional first-round picks.
3 conditional first.
What? Wow.
In the 2022 NBA Draft, the Denver Nuggets select Christian Brown.
What?
You morons! Okay, there's a Western Conference team messing up. Let's go. All right, I'm feeling better.
He's just up in the stands. That's funny.
Dude, they got like 30 people in the green room and he ain't even there. How in the... What? What? Bruh, why do you think Christian Brown's overrated? Because I probably agree with everything you're about to say.
I don't know if he's necessarily overrated. It's just he's
overrated if he's going here at 21.
A guy,
Yeah.
He's decent at a lot of things. He can handle the ball a little bit. He can shoot. He can play make. He can rebound. But he doesn't excel at any of those things.
Mm-hmm.
Now maybe working off of Jokic, he can get better looks and and be a good cutter and things like that. He's good in like a transition offense. I don't see any of those things I just mentioned being like NBA level, like excel at, elite at, and so I feel like they missed an opportunity to get some players that maybe would have had a skill set that translated into a more a pick that's more boom or bust maybe. But they obviously played it more safe, I guess.
Yep.
He just, to me, he feels like a 8th or 9th guy at best in your rotation if all things break out, right?
He's legitimately,
which is fine. Like some teams need that, but
height wise he's fine, but he doesn't have wingspan.
Mm-hmm.
He's an undersized shooting guard. He has an 8'3.5" standing reach. That's like 3 inches shorter than Norman Powell's, for what it's worth. Like, he's an undersized shooting guard. He can defend and he can shoot and he's athletic, but I mean, size-wise, he's at a disadvantage. Yeah, he just seems like at best he's a role player. Like, I don't see the upside. I think the floor is pretty low. I don't like this pick for Denver, which means I like this pick for us. So, yeah. Very questionable.
Yeah, I mean, he was a guy who was like, I mean, at best this year, it was like, mid-20s, early second rounds. Like, he was on a lot of boards there, but, and then, I mean, they win the championship, so he's got some winning experience, I guess. You can bank on that. I don't know. It's just questionable here with how much talent's still on the board.
Yep, agreed. So you have Minnesota now on the clock.
So Smog said, I mean, it was nothing we didn't already know, but he included what the Knicks got in the OKC trade as part of the other trade, which doesn't make sense. And then
Walker Kessler to Minnesota. Sorry, I forgot to play the audio. Walker Kessler gets taken at 22, Eric. Another guy who I am not high on.
Ahead of Koloko, man. It's a
travesty.
Jovic.
Ahead of Hardy.
It's a travesty.
Ahead of Washington. I kind of wish we still had 36.
Philly has traded the 23rd pick. I'm assuming along with Danny Green.
Yeah.
And they're getting DeAnthony Melton. So Memphis, even though they just got the 19th pick in LaRabia, are now back on the clock at 23.
Yeah, I have to upload like this bottom left graphic because teams keep trading, and I try to keep up with it.
Melton is a. I like Melton, but on the Sixers with Harden and
yeah, it is kind of weird.
I don't like that really for them. I don't know.
So that probably means that Matisse Thybulle's just off the board.
Or we're just doing that trade straight up. Or maybe it's maybe I don't know, maybe it's part of a bigger trade and Melton's going to that's going to be confusing with Shake Milton and DeAnthony Melton.
Milton and Melton. Now we just need to trade.
You liked in that draft, right? We're in the same draft.
Yeah, and both of them panned out for where they were drafted.
Yeah.
We just need to trade for Naz Reid so we can have Naz and Naz now.
Yeah, I'm just trying to process all this.
I'm trying to like do graphics and process all this.
But yeah, I want to know what the 3 first New York got and how Charlotte only got 1 first from Milwaukee and 4 seconds for a pick 2 picks later. Like that makes no sense.
Yeah.
With Durant still on the board, I mean, it would be one thing if like all the top targets were gone, but I mean, Durant is a pretty coveted prospect by Detroit. I'm surprised they couldn't milk that for a little more.
Yep.
All right, so
Walker, Kessler, Christian Brown. Yeah, Kessler, foot speed wise, he's very questionable to me. Offensively, he's just not anything special. I don't think he's going to be a shooter or anything. Like, he can block shots, but I mean, outside of that, I just don't see where the value is. I think it's a very questionable pick. You're going to, play him next to Karl Anthony Towns in Minnesota? Like, I don't really understand what the plan is there.
Well,
maybe Naz Reid is available. That's a guy I would target with, like, a future second right now with a TPE to potentially be the backup center if you're Portland.
our next pick is 46, for those asking in chat. And then, yeah, I mean, it's been rumored that Minnesota has been targeting a center this summer to move Cat to power forward. I don't really get that, but to me, Kessler chased a lot of blocks and got a lot of them on smaller opponents, or like, it wasn't. I never felt like he was going to be a good shot blocker at the next level, even though he compiled a lot of blocks.
Yeah.
And I just don't think the way he got his blocks usually translates to the NBA, so I'm a little worried about that. Like you said, foot speed, toughness, I don't really like that much. His shooting is a little questionable, even though he did at times show the ability to knock down a three. I just don't think it's going to be consistent enough. But yeah, I would have taken Koloko 100 times out of 100 over him.
Yep. You still got Jovic, Hardy, Ty Washington, Beauchamp on the board. Eric. Memphis trades away D'Anthony Melton, and Tyus Jones is a free agent, so all of a sudden they might have a hole as a third guard. Let's see if they take a guard.
Let's go to the commissioner. The 23rd pick in the 2022 NBA draft. The Philadelphia 76ers select David Roddy from Colorado.
Wow.
Roddy
Here
and
we
LaRavia?
go. Here we go
wait.
with the wildness. Let's go. What's your thoughts?
Okay. Well, once again, Memphis, right? You can't question it. And by the way, Danny Green was part of the trade, so it looks like it was Danny Green and 23 for D'Anthony Melton.
Yeah.
But
Let me
Roddy
just-
and LaRavia seem like the same player to me, right? Like similar, like
yeah.
in terms of NBA projection, like I don't know. I mean, I guess Roddy's a little smaller.
I think LaRavia is more
He
of like
looks
a.
like-
I think LaRavia is more of a 3-and-D guy, where Roddy is more of like he'll attack the rim a little bit more consistently. You know, he's a lot stronger, a little better athlete too. On top of that, so I think that's the differences between them. But yeah, they are somewhat similar. I will say this: Memphis has already had success with turning a guy who looked like a football player into a really good basketball player. So why not try it again?
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be funny if David Roddy comes into training camp looking like Desmond Bain with the
That's the thing.
too big of shoulders.
I don't mind this pick. If you can get David Roddy to lose like 30 pounds, because he's like 6'5", 260, but he has an 8'9" standing reach, could probably play both forward positions. He was a stud at Colorado State, an absolute stud. And he's pretty athletic for his size. If you can get him to lose weight, like he can handle the ball, he can shoot the ball, he can play make. And then if he loses some weight, if he's a little bit quicker, then you could have an intriguing player that can do some things offensively. So people will question it, but like that's the thing. If it was like the Kings taking him here, I would laugh harder. When it's the Grizzlies, it's like, oh, they're probably on to something. Like it's the Grizzlies. They've drafted really well the past few years. So interesting that they take him over Jovic, who's still on the board.
Yeah. To me, I don't know why Philadelphia was so keen on trading this pick. Like, to me, I don't know. Take a risk on a Jovic. I thought Morey was more into high upside. I think Jovic would have been a really good fit with Harden and Embiid.
What's crazy is D'Anthony Melton fetched a better draft pick than Christian Wood did. It's kind of wild to me. But, I mean, like, yeah, if you're Philadelphia, you're trading for D'Anthony Melton to be your third guard. You have Jaden Hardy and Ty Washington on the board. I mean, why not take Ty Washington? Like, it doesn't really make sense to me. You're having some questionable things here happen right now, and I love it. I'm here for it. But the GM inside me is kind of cringing a little bit. All right, chat. I haven't looked at chat in a while. What's up, chat? Sorry, I've been doing graphics and keeping up with stuff. Hope everybody's having a fun time watching this chaos. Portland still has 46 and 57, so we still have some things left to happen. I kind of wish we still had 36, man. Like, because you're talking about not that much to trade up to get somebody intriguing.
Loco?
Yeah,
Or
like
Jovic,
you still got Jovic, Hardy, Washington, Beauchamp on the board, which means that, I mean, there's a 50-50 chance one of those guys falls to the second round.
Chick NBS. If we make a trade, it will not be with Sharp. It looks like it'll be. I mean, there could always be movement in the second round, but yeah, we're not trading Sharp. We're keeping him.
Yep. Shaden Sharp season. There's your alliteration. I think we missed a member message. I don't know. I'm relying on you for that.
I thought I read most of them off.
Blazer fan Ebby?
I read that one.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm just trying to keep up with graphics, guys, so I appreciate everybody who's a member. You can become a member by hitting the join button down below. And thank you to everybody that's donated to help support the stream. A lot of work a lot of hours put into this graphics package. It may not look like a whole lot, but a lot of hours. I'm just reusing this next year. I'm not doing a whole new fresh batch of draft graphics for one stream, which
Milwaukee's
I usually do every
picking.
year. Here we go.
Right now, what the Bucks are doing. 24th pick, 2022 NBA Draft. The Milwaukee Bucks select Marjon Beauchamp.
Okay. Really good defensive player. I think he has some off the dribble upside. Really, really good cutter, which I think can fit in Milwaukee. Shooting is a question mark, which maybe doesn't fit next to a Giannis and whatnot. But value-wise, this was one of the clear-cut top 4 players on the board, in my opinion. So I think this is a solid pick for Milwaukee. I think their downfall last season in the playoffs was they don't have enough shot creation, so if Chris Middleton misses games, like, Giannis can't do it all by himself, and then you got a bunch of, like, Grayson Allens, Wesley Matthews, Pat Connaughton type players. You need a dynamic guard off the bench to create, especially with Drew Holiday probably entering his decline, and he's not the best, most consistent offensive player. So I thought Ty Washington or Jaden Hardy made a ton of sense here, and I don't know. They get good value, but I would have liked Ty Washington or Jaden Hardy better.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And now San Antonio's back up.
Jovic is so obvious, man. They will get an A grade draft if they draft Jovic right now. Honestly, like, Hardy or Washington would still be really good values here, but they just took Branham. Jovic is just...
Branham, Soham, and...
This is the most obvious pick of the draft, other than maybe, like, Ivy. In this range of chaos, this is the most obvious pick in the draft, which means it probably won't happen.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I think much like I was talking about Michael Foster Jr. last night on chat, I think Beauchamp got a little hidden with I mean, he was hurt for part of the year too, but I think with Hardy and Daniels monopolizing the ball so much, I don't think he even had a chance to show off whether he had much playmaking skills. I think that's definitely something he can develop. And I really like him a lot.
He played Yeah, he played at Yakima Valley Community College, which is in Yakima, Washington, which is the same division that my college played in. I went and played a year of college ball. Didn't go so well. Didn't go as well as Marjan Beauchamp playing in that community college.
2.2.
Went. But yeah, so
Funkmaster General, welcome to All-Star level.
what's up, Funk Master? Thanks for becoming a channel member, man. Thanks for the support. Appreciate
And
you.
then Caleb Pendergraph with a $2 donation. Down on the sharp pick after True Hoops gave it a D. Okay. If that, I have to kind of look because I'm sure that I'm not sure because Caleb is known as a troll sometimes.
He's absolutely trolling. That's a really good troll. I'm just going to say he's trolling. That's phenomenal.
I am going to say this right now. If that clown gave this a D, I completely changed my mind. Great pick. Portland picked the right guy. He's going to be a star. That guy can get bent. He's a sore loser.
He's so
Dude,
bitter.
That guy, yeah.
For those of you who don't know, it's Henry Abbott. Henry Abbott. Abbott is his last name. Very fitting. Henry Abbott is the guy who's True Hoops. And he was the guy who said, yeah, Dame is going to request a trade, like he had some sort of inside scoop, and then he and Dame went back and forth. He graded the Grant trade a C, and then graded that pick a D. Like, he's obviously just going to hate on Portland because of that.
For Detroit. He said Detroit got a better grade than...
Yeah, all because of Dame saying, no, I'm not going to ask a trade, you're wrong, and him getting clowned for it. He now hates Portland. Freaking bum, dude.
He basically threatened Dame after Dame was like, man, your source is incorrect. I'm telling you right now, I'm not. That didn't happen. And he's like, you're questioning my journalistic integrity. How dare you? Like, all this stuff.
Somebody DM me that tweet so I can just quote tweet it and retweet that crap. That's hilarious, man.
Man, yeah, that guy. So now he's just hating on Blazers. He was known as like a Blazer fan, you know. And that now he's, yeah.
Shy Guy, member for 5 months, says, "Would you trade Keon for an early second?" Thank you for being a channel member, Shy Guy. I would trade Keon Johnson for Nikola Jovic in a heartbeat, especially with Shaden Sharp. I mean, if you're, I would be on the phone pitching 46 and Keon Johnson until Nikola Jovic is off the board. If you could come out of this draft with Jovic and Sharp.
Well, I mean, no shock here, but I'd also take Koloko. But there's another guy, Jalen Williams from Arkansas, I think would be awesome under Chauncey Billups. I don't know if we should give up a lot for him, but I think he would be a really good big man for Chauncey. All right, Spurs are picking.
With the 25th pick in the 2022 NBA Draft, the San Antonio Spurs select Blake Wesley.
Upside, another shooting guard, Eric.
Branham and Wesley. They got Vassell.
They love shooting guards in San Antonio. They love shooting guards, man. They got Romeo Langford. They got Lonnie Walker. They got, they finally traded one of them, Derek White, at the deadline. I mean, it was rumored that Blake Wesley could go in the lottery. I think value-wise, this is solid at this point. I don't hate this pick value, but... Oh, yeah, they got Primo. They took Primo in the lottery. I like value-wise, this is fine, but why? Like, you have Jovic has more upside than anyone on the board. The dude is 6'10" without shoes, and if you just watch him for 5 minutes, the stuff he does with the ball at his height and the way he moves at his height is special, okay? I'm not sitting here trying to pretend like I know more than an NBA GM, okay? But, I mean, I think it's pretty obvious you need forward depth and you need upside. And you have Nikola Jovic there at 25. You just took a shooting guard. You have 1 million shooting guards. And you take another shooting guard. Now you have 1,000,001 shooting guards.
Yeah, this is a team that they're drafting like they're like really close to contending, right?
Yeah.
Oh, and like Sohan and Wesley and Branham are the final pieces. I mean, all the more power to them if that works out for them. But yeah, I agree with you. I would maybe go for more upside here than what they're going for. Yeah. Sorry, Gary. He says shaking my head, but yeah.
I mean, he's a nice player. He could end up being really good.
Good value,
I mean?
and who knows? I mean, they have 3 firsts. You've got to think that maybe one of them is part of a trade package that we don't know about yet, maybe, but I don't know. And then also the picks that New York got in the OKC trade. 2023 first rounder from Detroit, which I believe is lottery protected. 2023 first from Denver, which was lottery protected, and 2023 first from Washington, which was lottery protected. So probably only one of those. Detroit could be sneakily good next year. Johnny Davis and Washington, you never know. But I think the protections on both the Detroit and Washington pick go down each year to as low as 8 or something in a few years. And then I think the Denver one turns into a second rather quickly.
Yep. All right, so this pick is
off the top of my head. I can look it up.
Chris put Dallas. it's Houston.
Well, it was. Well, it still says
Dallas.
On the. It still says. Technically, the trade isn't official till after the draft.
I like to make it just so it's obvious, so people know like this is Houston's pick. I wish the NBA would do that, but they don't. So that's why you have Dallas on the clock right now. Houston could get Jovic, Eric, or Hardy, or Ty, like Washington. I mean,
Aeromancer, are you saying that Houston is trading this pick or a different pick? He says there's a trade, but he can't spell. But then it Shams deleted the tweet, I guess. I don't know.
Okay, what was I? Okay, I need to message Chris. That's what I need to do. Okay, so Houston at 26 has some decent prospects on the board right now. I would go Jovic, forward with some depth. I meant forward with some upside. Jeez, I'm just like substituting random words in place. The charade is up. Dang it.
Ty Washington.
He's announcing a trade. This pick is Houston's.
With the 26th pick in the 2022 NBA Draft, the Dallas Mavericks select Wendell Moore Jr. from Duke University.
I mean, it's okay.
All right, so good culture guy. By all accounts, so maybe that counteracts what I was saying earlier, because this pick is obviously going to Houston.
Wait, is this pick going to Minnesota now, Chris? Yes, Minnesota is the background for him. I don't really understand.
I don't know.
Did I miss something, Chris?
No, the Knicks did not get Durant, Rip City, Brady. They got future picks and off Kemba Walker's contract, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, he's a guy who can play make. 4 Duke players in the first round, by the way. He can make plays for others. He can shoot the ball. He struggled early in his career at Duke, but last season shot a pretty respectable clip. And he looks like he can be a positive defensive player. So a 3-and-D guy with a little bit of playmaking that can play the shooting guard or small forward position. A little undersized for the 3, but a solid value pick at this point in the first round. But it's more of a pick that I would have liked for a team that's a contender more so than Houston.
Yeah. So Houston via Dallas at 26 will select Wendell Moore, and he will be traded to Minnesota.
Oh, Chris was on it. Good job, Chris. I'm sorry. Good job, Chris. You know better than us.
Houston is getting the 29th pick, which Minnesota got from Memphis a little bit ago. and 2 future seconds in the deal. So
What do you?
two
Okay,
future seconds to move up 3 spots and
Okay.
take Wendell Moore.
I should have just trusted Chris. He wouldn't just randomly do that.
Yeah. Minnesota, yeah, I mean, they need guard depth. Wendell Moore is solid on both sides of the ball. Showed some playmaking ability this year. Decent enough shooter, creator. I don't know if, once again, kind of like what we were saying about Christian Brown, I don't know if any of those skills are elite at the NBA level, but I think he is definitely a solid rotation guy at this point of the draft. If you're looking to kind of firm up your rotation, especially if you trade D'Angelo Russell this offseason, I think that's a good move.
Yep. And Houston will still have one of Washington, Hardy, or Jovic on the board at 29. I'm surprised Jovic has fallen this far, man. I don't know what these teams aren't seeing in him.
So thanks to Aeromancer and also Grape Ape in chat was sharing this information as well. So the protections on the picks that the Knicks got. The Detroit pick is protected 1 through 18 through 2024, then goes down to 1 through 13 in 2025, 1 through 11 in 2026, and then 1 through 9 in 2027. So that should likely convey by then. 2023, Washington is protected 1 through 14 this next year, 1 through 12 the year after, 1 through 10 in 25, and only 1 through 8 in 2026. So those are both pretty good value picks, maybe, that don't maybe not convey for a few years, but should convey at some point. And then Denver is 1 through 14 protected through 2025 and then turns into 2 seconds. But I believe looks like the Knicks gave up the Denver pick to Charlotte for Durant.
Mm-hmm.
So a 2023 lottery protected first for Charlotte for 13 and 4 seconds. And then they're keeping the Milwaukee first, I guess.
Yeah, I'll have to look at it on paper. That's confusing.
Yeah.
So whoever Golden State takes at 28 here is just going to be an all-star in the future.
27?
At 28.
Okay.
They're going to get Jovic and he's going to be a star, or they're going to get like Jaden Hardy and he's going to be a star, or Ty Washington, he's going to be a star. And then we're going to be saying, why did we let that guy fall that far?
Yeah, I mean, Jovic, Koloko, Jalen Williams all would be great picks for them, but Jaden Hardy, Ty Washington, yeah, I mean, there's EJ Liddell. Yeah.
Jaden Hardy looks really upset right now, by the way. Let's see if my pick, Kennedy Chandler, goes here at 27.
Do you think they take him over Ty? Because I'm sure you
no,
had
I would have taken
off.
Ty over. Yeah, I would have
yeah.
locked Ty to them if Ty was here. But pick is in for Miami. Okay, Jalen Rose. Don't care. You've probably watched like 2 seconds of him. And that was when he walked into the arena. Bro, they're taking forever with this pick, Eric. Lots of dead air. I thought they were about to announce it. Bro, I need a new G Fuel. After his pick is announced, I'm gonna be gone for 30 seconds.
Who was the ex-Knicks player on our roster? What do you mean?
Ooh, I'm interested to see that, David. David U says, from Blazers IG story, Sharp just had a video call with Phillips, Cronin, and Jody. Someone says you guys know much of Wendell Jr. selected at 26 for Houston. That Wendell Jr. is going to Minnesota. Houston has the 29th pick now.
Mm. No, usually when it takes too long, it's usually just because of TV or something holding it up.
Yep. Here we go.
Or another trade to announce.
A million second-round picks for a first.
The Philadelphia 76ers are trading to the Memphis Grizzlies the draft rights to David Roddy, the 23rd pick. And with the 27th pick in the 2022 NBA draft, the Miami Heat select Nikola Jovic
Oh.
from Belgrade.
That's sick, man. Him and Bam, jeez, man. The playmaking with their forwards, holy crap.
I know. Yeah, really good value pick there. Finally, he gets off the board. Took long enough. Should not have fallen this far. Me and you had him like 14th, 15th range on our big boards.
Mm-hmm.
He goes 28 or 27th to Miami. I'm just glad he's off the board for Golden State, to be honest.
Well, I mean, Miami is just as good at developing players.
Yeah, but they're in the
so.
East. They're in the
Yeah,
East, not the West. So
yeah. Still a lot of good players on the board.
Miami develops like such middling players. This dude's going to be a stud. Bro, you see what they did with Gabe Vincent and Max Strus and Duncan Robinson? And now they got this guy? Oh, yeah, this guy's going to be a starter at least someday. Clip it. Send it to me in 5 years when the dude's an all-star.
I mean, there's no pressure on him to be good right away, so he can just, like, ease into his role, you know?
Yeah.
Man, I love that Bam and Jovic pairing.
Mm-hmm.
That's very interesting.
Anyway, Golden State's on the clock. By the way, I haven't said in a while, do not spoil picks. Please do not. There's a pin message that says do not spoil picks. I know they get tweeted out early. We like reacting when they're announced. We like being in this together.
Please don't say anything about the pick in chat until Tori plays the actual pick.
Yep.
Tori, you're being asked what your thoughts on Darian Sebron with one of our seconds.
I don't think he has an NBA role. Like, he needs the ball in his hands to be effective, and it just doesn't, I don't know, he doesn't shoot well. Yeah, I'm just not a fan of Sebron. I don't have him in my top 60, honestly.
It's all good, Smog. Thanks for everything you're doing. It's looking like the Pistons are going to take on... are going to take on Kemba using the trade exception that they got yesterday in our trade, half of it, I guess, and then they're going to buy him out at some point.
Yeah, which makes sense. And he'll go sign a minimum with a contender.
Okay. I'll be ecstatic if we take Jabari Walker at 46. So yeah, the official compensation for the Hornets, they got the 2023 Denver first that we talked about. That's lottery protected for 3 more years and then turns into 2 seconds. And then they got 4 other seconds. 2 from the Knicks, 1 from Utah next year, and then 1 is the more favorable of Dallas and Miami next year. So not even really that good of seconds. Unless the Knicks are terrible, which is possible, I guess, and if Utah rebuilds. But that's very bad.
Yeah.
And they didn't even get off any salary. They let the Knicks get off salary. Man. So Shaden Sharp, according to Casey Holdall, already has a jersey number 17. He's for sure staying, guys and gals.
Yep. It is basically official then.
Lakers, so Thomas and Reese are both talking about picks upcoming. Obviously, the Warriors here are going to get a great pick, and also the Raptors at 33 looking like they're going to get a good player, and the Lakers, who traded to 35, looks like they're going to get a good player too.
Yep. Here we go with Golden State's pick.
With the 28th pick in the 2022 NBA Draft, the Golden State Warriors select Patrick Baldwin Jr.
Well, you
Ooh.
want to take that back? I mean, I don't know. He was hurt last year. Weird situation in Milwaukee. Top high school recruit. He can shoot, has some size. But to me, just seems like one of those players that was a top high school recruit because he was just big enough to dominate people with the blend of his skill and size in high school. There's a lot of prospects that will do that, and then when they get to the college level or the NBA level and they don't have that size advantage, just can't function the same way. And I'm kind of worried about that with him. Already dealt with some injury problems and can shoot the ball, I guess, but didn't shoot well in college. Like, there's a lot of downside here, but, I mean, the dude's 6'9", really lanky, and can shoot the ball, can shoot off the dribble. I hated the Jordan Poole pick at 28 a few years ago, and we all know how that turned out, so I don't know. This could end up the same way.
Yeah. I mean, if we saw what they've done with Poole and Wiggins, and they'll probably do the same with Kuminga and Moody from last year, who barely played this year. But yeah, I mean, if there's one place where you think he goes to where he can just learn the game of basketball a little better, maybe learn how to use his body, learn how to play within a team, going from where did he play at Wisconsin, Milwaukee or something, to now being on, probably the best team in the NBA, considering they just won a championship. Yeah, crazy. I kind of like the riskiness of it for them, even though there were much better players on the board. Where did you have him on your rankings?
Like 45-ish?
Yeah, I had him 46.
So similar range.
It's almost like I feel like it's a stash but on your roster type player.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I gotta say, hello, Zachary Tellis. That's my guy.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, Zach. Yeah. My best friend, man.
Nice.
Kayla Pendergraph with the donation says, $2 donation. I hope Baldwin chooses the number 26.5. I think that was his max vert.
Yeah.
I might have even been worse than that. King asked, what other picks do we have? We have 46 and 57.
57.
Hail Blazers, what's up, man? $2 donation. Number 17 at 7, Rip City. Yeah. And then we got a Drono for $2. Yugoslavians love Miami. We always are slept on, shaking my head. So he's saying that Jovic is a good spot. Miami is a good spot.
Thank you for the donos. Appreciate y'all. All right. So you got Houston on the clock at 29. They took... Who'd they take at 22 again? Oh no, they don't have 22. That was I'm forgetting the trades. They took Tari East and they took Jabari Smith. Okay, so they could go guard here, and you have 2 guards on the board. Ty Washington would make more sense, better fit long term next to Jalen Green than Jaden Hardy is. Jaden Hardy's not a point guard, so I think Ty Washington would be a really, really good pick here for Houston. It would be a steal. And then after that, you got OKC, Indiana, Orlando, Toronto, OKC again. OKC's not at 30, never mind. Denver's at 30, Krish. If you're listening.
It's not official yet, yeah, but...
Yeah. I know, we just reflect what it actually is, so...
Bubba says, Eric, you're not hungry. Are you in my mind right now?
Are you hungry? Time to DoorDash something, man.
I'm always hungry, but no. I'm sure my wife is...
Wait, hold on. Before you start talking about food. This is Houston's pick. Yep, good pick, Houston. Finally, a team does something that I says makes a ton of sense. Anyway, thoughts on this pick, and then thoughts on food?
Yeah, I mean, at this point in the draft, getting Ty Washington at 29, you hope he develops into a true point guard. He did have some games where he was really good distributing the ball, some others where he wasn't really. So you hope that it leans more towards the ones where he was. But I think having another big guard that can make plays, I think that's a good pick at 29 for them.
Yep.
I kind of like their team if they just like trade everyone else on the roster except for Şengün and maybe a couple others and just start over with Tari, and Jabari.
Yeah.
We know KJ Martin requested a trade.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen.
Nolan Marshall with a Canadian $5 donation. Thank you so much. Raptors fan here. So excited to watch Shaden do his thing in Rip City as I'm from London, Ontario. Cheers, guys, and thanks for all you do. Well, thanks for watching, Nolan. And, Shaden appears to be staying here. And, it'll be interesting to see how much he fits in right away. Or, I mean, if he wows us and plays, I think it's a good thing if he plays right away because that obviously means he's ready to go. And I don't think we're going to force him minutes on a team that's trying to win. So if he earns minutes because he's good enough to play, that's a huge bonus because I don't know if right now they're necessarily planning on that or not.
Yep. Thank you, Nolan. Appreciate you. Washington is just a good long-term fit next to Jalen Green, I think, just as a guy that can play off the ball but also do some things with it. Has some upside as a creator, has some upside as a defensive player, has decent size, could maybe guard some 2 guards in the league. So I think he could be a good long-term complement next to Jalen Green.
Yeah. And as for food, I'm sure my lovely wife has already made a bomb dinner. And I don't get to eat it for another couple hours. So, yeah. But that's part of the
You can eat it on
sacrifice.
stream. Screw it. Eat it on stream. Right. As long as it's not too sloppy or loud. No. You're going to have, like, noodles hanging out your mouth. What'd she make you?
I think you're not going to like this, but I think she was doing some sort of shrimp dish.
Oh, shrimp? Disgusting. I'm just kidding. I'm sure it's great if you like seafood, but I don't like seafood.
Yeah.
Not for me. All right, OKC's pick is...
No, I'm fine, guys. I wasn't complaining. You don't have to tell me to eat. No, I wasn't planning on eating until afterwards anyway. I will have to change location soon because she usually goes to bed early, but...
Yeah, after the end of this first round, I'm going to get up for a second and Tori, what are you gonna be eating? Hold on. Let's see what I got here.
Clearly, a bot says thanks for the stream. Any suggestions to order food?
This is what I
Since
got. That's what I got.
since this is a sports themed presentation, I think you need to go wings. Wingstop probably, or
I missed the
B-dubs or
pick
something.
because of Funyun rings, and the pick is Peyton Watson at 30.
To Denver.
Yep. Averaged like 3-3 last year for UCLA. Was a top high school recruit. I mean, has some upside. I don't know. He's 6'8", like really long wingspan, has the size to play 3 or 4. Could be a good defensive player. Could be a little bit of a playmaker. I mean, he's just like so far off. He's 2 years away from being 2 years away from being a year away. And will take some time to develop him. But I mean, Denver doesn't shy away from risky, like surprise guys like this. So
Yeah, I mean, if he does develop with that size, you like what you have there. Definitely showed a few moments where it looked like he was maybe going to break out, and then would have followed up with the bad game, so kind of inconsistent there. Yeah, so I don't think this is necessarily a terrible pick, but when you combine him with Christian Brown, it's just a weird draft for Denver, considering who was still on the board at both of those picks. I can't really give them a good draft, considering the value of those picks. I think both of those players probably would have been on the board a little later.
yep, agreed.
Jamie asked, am I a pizza or burger guy? Why do I have to choose? I like them both. Yeah, I don't know. It'd be a tough decision if I had to eliminate.
Why did we start
one of
talking
them.
about food? This is bad. I don't eat on stream. It's not professional.
Yeah.
All right.
Shrimp burgers. Shrimp pizza burgers.
Disgusting. Why would you ruin a pizza burger with shrimp?
Cole, shut up. Hey, Cole, if you want to know the answer to that question, watch towards the end of our very first live stream on the Blazers Uprise channel when we in the second round after we dropped.
What? What are we talking about?
He asked me if I was a hot dog in the buns kind of guy.
Oh my goodness! We see this is what happens when we were alive for like 3 hours straight.
Yeah.
It just goes to.
But no, I made a rookie mistake of first time on a stream eating a hot dog on the air.
Yeah, that was such a rookie mistake.
I was so hungry and we were at someone we know's house for a draft party, but we were doing the stream in another room, and everyone else was like pigging out on food, and yeah.
Yeah, it's very questionable.
P-Town Maid remembers that. Yeah, he's an OG.
Yeah, shout out to you if you remember that, because I don't even remember that.
Halftime right now.
Yep, needed a halftime. It's probably not going to be long enough. Is that what he said? Halftime?
No, Roy asked if it was halftime right now, like what they're waiting for.
Yeah, there's no graphic up or anything, so.
Surprising. We made Aeromancer hungry. Sorry, man. So, still on the board into the second round. Of course, we got Koloko, which is not a surprise, I guess, if you're following mock drafts, but I'm still think that's a travesty. We got Jalen Williams, Jaden Hardy. All those guys probably should have gone in the first round. EJ Liddell, Kennedy Chandler. Those are some of the big names. And then you got some of the high upside guys, like a Dominic Barlow, almost all the international guys. Jovic, Jang, and Dyson Daniels were all pretty much expected to go first round. So all the guys who might have snuck into the first round, like Procida, Kamagate,
Hugo Besson
Souza,
is a
Hugo
guy like.
Besson. So you would think at this point, one of those guys, Jop, Carlo Makovic, Ibu Baji, Kai Soto, get the views there. Just
Oh, do we have 2,000 viewers yet?
Yeah, so like you would think if we're going the international route that multiple players of those guys I just mentioned will still be on the board at 46. So if that's the route they're going to take, I would not be surprised to take the best on Mike Schmidt's board that's left at that point.
Yep. Absolutely.
Yeah, Christian Brown's probably the biggest shock so far, other than maybe Banchero going 1 over Jabari, just because it seemed like a lock. But yeah.
Man, why couldn't it have been Chet number 1? God. We're gonna have to play Chet 4 times a year, and he's gonna destroy us.
Nurk's got this.
How long is this halftime, supposedly?
I don't know. I don't remember them ever taking this much of a break in between.
Yeah. Which I'm fine with. I'm cool with it as a streamer. Too bad we don't have like a third secondary host that I could just sub in for me right now.
Or Fairlight.
That needs to be play-by-play in the future, man. And third, just a sub in off the bench. Screw it. I think I'm a... Should I order DoorDash? Chat? Should I order DoorDash? Yes or no? Chat poll time.
XC Depth says, would you trade both our second rounders to move up for Coloca right now? Heck yes. Absolutely. I would do that for sure. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like mid seconds are very valuable this year, so I don't know how far you can move up with the second to last pick to the draft and 46. I'm guessing it could only move up a few spots, so maybe if Coloco falls to like 40-ish, they have a chance, but yeah. Some people are haters, don't want you to eat.
Wow, man, I was just seeing if I truly had the support of my community and they wanted to make sure I didn't starve to death, and 20% of them want me to starve to death.
Go pick up your own order.
Wow, you guys just want me to leave the stream? Wow, alright, yeah. Honestly, I don't even know what I'd get, though.
Kenji said no because DoorDash is expensive. Oh, man. I wouldn't be saying that to Tori.
It is expensive.
I know.
It's very expensive. I'm going to get some Burgerville, man.
Dro can step in.
Oh, God, yeah.
Dro can tell stories about
how the Rockets messed up because Ty Washington's actually 30 instead of 20.
All right, here we go. We got Tatum up there. Pacers, are you not doing it?
Oh, is he announcing the pick?
Yeah.
I'm on commercial.
What?
Who'd they pick?
Andrew Nemhard?
That's not that wild. Why?
For the Pacers?
I mean, the Pacers doesn't make much sense. It could be
We
traded.
talked about, I know, we talked about all those guards.
I think they need to trade Brogdon, right? And then you got Halliburton, Nemhard, and good for my guy Nemhard, man. Love to see it.
But
But
we just talked about how they have Duarte, Heald, Brogdon, Halliburton.
two of those guys should be traded.
Mathurin. No, I know, but even if you trade two of them, you still have.
Mathurin's
I feel like
Mathurin plus Duarte is like half a small forward and 1.5 shooting guards. So
okay. I moved Nemhard back up a little bit last night too, and draftable range. I watched another Gonzaga game against.
He's a really good pick and roll player, which translates to the league. Like, nothing he does is going to wow you, but he's smart and runs the pick and roll really, really well.
If you're watching ABC K2, that's over. They were only showing the first round.
Oh, so screw K2, man.
I mean, that's pretty much to be expected. Yes, Randall. At 36, it'll still show Blazers, but the pick is going to the Detroit Pistons, and we get 46 instead.
Yep. Paul looks like he has a bunch of Lombardi trophies on his suit. Pelicans are on the clock? Question mark? What? In the background on the screen, it had the Pelicans logo. Did anybody else notice that?
Yeah, I see that. Even though, maybe what pick do they have? Are they coming up?
41 and 52. Was this pick traded?
Well, I was gonna say maybe it's like backed up. You know how that happens in the NFL sometimes. Maybe they just haven't announced the picks yet, but. And that's quite a bit of ways off for it to be backed up.
Yeah, like we're talking about 10 picks off.
So maybe they traded up?
Maybe.
Oh.
I need to make sure to update the bottom slideshow. Did I already do that? Oh, I already did that. Okay, cool. Bro, all I can think about is food now. I don't even want to do my job as a streamer. What should I order off DoorDash? Chat? Let me know in chat.
There's another selection.
There it is. Caleb Houston. They're showing highlights. They're not showing them announce the picks anymore.
No. I'm watching it.
Well, I'm thinking about food, man. It is all your fault. Caleb Houston. Okay, so
ESPN is showing all the picks still.
Yeah, I'm on ESPN. I don't know what happened.
Okay.
I was just lost in my own head. So Caleb Houston, Eric. It was rumored that he had a promise, and that's why he stayed in the draft. And it's 32 to Orlando. What are your thoughts?
I kind of like if he pans out as the shooter he's supposed to be. I feel like that team does need some shooting.
Mm-hmm.
So hopefully he shoots better. I don't remember what he finished at in Michigan. I think he finished okay, but he was supposed to be like a lights out 3-point shooter. So if he can become like a 40% 3-point shooter, I kind of like his fit next to Banchero, and some of their guards that are more like penetrators versus shooters.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, not too bad there. I mean, I don't know if I would have taken him this high in the second round, especially with some of the players still on the board, but yeah, I mean, I don't think this is like a huge reach or anything.
Yep. Solid value. Another highly recruited guy coming out of high school, highly ranked guy.
And now Toronto is on the clock. They could get Koloko here.
They could get Jaden Hardy is still on the board, man.
Yeah.
If Jaden Hardy was on the board at 46, how would you feel about Jaden Hardy? Like, it makes no sense, but it's just value-wise, it's so good. Like, do that and trade Keon.
Yeah. You would think someone would trade up before that happened, but...
Yeah, I don't think he's there at 46. I was just wondering what you'd say. Yeah, Koloko makes a ton of sense for Toronto.
So let's say they take a center here, and they move on from Boucher, who's a free agent. Is that someone you would consider signing?
Yeah. Depends on how much.
Yeah. It's like mid-level is too much for you.
Oh, I need to order Taco Bell when our pick's up. Anyway, yeah, mid-level's a little too much for me. How much would you pay him? Like 5 mil or so is fine. Biannual exception would be fine. That kind of that range. Outside of that, not super fond of it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I haven't. It's hard to even think about free agency right now. Like it's
Yeah.
my mind. I've not entered that mindset yet.
Well, you only have a week.
Well, I'll have. Exactly. I have a whole week. Boucher was nice at Oregon, yeah. Respect to Boucher, man. I mean, had it down year last year. It was better the year before, so it depends on what version you get. When does free agency start? July 1st, Roy. Portland's pick is coming up in about 13 picks.
It's the 30th. It's next Thursday.
It starts the 30th now?
Yeah, I remember they changed that rule a year or two ago. Because of all the people signing early, they've just made it the day before.
I thought they made it that day and just pushed it back. I guess the 30th. Oh, what's this pick? Hold on.
You can contact on the 30th. So
Christian Coloco, 33 to Toronto. Your guy is gone. Great pick for Toronto. That's what I had in my last mock draft. He's a center, could play for them right away. They need some center help. Really good value there. Why do you like Coloco so much, Eric? What's
the guy is like perfect for a center. I mean, you got me thinking last night about, because you said you needed to do more studying on Jabari Walker, right?
Yep.
And so I just happened to still have a game on my DVR from the Pac-12 championship game, Jabari Walker and Colorado versus Arizona. And
Jabari Walker
so
was solid that game, yeah.
Jabari Walker hits like 5 threes in the first half. What does Arizona do? On like a 6-7 forward, they put Coloco on him and slow him down that way, ended up winning the game, right?
Yeah.
And so like I feel like he's got the foot speed and quickness to guard wings, maybe not point guards like Bam, but I feel like you can feel comfortable with him matching up there. This is a guy who has greatly improved his free throw shooting. By all accounts, it looks like in workouts, like at the combine and in other workouts, that he's showing the ability to maybe hit threes at a consistent rate. So his shot looks good. When he pulls up from mid-range, I feel like it looks good. And then rebounding, block shots, defense, all the inside around the rim, stuff like that, I feel like he's just a monster. And this is one of those prospects that I am just perplexed as to how people just do not see him being better than at this point in the draft. Minnesota taking Kessler Walker,
Kessler.
or Walker Kessler. I always do that, but
Leonard Myers.
Yeah. So it just. I've said this. I mean, this isn't a surprise to anyone who watches us, but like this is just like the steal of the draft. I think this will go down to like, how the heck did Toronto of all teams, who already has like an elite defensive front line, get this guy who's absolutely perfect for their team?
Jalen Williams from the University of Arkansas.
They got both of them.
They took both Jalen Williams. That's going to be confusing. Jeez.
I shouldn't have started eating these Funyun rings before that, because I just want to laugh. They got Jalen Williams and they got Jalen Williams. Good job, OKC. That's not going to be confusing at all. Wow. So, yeah, Christian Coloco, I think, is the steal. Jalen Williams here at 34, a solid pick. I mean, they got Ousmane Dieng, Jalen Williams from Santa Clara, Chet Holmgren, and now Jalen Williams from Arkansas.
Yeah.
who beat Chet Holmgren in March Madness, sadly.
I'm not 100% sure if they're going to keep this pick or not, but much like their their apparent interest in Sohan, I feel like Jalen Williams is just so much better suited to go to a more of a ready to win now team. That's why I thought he would have been perfect for us or any other number of teams late in the 20s there. But I mean, I think value-wise at this point of the draft, he's a good pick.
Yeah.
Him and Chet together is intriguing too, both defensively and both of their abilities to pass and handle the ball a little bit. So you can do some things there.
Oh God, the Lakers are definitely drafting Jaden Hardy here.
I have a feeling they might take Jabari Walker or EJ Liddell.
I feel like Jabari Walker is just gonna slip. I feel like Liddell could definitely be the pick. I feel like Jabari Walker is gonna be there at 46.
I feel like they made this trade with a specific player in mind, and I don't think they were expecting Hardy and Liddell to be on the board, or Kennedy Chandler is another player that they could take. Improve their defense a little bit. So yeah, I think they had a player in mind, but I don't know if who's on the board still will affect that or not.
Yeah.
Jaden Hardy, by far their best player available on your board.
Yes, I had him like 17 because he just has a lot of upside as a scorer. I mean, you don't find that upside at this point at this part of the draft usually. So.
Yeah, I'm 22. I still have Baji higher, but that's in terms of realistic, he's probably
That's funny. What's funny is we would be picking one pick from now if the German Grant trade didn't happen, which means we would probably have like EJ Liddell on the board. Would have been honestly like really solid as a guy that could maybe be the backup power forward right away that can play some defense, knock down threes. Like I know you're not super hot on him, but in the second round to get a guy that can help you right away.
At this point in the draft, absolutely. Yeah.
So. But Portland will be up 11 picks from now. We're starting to get close, and we still got some intriguing players on the board. Orlando Robinson's on the board. Ismail Kamagate's on the board. Musa Diabate's on the board. Jabari Walker's on the board. I need to put like two of the top 10 remainings in the slideshow so it stays up for longer because I want to look at it.
Troy, we get asked the deep questions on this channel. Randall Pink Floyd asks, who spells it better, Jalen or Jalen?
I mean, I like the uniqueness of Jaylin.
Me too.
But he's going to have to go by Jay Williams from now on.
Yeah. One of them has to change their name.
Their teammates are just going to call him Santa Clara and Arkansas.
Why should I have to change my name? He's the one that sucks. I don't know if anyone got that reference, but yeah. Props to you if anyone got that reference.
I'm completely lost.
No, you wouldn't.
Chad, did you get that reference? Yes or no?
I doubt anyone's going to get it. Our crowd's too young. Oh, Connor said he did.
Here are the Lakers pick.
Connor, what was it from then?
Okay. Was looked at as a really good shooter coming out of high school and then did not shoot well at all at Michigan State. 31% or so from three. Could be a 3-and-D guy that could do maybe a little bit off the dribble. He just doesn't get to the rim and doesn't finish well around the rim. Don't expect him to be a guy that's going to like break down defenses or anything of that sort. But potentially a 3-and-D guy that can attack some closeouts a little bit. Honestly, you know who he kind of reminds me of coming out of college a little bit? Alan Crabb. That's my comparison for him.
Oh, really?
They're not necessarily the same, but like in terms of what they're good at and where they struggle, he's a lot like Alan Crabb to me.
I don't know. I thought Crab was a much better scorer. Christie was very disappointing in that regard.
Alan Crabb was a 4-year player, though.
Yeah.
So, like, in terms of, like, who I see them being
Mm.
in the NBA, like, this could
Yeah.
be, like, an Alan Crabb type player. You know, Alan Crabb got hurt and then fell out of the league because of it. But just a guy that can shoot, but maybe isn't consistent. Didn't shoot well in college. Defensively might be okay. I mean, like, he's kind of a question mark defensively, and then is not going to create much for you. So, honestly, I'm surprised they went with him over Jaden Hardy. Like, I don't know what teams are doing. Oh, here's our pick. That's not actually our pick, Eric. We could have drafted Jaden Hardy.
Yeah, I see Max Christie as kind of like him and Kendall Brown are very similar to me. Should be solid defensively. Very, very questionable shot. Hopefully those guys both improve their shot. But yeah, I mean, he just, once again, you're picking like a solid role player that I don't think will ever be much more than maybe best case scenario, he's like your worst starting small forward or something. But yeah, I don't mind the pick. I think it's a decent value. Just kind of weird to trade up that high to get him.
Yeah, absolutely.
They're showing our Jeremy Grant trade on the screen.
Yep. Yes, sir. Let's go.
I wonder what Kendrick thinks of it. Oh, Kendrick likes it.
Is that a good thing? Oh, here's the pick already. Jeez.
Yeah, I think they're a little backed up.
Okay, that's who Detroit's going with. A solid value pick, athletic, kind of bouncy wing that can do a little bit off the dribble. Could have some sneaky upside. I like it better than the Max Christie pick.
Who was the international guy they took? Not Dumboya, but
Diavitas Servidis?
Yeah, don't they still have him?
I don't know. I love his name though. I want to say it again.
Oh, like he seems very similar to him.
Diavitas Servidis.
The Kings are trading pick 37 to the Mavericks.
Okay.
For 2 future seconds. This is the Gary Trent Jr. special. Pick 37 for 2 seconds.
The Kings doing it again.
The Kings are doing it again and giving up the chance to get... I mean, you got to think that Dallas has someone in mind here, right? And it would probably be the best player on the board.
Yeah,
Makes
Kenny
a lot of sense
Chandler
for them.
could make a little bit of sense for them, I guess. EJ Liddell also. I bet you it's Jane Hardy or EJ Liddell. Jane Hardy or EJ Liddell is my final answer.
All right.
Portland's coming up again.
If they do pick a guard,
Mm.
do you think that says anything about their ability to maybe be scared if Brunson leaves or not? Or do you think they're pretty much...
I don't think you draft for like a guy that you expect to get minutes or like a insurance plan this late into the draft. I think you just kind of draft for value. Like, you could look at Jaden Hardy as that maybe, but like even if they keep Brunson, Jaden Hardy makes sense. So I don't think that necessarily factors in here. Hardy's trash Dennis Smith Jr. all over. Well, Dennis Smith Jr. was taken at 8th, and we're at pick 37. So
yeah, second round. I think people are fine with if Dennis Smith or if Jaden Hardy or whoever this pick is as good as Dennis Smith Jr. in his rookie year. I think you're saying this was like one of the better second round picks recently, because Dennis Smith Jr. was actually pretty good his rookie year. Who is? Are you muted, Tori?
Oh, I guess I was. Here we go.
The Kings pick?
Yeah, Mavericks pick.
Or Mavericks pick?
Yeah, Mavericks get Jaden Hardy. He doesn't look too happy to have fallen, but
Adam Silver's like, finally, I don't have to
was that
keep
the last
wondering.
green room guy?
I don't know, maybe.
I mean,
Man,
terrific value here. You trade
For
26
sure.
for Christian Wood, and then you trade back in with 37 and get Jaden Hardy at 37. I mean,
that's nice.
I don't know how he fell so far, man. Like,
Yeah.
you got Max Christie going above him. Like, give me the dude that is shifty with his dribble, can handle the ball, is creative, is strong, like, somewhat athletic, and can score. Like, and mold him. Like, I don't... Yeah, this guy might not amount to anything, but the upside is tremendous at this point in the draft. Like, this dude could be a... like, I wouldn't rule out this guy becoming a 20-point per game scorer. He was rejected as a borderline top 5 pick before the season, and it's not even like he was that bad in the G League. I just don't understand how his stock took such a hit.
Yeah, I think, well, one, I believe we're talking about him a lot different if he would have went to college instead of the G League, and I wonder if that's going to influence future players to do that, because I feel like so many prospects this year got like extra recognition from how awesome the college basketball season was and how competitive the tournament was this year. And so I feel like being in the G League is now, especially with NIL deals where you can make, because before, playing for the G League might have meant, getting a fat paycheck that you wouldn't have necessarily gotten, at least on the board in college. I mean, maybe you get more money under the table, but I feel like with the NIL deals, that I don't see why you would do the G League Ignite thing if you're a top prospect. So
Yeah.
Because you kind of, no one watches your games unless you're like a scout or something, and unless the G League becomes an actual minor league thing, I think that hurt his stock. And then also measuring, I think he measured it like 6'2"
Yeah, here's
something.
San Antonio, sorry. They're going rapid fire. Okay, Kennedy Chandler. They took Blake Wesley, Malachi Branham, Jeremy Sohan, and now Kennedy Chandler.
That was pick 38, right?
Yeah.
It's going to Memphis.
Oh, okay.
So Memphis is getting some value back there that you said they missed out on with taking LaRavia and Roddy.
I thought the value.
Well,
for LaRavia was fine.
Yeah, I just meant like they're with all those point guards on the board.
Yeah.
And them trading Melton and stuff, and Tyus Jones being a free agent. But yeah, great pick at 38 for Memphis then. But just to finish my thoughts about Hardy, I think when he measured at 6'2" something, I just think it was tough because I don't know if he could be a full-time point guard. So it's kind of like what we talked about with the Jalen Hardy, Kevin Porter Jr. situation in Houston. Whereas I think he's kind of a tweener where I don't know if he's big enough to play shooting guard full-time, but he's not quite got the skill set. So I think that's maybe why he slipped a little bit, because those guys are a lot easier to find than an actual point guard or an actual shooting guard that has the size. So, but I think it's it's a good selection there in the second round, obviously getting for Dallas to move up, and I do think that's very similar to us getting Gary Trent and should have a similar projection.
Yep, and a solid pick at 38 for Memphis. Kennedy Chandler is a talented offensive player, undersized, but
defense player.
Yeah, defensive question marks, but he was better than people thought he would be at Tennessee. I don't know. He's competitive. He just doesn't have the tools.
He's more of a defensive player than an offensive player.
Kennedy Chandler?
Yeah.
That's not. I mean, like,
Am I?
a lot of people knock him for his defense.
I thought it was mostly his shooting and stuff.
No, he's like
he's a good
okay
passer.
shooter. Yeah, he can pass. He's an okay shooter. I mean, the knock is just that he's like his physical tools don't suggest he'll be a good defender at the next level, and people didn't think he'd be a good defender in college because of that. Because he's like 6 foot, short arms, that sort of thing. So that's kind of the question mark with him. But like he's competitive and quick laterally, so I think he can be solid defensively. Offensively, like his shot's a little inconsistent, but he shot better last year than people thought he would. It seemed like. What did he shoot from?
Like
3?
I don't know what he shot. I thought he was not a good 3-point shooter and was a good distributor, and he's known for his defense. I don't know what I think you're confusing him with someone else.
Kennedy Chandler shot 38% from 3 on 4 attempts a game last season.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, he can pass too. Over 2 steals a game. So.
Yeah, his size makes it tough because he's only like 6 feet tall. But yeah, I have to go do a change of scenery for just a second because my wife wants to go to bed. So give me just a minute.
Cool. All right, so the pick here for Cleveland should be Alondas Williams. I think that would be the best pick for them to make. Best player on my big board, I think. And they had some success with Ricky Rubio as a big guard that can defend and pass really well. Alondas Williams, I think, is the best passer. Maybe the best passer in the draft. The best passer left on the board for sure. Really underrated player out of Wake Forest. Yeah, he is. The highest player on my big board actually is Ryan Rollins. No, Hugo Besson, I had at 26. He's on the board. I keep seeing guys that are still on the board. EJ Liddell, I had at 25. He's the best player left. Hugo Besson, 26. Ryan Rollins, 29. Moussa Diabate, 31. Orlando Robinson, 33. Alondas Williams, 34. You still got Bryce McGowan's at 35. Dominic Barlow at 36. As some guys left on the board. Khalifa Diop is the pick for the Cleveland Cavaliers at 39. They go draft and stash. They did trade for another second-round pick, so draft and stash does make some sense for them. I would have taken Alondas Williams. I think that would have been a really good pickup for them. Now, 40, you got Minnesota on the clock. Let me update the graphic and... hopefully I have a graphic for him. I might not. Oh, I don't currently have a graphic for him. That kind of sucks. Whoops. First guy I didn't have a graphic for, like a bottom graphic for. So, give me a second, chat. Eric left at the wrong time. Anyway, hopefully you guys enjoy the graphics. Krish been doing a good job helping me out. Appreciate it, Krish. Yeah, we'll just do that. That's what we're going to do. All right. So Blazers coming up at pick 46. They are now on the left bar, which means they're coming close. Still got some intriguing players left on the board. You got Minnesota here at 40. Let me make a bottom left graphic for them. That will probably be on screen for like 30 seconds max. Still going to make it. Minnesota ended up trading down from 19 to 22 and 29 from Memphis, and then they traded up from 29 to 26. They took Walker Kessler, Wendell Moore Jr. Here's their pick.
We have a trade to announce. The Denver Nuggets trade JaMychal Green and a future conditional first-round pick to the Oklahoma City Thunder for the draft rights to Peyton Watson, the 30th pick 2022 NBA Draft, the Minnesota Timberwolves select Bryce McGowan.
Bryce McGowan's. They swing for some upside. He's being traded where? I turned it off before I heard where he was getting traded to, chat. Where is he getting traded to? I'll just listen to it back. Charlotte. Okay, Charlotte. Thank you, Connor. Appreciate it. So Bryce McGowan's to Charlotte. A high upside swing. Charlotte gave up Durant for the Milwaukee first, I think, in a weird 3-team trade. I don't even fully understand it yet. And then they took Mark Williams at 15. They take Bryce McGowan's here at 40. I mean, he's very talented as a scorer, yet inefficient, but he has some really impressive moments. Has high upside because you can see him potentially being a go-to scorer in the league. He gets to the line a lot, attacks the rim well, creative with the dribble, shifty with his dribble. He just has some really bad defensive film, really bad defensive moments, and Charlotte's a bad defensive team. They need to get better defensively. He doesn't really help with that, and then is a bit of a black hole, and shot 27% from 3 last year. Just took some really bad shots for a Nebraska team that wasn't that good. So, I mean, but upside as a scorer here at 40 makes a lot of sense for Charlotte to gamble on. Anyway, I need to make this graphic, and I got a lot of stuff to do graphically, unfortunately. Because I gotta, roll it over to the next, yeah, sorry, there's gonna be dead air, whatever. New Orleans on the clock at 41. They took Dyson Daniels at 8. And here's their pick.
With the 41st pick in the 2022 NBA Draft, the New Orleans Pelicans select E.J. Liddell.
E.J. Liddell for New Orleans. I actually really like that for New Orleans. Was kind of hoping he'd fall to Portland at 46. Kind of bummed out about that, actually. He flies around defensively, blocks shots, undersized for the 4 spot, but really strong, defends decently on the perimeter, can pass the ball a little bit, can shoot the ball a little bit, developed his shot at Ohio State. So really good value pick at 41 for New Orleans. Really good defensive pick for them. They're having a very solid draft. Dyson Daniels at 8 and E.J. Liddell at 41. They continue to make some shrewd moves. They've been very, very solid as of late. So did Charlotte trade 45 up to 40 to get McGowan's? Let me know, chat. They trade 2 future firsts, you'd be seconds. Alright, sorry guys, I'm trying to get caught up with graphics here. I'm behind on this. And I'm trying to focus on, I don't know, spread thin right now. 49 is Cleveland, 50 is Minnesota. I can't even look at who's on the board still. Let me know who you want Portland to get at 46. Let me know who you are hoping to falls to Portland at 46. I'm curious to see who you guys want here. Jabari Walker's still on the board. That's somebody that Eric really likes. So is Ibu Baji, who's somebody who Eric loves. Has like 20 on his big board. I don't have him anywhere near as high. Still got Ismail Kamagate on the board. Hugo Besson. He's a guard, but he's the highest ranked player on my big board, 26th. All right, Knicks here at 42. Looks like Mark Tatum is coming to the podium.
With the 42nd pick in the 2022 NBA Draft, the New York Knicks select Trevor Keels from Duke.
Trevor Keels from Duke for New York. I'm okay with this. I'm not much of a Trevor Keels fan. A little bit undersized for the shooting guard position. Didn't shoot the 3-ball too well at Duke last year. Shot a shade under 32%. Doesn't provide much ball handling or playmaking. You know, not terrible, but just screams like a mediocre role player to me over the course of his career. Defensively, I think he got a little bit overrated. So I'm okay with him going off the board here. All right, we had EJ Liddell, then we had Trevor Keels. Of course, they compare him to Desmond Bane simply because they have the same body type, I guess. Don't really get that comparison, but oh well. Alright, cool. I can add this to the bottom. Alright, chat, pick coming up soon. Oh no, that's not what I wanted to do. I just put Trevor Keels into the slideshow by himself. What in the world? Clippers now on the clock. Their only pick of this draft.
Alright, I'm back.
You left at the worst time because I have to roll over the graphics every 10 picks. It's all good.
Well, I didn't really have a choice. I had to
I know. That's what
move my location.
just the timing kind of sucked. All right. So, I mean, we're 4 picks away, Eric, and there's still some solid players left on the board, I think.
Mm-hmm. All right. Help me get caught up. Who went 38?
It's on the stream. Top left.
Well, yeah. All right, Kennedy Chandler, Jacques. Where is Kennedy Chandler?
Moussa Diabate goes 43 to the Clippers.
Dang, great pick.
Didn't we pick Ellaby at 46? Oh,
Something like that, yeah.
Screwed.
I did not have time for a snack. No, I was just trying to set up as quickly as possible on a new
They're
location.
flying through the second round, man.
Bryce McGowan, yeah, it usually goes fast.
Yeah, not this fast,
Bryce
though.
McGowan's.
Atlanta's
Where did
pick is
McGowan's
already
end up?
in. Charlotte.
They traded for that.
Yeah.
And then EJ Liddell to New Orleans. Finally, he goes off the board. Atlanta is trading 44 to Golden State for just cash.
For cash?
Yep. So
Why does Golden State always get to buy all the good picks?
37 goes for 2 future seconds, and 7 picks later is just straight cash, homie.
Wow.
Dang, man. Yeah, dude. if all it takes is cash, I'm buying at least 2 second-rounders right now and just taking all the international guys and hoping one pans out, right?
Yeah.
Like, why not do that strategy?
Yeah, exactly. Ryan Rollins, too? Oh, God, that's such a good pick. Oh, God, they bought Ryan Rollins? Oh, really good scorer. Could be a really good scorer in the league. Smooth, can handle the ball, decent size, combo guard, mid-major. Wow, yeah, that's a really good pick for Golden State. What do you think about Ryan Rollins? Please carry the air a little bit so I can catch up on graphics.
So he's a guy who shot up my board this morning while I researched him a little more. And I think he's going to be a great pick for Golden State, obviously. But guy who, it's kind of weird because he can score at all 3 levels with the ball in his hands, but he's not quite as good like catch and shoot. And you think most people would be the opposite of that. Mm-hmm. But so if he can actually, lock that in, which I'm sure the Warriors are probably good at helping develop that. Yeah, he could be. He kind of does remind me of Jordan Poole a little bit, actually. Yeah. So yeah, good value for them here.
Great value for them buying the pick.
Especially just for cash. This reminds me of the Jordan Bell, that 2017 draft when like picks are going for like insane value, and then all of a sudden here's 37th pick or whatever it was, 38th pick for cash. It's like, are you kidding me?
Yeah. All right, so Portland's almost up. This is Charlotte that's up right now. I don't know why I had the Lakers in the bottom graphic, but
is it maybe did Charlotte use this pick to move up?
Chad said no. It was 2 future seconds. So
okay.
Yep. All right, and then I'll update the bottom left for Portland because I can't even keep up with that right now. All the picks get traded, so I didn't make the second round for the bottom left graphics, and I can't keep up. But I'm making for your Portland Trail Blazers. All right, here's
all right, Hornets are picking.
Hornets.
With the 45th pick in the 2022 NBA Draft, the Charlotte Hornets select Josh Minot from the University.
I had that in my mock draft. I like that pick for them. High upside pick, athletic guy, can run the floor really, really well. Just offensively very, very raw and needs some time to develop. All right, Eric. I'm not even going to talk too much more about that. Portland's on the clock here at 46. Who do you want?
Well, real quick, I think that's a perfect situation for Minot, up-tempo offense, which I think he will thrive in. But as for the Blazers, I mean, my top 2 guys right now on my board, I would love either one. One of them is Jabari Walker, who would fill a major need for us as a forward, very good rebounder, can maybe make up for Jeremy Grant's lack of rebounding. And also, I feel like his shooting is going to be better at the next level because he didn't have much spacing in Colorado. And then Ibu Baji is still on the board. If you're going to draft an international prospect, I'd also be fine with any number of Yannick Noza, Hugo Besson, Ishmael Kamagate. So, yeah, we got plenty of options here right now.
They're going to commercial. Screw them.
Oh, nope. It's as long as they show a Taco Bell commercial in the next 30 seconds, we're good. Johnny Davis Taco Bell commercial, where are you? I could also see them going for a Dominic Barlow and just taking
I would like that.
The Barlow and Sharp, like, you can't get much higher upside at this point.
All right, guys, I will announce the pick when it's up. They did this with Ellaby too. It didn't work out for us.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah. Oh. It said pick is in, and then it showed the Pistons, and then it had Gabriel Procida. I was like, wait a minute, he was already drafted. What the heck?
Your dog is popping off.
That is not my dog. My dog doesn't bark.
Sounds like that dog is excited for the Blazers' pick.
Mm-hmm. Just hoping that whoever he pick has some dog in him.
Man, why they have to go to commercial for our pick? Screw ESPN. I hate
ESPN. Okay. All right. This is better. The Warriors sent 51 and $2 million, so they did give up a second.
Okay.
It was initially wrong with just cash.
Why do I feel like we're going to take Darion Sebron?
Ben Darley, nice of you to show up. No. Joe, it's not my dog. I can't do anything about it. Jeez.
Well, it's nice. Oh, it's a Domino's commercial. Maybe that's the next Taco Bell.
Stranger Things going on here. Let's go.
I would go Dominic Barlow right here.
Yeah, I wouldn't have a problem with that. We still have our 57th pick. It looks like some of these international guys will still be on the board too. So, Jay Billis, number 1 player on the board, is Kendall Brown. I would not be happy with that.
46. That's fine at 46. Like that seems like a Chauncey type player. Like rookie Justice Winslow. There you go.
All right. Denver Post reporter is saying we're picking for them.
At 46?
Yeah.
Why? Oh my god. So we're trading.
I don't like Kendall Brown at all. I don't think he's going to be good in the NBA. That's why. But
so this isn't our pick.
I mean, I haven't seen
Is the reporter reputable?
So, well, everyone in chat saying Woj confirmed it, but I have not gotten that tweet from. Just give me the tweet, even if it spoils who they pick.
Bro, screw off, man. I hate. Oh god, that's annoying. Seriously, you better gotten.
Oh man, Ethan Pettit, do not spoil picks. Uznay, you guys know better. I liked how Tatum said that.
Alright, well, no
Dang,
Kamagate
man. I want
for
Kamagate.
us.
Why can't we have Kamagate?
Would be... Yeah, I mean, dude.
Another great pick for Denver. Jeez, man.
Annoyed. Well, we still have 57. There's still numerous...
Did Denver have any other picks? Like, what are we getting? Oh, so it wasn't a pick in this
Cash, Jody's padding her pockets.
Better not be that.
Jody needs more dough.
Well, there goes Kamagate.
There's going to be somebody interesting available at 57.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it just sucks. I told you I had a gut feeling Jabari Walker is going to be there at 46.
Yeah.
Could still be there at 57. All right, chat. What a buzzkill. We got 150 people in here. Leave a like. Help us out. Subscribe if you haven't already. All that good stuff. We'll have a free agency stream, so if you're not a Blazers fan, you should still subscribe to the channel.
What? Nuggets sending us a 2024 second. I mean, I'd rather have a draft and stash right now.
Yeah.
It doesn't give us any more money for free agency, and we cannot sign DeAndre Ayton now unless we let Ant, Nurk, Hart, Ingles, and trade Sharp. That would get us just enough to sign DeAndre Ayton to a max now that we've gotten Jeremy Grant. So no, that's not happening.
I hate that trade, bro. You got some solid players available on the board right now. That Denver pick could be lower. Like, why? I do not like that trade at all.
Maybe they can use that pick to go right back in and get someone that they knew was going to be available a few picks later or something. I don't know.
I mean, but you're sitting at 57. Like, why wouldn't you just take that player at 46? Like, I just don't get it.
Mm-hmm.
47, Memphis selects
Vince Williams Jr.
Ah, dang it, that's a guy I like. I like Vince Williams Jr., man. Would have been nice in a Blazer uniform. Good 3-and-D guy with a little bit of playmaking. Lots of high floor players in this point of the draft.
Mm-hmm.
But Dominic Barlow. We should have taken Dominic Barlow.
Low floor, but huge ceiling.
Yeah, like, shoot, the Domino's commercial was playing. Domino's was supposed to be the next Taco Bell. I'm still hungry.
Minnesota's trading 48 to Indiana.
That's not Portland. That sucks.
They're going to take another guard.
What's the best? Hugo Besson. Hugo Besson's still on the board, which is crazy to me. Alondas Williams is still on the board. Cleveland at 49 would be perfect for Alondas Williams. I need to try and keep up with the bottom left, I guess, but it's hard. These picks are so freaking fast.
Ben Darling had Kamagate 13 on his board. That's the international guy you had way overrated this year.
Is something.
Clearbot ordered the Rambler on Mississippi takes for the Wings. IDEQ Eric.
Is he
What?
struggling to English right now?
I think so.
All right, there you go. You got Indiana at 48. Good job, Krish, keeping up with these picks, by the way.
Thanks for the Wings idea. You're welcome. Oh, another bot's back. Nice. Let's see who's first. Got it. Got it.
All right, I need to try to fix that. Oh, I didn't do another. Oh, that's why that was glitched out. Dang. Okay.
Uznain, the salary matching would be if it's under like 8 or 9 million or 7 million or something, it's 125%. If it's between the 7 million or whatever and just a rough estimate, like what is it, like 18 or 19 million, it's just 5 million more than that. And then if it's over like 19 million or something, it's 125% no matter what the situation is. Just a rough estimate in a trade.
Indiana.
Yeah, they are crushables. What's up, man?
What's up, Crush?
Jamie, is that... That's not true, I don't think.
What?
46 and Bledsoe going to Denver.
Yeah,
I'd like that a lot more if that's the case, but highly doubtful.
Yeah, I don't
I mean,
know where they saw that.
I would love for you to. Dev says, "Hold on, can someone explain what happened with our 46th pick? We traded it to Denver."
Kendall Brown for Indiana. There you go. Was projected as like a top 10 pick to start the season. Good defensive player, good athlete, can handle the ball a little bit, but is just not assertive as a scorer whatsoever. And that's with him being athletically and physically advantaged at the college level. Just I didn't like how passive he was, and his shot is a huge question mark. So that's why I wasn't too fond of him as a player.
And much like the last few years, I am completely lost as to whose pick these really are now at this point.
Yeah.
Oh man, Carson. How are you trolling, Carson? It's not that complicated, people. We had the 46th pick. We traded it for a future second round pick. That's all. It's not. There's not. There's no trick to it. There's no There's no like thing we're trying to confuse you on. It's just we simply traded it for a future second, much like we did the opposite to get Greg Brown last year.
Yeah. Would have rather drafted Dominic Barlow. I would rather have Dominic Barlow than Greg Brown, to be honest. Hot take. Clearly a bot $5 dono. Did you think that one?
No.
From like an hour ago?
I did not.
Clearly a bot $5 dono. Sorry, man. Sorry this took so long to think, but he says, thanks for the stream. Any suggestions to order food? I don't know. I'm ordering food right after this, though. I'll tweet out what I order. How about that? Shout Caleb Pendergraph, $2 dono. Says, thoughts on potential Nets meltdown this offseason. Fireworks? Going to be interesting to see what happens there.
Mm-hmm.
I'll have more thoughts in, like, the next episode of Blazers Uprise Live. Cleveland is on the clock. We are waiting for Cleveland. Now they want to take their sweet time.
Cleveland. Is this pick really Cleveland or is it going somewhere else?
I thought it was Cleveland.
I know, it shows Cleveland on the board.
Yeah, because they traded for a 4th second today, and this was it.
Yeah.
Because they had 56 and 39 before that. All right, here we go.
49th pick in the 2022 NBA Draft, the Cleveland Cavaliers select Isaiah Mobley.
Isaiah Mobley. Isaiah Mobley to Cleveland. Had that in my mock draft. Thought it'd be cool for him to go to Cleveland to play with his brother, and he does. That's cool, man. He can shoot. Yeah. He can play make. He can defend on the perimeter a little bit. Go ahead.
This is about the range where he should have gone if not undrafted. So not bad like value wise, even though it's kind of a meme. But yeah, not quite as big, not quite as good, obviously, as his brother. But tries to play a similar way. So maybe
he could end up being a pretty good player. I mean, he can handle the ball at like 6'9", 6'10", and he can shoot a little bit off the dribble too, and he passes pretty well. And defensively, like, he's not a rim protector like his brother is, but he's solid out on the perimeter. So this could be a steal, honestly. That's cool that they drafted him. Then at 50, you got Minnesota.
Carson Dunn at the $2 donation says, thanks for keeping all us slow folks up to speed. I was just messing with you, Carson. You know it's just love.
I'm struggling to stay up to speed, man.
Adam McVeigh with an Australian $10 dono. Hey, gents, just wanted to say thanks for the stream. You've all put in one hell of a shift today. Thanks, Adam. Appreciate you watching and for the support.
Thank you. So Atlanta's up next at 51. They traded down from 44 to 51 with Golden State. Matteo Spagnolo at 52. Memphis. Makes sense. They have multiple picks, so stash guy. I don't know if I have a graphic for Spagnolo, and then I'm going to have to roll these over again, which is not going to be fun. Did I have a graphic for Spagnolo? Nothing for Spagnolo, so just the name.
So the 51st pick now went to
Atlanta. Yeah, that's what it is.
Atlanta.
I am barely keeping up with this, man. So Chris is barely keeping up with this part.
For the record, Mateo's last name is pronounced Spaniolo.
Spaniolo. You only live once. All right. So 51.
I mean,
go ahead.
So Taylor Packer says, does anyone know where Jody lives? Just ordered a pitchfork on Amazon and plan on storming her residence. I mean, that would have been a Cronin decision to trade the pick. Obviously, the thinking is, I mean, it doesn't make sense why they wouldn't stash a player there, but the thinking in my mind is maybe they're worried about roster spots and just wanted to push the can down the road and pick up a second rounder. I know they got a lot at the trade deadline of second rounders. But, yeah, it's a case where maybe they just wanted to recoup a little bit of value there for a second rounder, so they had a future second rounder to trade at the deadline or whatever.
So it's Atlanta. Can you run through the remaining picks? It's Atlanta, then who's at 52? New Orleans?
Well, do you want the...
Yeah, did they trade it?
I don't know. I don't know whether these picks have been traded or not. Let me get the order for you before the draft. It would be New Orleans, Boston, the 2 forfeited picks, then Washington, Golden State, Cleveland, Portland, Indiana.
Yeah. Okay. Alright, well, I'm assuming the Pelicans kept the 52nd pick. I haven't heard anything about them trading anything away. So Atlanta pick is in. It's in commercial. Oh, it's back, but they're going through film anyways. So. Alright, so we are now on 51 to 58. Only 58 picks. You guys will be dismissed 10 minutes early from class. Maybe 5 minutes early. Shout out Chris Brandlin, $10 dono. He says, great job, guys. Thanks. Thank you, Chris Brandlin, for the dono. We appreciate the support, man. Appreciate your support, as always.
Thanks, Chris.
All right. Here's the pick.
We have a trade to announce. The San Antonio Spurs trade the draft rights to Kennedy Chandler, the 38th pick, to the Memphis Grizzlies for a future second-round pick and financial considerations. And with the 51st pick in the 2022 NBA Draft, the Golden State Warriors select Tyrese Martin from the University of Connecticut.
Okay, Tyrese Martin from UConn. I needed to watch film on them last night, and I didn't. What do you know? Do you know much about him? I watched him play a little bit at UConn, but he didn't really pop to me. I don't really remember.
Yeah, I mean, he's okay. I don't think he's another one of those guys who's just a solid player that I don't think does anything good enough to stand out at the next level. So you're basically just hoping he's into the rotation kind of guy.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't really like him. I don't think he should have been drafted. But yep. I mean, it's not like egregious or anything.
Now you got the Pelicans on the clock. If EJ Liddell was on the board and they traded out 4-6, I would have been really mad.
If what? Oh, EJ Liddell.
Yeah, if he was on the board at 46 and they traded out, I would have been frustrated with that.
$5 donation from Eat a Bowl of Rice. Appreciate the content. Love seeing the channel's growth from when I first started watching y'all. Yep, he's been with us for a long time as well.
Right there. Thank you.
Thanks for the donation.
Thank you, Rice Bowl. Making me hungry still. That's basically the whole second round is just me being hungry and spazzing graphics into the stream for your guys' enjoyment. 52 is New Orleans. Took EJ Liddell at 41 and Dyson Daniels at 8. Really good draft for New Orleans, I think.
Mm-hmm. I mean, there's pretty much a guy at just about any position they're looking for still left.
Yeah.
And all the international guys, I don't know if they...
Yep. Some solid guys left. So let's see who you have left on the board. Top players remaining. Oh, that hasn't been updated in a while.
No, Cody, we just traded for a future. We traded 46 for a future second round pick.
All right. I'm going to take the big board out.
Do you like Larry Bird? He's the king? What?
No, LeBron James is the king. Carlo Matkovic, 52 to New Orleans. I like it.
All right, so
as a
they
stash
go.
guy.
Yep.
Yep.
That was interesting with Matkovic because he initially decided to withdraw his name,
Yeah.
and then right before the deadline had a last-second change of heart and kept his name in there. So, pretty cool that he gets drafted and gets to have his name called.
Yep.
How do I feel about Mike Foster? I said this last night. I think he's got some maybe sneaky hidden potential playmaking that he didn't get to show off at the G League Ignite team. Obviously, he needs to fix a little bit of his mechanics in his shot, and as I think he's a little undersized as a big, but and defensively he needs to improve a lot on that end. But yeah, I mean at this point I think it's good risk value, but he's probably going to be an undrafted guy. And now, assuming we keep Brandon Williams as our two-way guy, that means that we have one open two-way spot too. So in addition to 57, we also could sign someone relatively quickly as an undrafted guy as the second two-way. Or if we pick an actual player, let's just say we took Jabari Walker or something, or Justin Lewis or something at 57, I would assume that guy would maybe be our second two-way as well.
Yeah.
International guys, though, they tend to not really sign two-ways because it's financially better for them to stay overseas in most cases than come over here for like $500,000 or whatever the two-way contract ends up being next year. And of course, we could bring Keldon Blevins back, so we wouldn't have that spot.
With the 53rd pick in the 2022 NBA draft, the Boston Celtics select J.D. Davison from the University.
Well, they got their point guard. It's J.D. Davison. I'm not a huge fan of his game. He's athletic. I thought he should have went back to college another year. Needs to prove he can shoot. Undersized. Undersized guys that can't shoot are just rough.
Yeah, I completely agree. I thought he was. I mean, they had a couple of crafty veteran guards on that team, so he didn't maybe get the role he could have had he gone elsewhere. But I completely agree. I felt like he should have gone back, and I mean, I have no problem with this pick, but I didn't have him on my draft board as in the top 60. So yeah.
I mean, I'm happy with him being taken. I mean, you still got Portland at 57. That could get a valuable player. Who's still left on the board? Like, top guys left on the board. right now.
All right, or to the 2 forfeited picks. On my board or like in general?
On our board, I don't know.
What's of Ivan Baji, Jabari Walker, Zoza, Besson, Barlow, Foster, Orlando Robinson, Justin Lewis,
Barlow's still on the board. I keep forgetting them.
Jean Montero, Kai Soto, Alondis Williams, John Butler, Jordan Hall, Haijung Lee, Trevion Williams, Keon Ellis, Sebron. Yeah, there's still some names. I'm just gonna have him draft a player that isn't even eligible for the draft here. Buddy Boheim. Just kidding.
Black box behind the left because we're getting to the end.
Pacers traded the last pick to the Bucks.
Interesting. The Washington Wizards are selecting Yannick Zosa, which is I mean, talk about Yannick Zosa because you had him pretty high on your board too, and it's a guy that I kind of like as well.
Just watching some stuff on him, it looked like he has a long ways to go on the offensive end, but
yeah, has only been playing for like 4 years.
Could somewhat be someone who comes in and potentially be a big man that could defend the perimeter and guard any position on the court, and just had a real knack of staying in front of his guy and getting through screens and pressuring the ball with physicality. And so I just like those kind of players where if you get them in the right system, I'll say the same thing about Ivy Baji. I'd almost rather them come over even though they're not ready for the NBA, just to get them in your system and not develop any bad habits on a team where you probably wouldn't play that much, knowing that your draft rights are to another team already. Like some of those players get kind of limited on their ability to play in overseas leagues. So I think it's just a guy you want to a good system and just kind of develop him, much like we did with Batum back in the day.
Yep. Agreed.
Then we got a $5 donation from Pat Mack. Just showing some love. These graphics are insane. Great job, Tori.
Thank you. Shout out to Krish, too, for helping me come up with it. I came up with a lot of concepts. Krish executes them about as well as I could hope. He executes things really, really well. He's just a graphical wizard. So thank you to Krish for helping us, too. I'm happy to be able to bring you guys this type of production. You know, I feel like it's pretty cool as a streamer to be able to do something that looks this good. And I'm glad you enjoy.
Yeah, so the Warriors are trading out of this pick. I don't see who they're trading it to. Connor, shout out to him for a interesting tidbit.
Oh, yeah?
Paulo Banchero will wear number 5 for the Magic. Number last worn by Mo Bamba in 2022.
What?
So either Mo Bamba's switching numbers or he's gone.
That's awkward and weird and okay. Yeah, chat, let us know if you figure out who this pick is going to at 55. We'll have a draft recap after this, by the way.
Shout out to Cody Franklin. Says, used to watch you guys when you were much smaller, then dropped off amidst the chaos and failure of our team. You guys grew through all that, which is cool. Yeah. Thanks, man, for coming back and chucking us out again.
Appreciate it. No Dominique Barlow. Please have Dominique Barlow available at 57, bro.
I just got two more picks. Or how many picks is there? Yeah.
2 more picks. We got this phantom pick. Who knows where this player's going? He's going somewhere. Where'd you see that this pick had been traded?
I think it was Woj.
Just said Golden State won't be making this pick.
The Golden State Warriors are working to trade out of number 55.
Okay.
So I don't know if that means it's official or not, but. Well, I mean, my three guys that I'm hoping we take, it's between Baji, Jabari Walker, and Dominic Barlow. One of those guys is guaranteed to be on the board, so that's cool.
Yeah, right now, for me, it's Barlow, then it's Jabari
Besson.
Walker. Besson is the highest on my board right now, but for Portland.
Orlando Robinson, too.
Orlando Robinson is... It's probably goes Barlow, Robinson, Walker, then maybe like Alondes Williams, I think is really underrated.
Scott Dean says, y'all are the only draft stream online. Thanks for saving me from Big Perk. You're welcome, man. Yeah, we have the luxury of, or at least I do, of having my TV muted, so I don't have to listen to anything he says.
Yeah. And we have the luxury of having a pick late, so this is still good viewership 5 hours into the stream. I don't know why other streams go offline so early. It's like you have one day for the draft for 5 hours, and you will only make it through like 40 picks. It's kind of weird to me.
You need to change the title to Kai Soto. Will he get drafted or something?
Screw it. I will pull a Gabe.
4 picks left. Will Kai Soto get drafted? And our viewership will like quadruple here in the next.
All right, I got Kai Soto on the tag too. Here's the Warriors pick. Oh wait, no, they're going to commercial, I guess. What is happening? Why is this taking so long for this pick? They really are trying to trade it. Shout Pat Mac, $5 dono, says, these are the live streams I live for. It's fun seeing you guys have fun covering this stuff. Go Blazers. Thank you, Pat Mac. Thank you for the support, man. I'm glad you enjoy the content. I'm looking forward to hopefully a good season next year, and hopefully the post-game shows will be a little bit more fun because we haven't had too many good seasons since starting this channel, so hopeful for something fun next year. Guy Santos is the pick at 55, Eric. I don't know anything about him.
I think it's like Guy or something. Guy Santos.
Guy Santos, yep.
Yeah, I don't really know a lot about him either, obviously, and just the stash for whoever the Warriors traded that pick to.
Yep.
Good for us.
Happy with that.
Yeah, I mean, he's a wing. It's hard to find much on him, actually.
Yeah.
And now we wait.
You have the Cavs at the clock. Alondes Williams is perfect for you, Cleveland.
They've taken up Baji, Isaiah Mobley, and
I forget who they took at 39.
they got Jop, I think.
Yeah.
Is that pick staying with them, or that they trade that?
I think they kept it.
I think Hugo Besson wouldn't be bad for them.
Oh, yeah. Hugo Besson is who I'd take first if I was them. Hugo Besson or Alondes Williams. If it's neither of those guys, you are getting F.
Damani says he missed our trade with Denver. Okay. We traded the 46th pick for a 2024 second, I guess, which is dumb, but that's, I guess, what we did. Alphanor, welcome to Starter Membership. Thank you for joining.
Thank you for becoming a channel member.
We didn't get anyone, Damani. 2024 second. Eatable Rice says he fumbled the bag by not having Kai in the total the whole time.
I know, right?
No,
Cavaliers should draft
it's not.
Kai Soto.
It's not close, Taylor. We've had. I mean, it's good. But...
I mean, I want him to get drafted. Last pick, I hope he gets drafted. Just to be a Filipino-born player drafted to the NBA. The Cavs at 56 select.
During an Indeed commercial. Oh, Luke Travers? Are you kidding?
Luke Travers?
Oh, man.
You guys are ridiculous. You just drafted him because he has nice hair, you morons. Okay, Portland's at 57. Dominique Barlow, please.
Don't trade this pick, please, is all I ask.
Dominic Barlow, please.
Yeah, Travers is like a hustle guy. All right. Well, another guy who probably shouldn't have been drafted just doesn't quite have the skill set that a lot of these players still on the board do.
I don't really even know much about him, man.
I watched a lot of them at the Select G League Select Combine or whatever. I watched all of that, but yeah.
Bro, how do you take him over Besson? What in the world? I'm surprised. Maybe Besson just doesn't want to be drafted this late? I don't know. Like...
Guys, don't spoil it. Jeez. Do you not read? Don't look in chat, Tori. Yeah.
Why are you looking in chat right now, man?
Well, I mean, I thought at this point...
People would get it and see the pinned message and...
Okay.
Don't give it away at all. Yeah, just don't
Oh,
say it. Just,
well,
don't
no.
breathe wrong or anything.
No, I mean,
I'm just kidding.
the person who screamed Barlow, yeah. I think they were just saying Barlow was on the board, not that we're...
Oh. Okay.
But a bunch of people are saying, check Woj. No.
Let's see who we take here.
All the Kai Soto fan club will be mad if
I
Kai Soto will be able to choose his favorite destination, the Phoenix Suns, and go to his boy Monty Williams, if that's the case,
and
right?
Gabe will be at 10,000 subs tomorrow.
He can have his, 15th Kai Soto. He just has to do a daily one, if that's the case. All right, here we go. Put it on.
Yep.
With the 57th pick in the 2022 NBA Draft, the Portland Trailblazers select Jabari Walker.
Yeah, let's go.
University of Colorado.
There you go.
Let's go.
I wanted Barlow, man. That's disappointing. Dang. All right, why do you like Jabari Walker so much?
Well, elite rebounder for his size. Projects to be a solid defender. Good size. Didn't shoot the ball tremendously well this year, but as I said earlier, I think a lot of that was due to not really having the best team around him and just not just not getting the best shot selection was a little questionable. But I think if you look at his first year in college, I mean, he had insane shooting splits, went way down this year. But I think he could get back to that in the right situation. I think he's athletic. I think he just being slept on as a wing that can pretty much do everything. Can handle the ball a little bit, maybe not the best off the dribble or passing, but maybe has a little bit of hidden capability in that regard. But perfect size for a small forward. I think he's fluid enough to stay in front of a lot of wings. And I just think he might be. I just think he should have gone in the late 20s, in my opinion.
Yeah, I like him. Second player on my board. I want Barlow just because of the upside. would have been fun to swing on. But Jabari Walker, yeah, solid. Impressed me with Colorado. I think I had him like late 30s. So, fine with. I'm happy with this pick. I said I was disappointed. I want Barlow, but I mean, value-wise, it's a really good value pick.
As Edithball Rice points out, Chauncey got a Colorado guy, and Cronin too. I don't think he went to school there, but he's from Colorado.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just think he's a really solid player, and I think he's going to be a wing that can play this year. I think he can play. He'll be ready to play quicker than. Oh,
this is Milwaukee's pick. Whoops.
Than Shaden Sharp, and he's another guy that's going to be exciting to have on our summer league team. And honestly, I really like Watford and Walker's fit together as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of guys that went undrafted. I don't know.
Talk about top undrafted potential targets and whatnot.
I mean, there's nothing stopping us from actually signing Walker and then going after Dominic Barlow as a two-way, unless it gets picked right here.
Pick Kai Soto, man.
2022 NBA Draft, the Indiana Pacers select Hugo Besson from Bondo, France.
Really good pick for Milwaukee.
Yeah.
At 58.
So this is I've often compared Besson to Bogdanovich, the Kings/Hawks Bogdanovich, and they tried to illegally trade for him a couple years ago, so now they finally get a different version of him.
This is a steal. I have him 26th on my big board. He has the size to play the two, like 8'6" standing reach, maybe a little bit undersized 3, but he can shoot off the dribble, shoot off sidestep threes, has deep range, decently quick. Like, offensively, it looks like a guy that should be something in the league. Really surprised that he fell all the way to 58. And Milwaukee needed some shot creation. I wouldn't have hated Besson at 24 to Milwaukee. So at 58, last pick of the draft, very solid pick for them. Sucks that Kai Soto doesn't get drafted, though.
Yeah. Well, I think obviously several of these players got kind of screwed because of the 2 forfeited picks, so people are asking about it. Yeah, both Miami and Chicago had to forfeit second-round picks for tampering last season, and that means that there was only 58 picks this year. So, but a lot of those players now get to pick where they go. A guy like Lou Dort went to a situation where he got a lot of playing time his rookie year. Watford went to a good situation, turned out to be a great situation that he got playing time and signed a contract that was better than a lot of second-round picks signed anyway. So I think it's going to happen pretty fast within the next hour or so that a lot of undrafted free agents get signed.
Yep. We'll probably be live for a little bit longer. I'm going to order DoorDash like right now and probably set it off when it gets here. Shout out Chris S. $10 dono. He says, thanks for the mammoth stream, guys. How do you rate the draft for the Blazers? I'm giving it another B+. Pretty happy. Thank you, Chris S. for the $10 dono. What would you grade it, Eric?
Yeah, I'm going to give it a B. Obviously, the best player available strategy is usually the best strategy. So if Sharp pans out, it's obviously could have a chance to be an A+ draft down the road. A little questionable fit-wise and what you're going to do with all the guards, unless you really are confident that Sharp can play the small forward, which I'm not 100% sure if that's the right play, but that seems to be the direction they're going. So other than that, though, I mean, it's hard to find a player in this draft that has more potential like boom or bust, high risk, high reward than Sharp. And so completely fine with taking a swing on that. And hopefully it sounds like from what I've heard, he had an interview already and it seemed like he sounded a lot better than he did in some of his pre-draft interviews. So maybe there was some bit of like posturing, or maybe he just it was a little bit of him being shy and an introvert or whatever, which is totally fine. and I think so that could end up panning out. As far as the second round goes, I don't like that we traded 46 and could have had one of these international prospects like Vasson stashed overseas, and then also got Jabari Walker at 57, but us getting him at 57 saved that a little bit since we passed on him and traded away. But yeah, so overall solid B with the potential to be an A+ or a disaster if it goes the other way.
Yep. So we can talk a little bit about Jabari Walker later, but you already have some two-way signings. Julian Champagnie to the Sixers on a two-way. You got Darion Sebron, two-way to the New Orleans Pelicans. Keon Ellis, two-way to the Sacramento Kings. Already stuff that's been tweeted out. Orlando Robinson, I would like on a two-way.
Justin Lewis to Chicago.
Chicago on a two-way. Cole Swider, two-way to the Lakers. Scottie Pippen Jr., two-way to the Lakers. Lester Quinones, two-way to Golden State.
He should have gone back to school.
Yeah, definitely. Jamari Bouye, Summer League with Miami. Sharif O'Neal, Summer League with the Lakers. No surprise there.
Did you see the thing with Shaq telling him to go back to school, and then he's like, no, I'm doing my own thing?
Yeah. Maybe a mistake there, but...
Yeah.
All right. So you want to go through and just, like, talk about every pick, maybe give them quick grades and whatnot? We can use the bottom graphics for that.
Sure. And then just for the people questioning the Kai Soto thing, so he's from the Philippines, and obviously they are very supportive of a player that has the potential, or they thought maybe had the potential, I think, to be the first player ever drafted from the Philippines, so probably a little bit of disappointment there. But that was the hype with Kai Soto, was you had a whole nation of people that were very intrigued by if he was going to get drafted, and he does have some intriguing. I mean, I don't think he's that bad of a prospect to where he shouldn't have at least been considered to be drafted, but yeah. And players like that, like I said, international players, it's kind of tough to sign them to two-way contracts because they only make less than $1 million, and they could probably make more overseas. But I wouldn't be surprised if he did come over.
Yep.
Cronin speaking to the media in 5 minutes.
Okay. You want to react to that? We can react to it after. We can recap the draft, and then we'll react to Cronin. Alondes Williams, two-way to Brooklyn.
Nice pickup from them.
Yeah, really good pickup. Yeah, Kai Soto gets views. That's the thing on YouTube. So just had to test it out a little bit.
Aeromancer sent me a tweet from Trendon Watford himself. Says, for those that didn't hear their name called tonight, embrace what come with it. The real always prevail 100. All you need is an opportunity to make them regret not picking you. Take advantage. Hashtag undrafted. Great mindset to have. And we're happy to have Watford on our team and be one of those guys.
Really curious to hear what he says about Shin Sharp. Ron Harper Jr., two-way deal to the Toronto Raptors.
Like I said, Tommy, it's possible with the 57th pick that they're just going to sign Jabari Walker to that two-way instead of signing an undrafted guy.
And they already have Brandon Williams on a two-way, which I don't really like at the moment.
Yeah.
Houston Rockets, Trevor Hudgens, two-way contract. Two-time Division II Player of the Year.
All right.
Colin Gillespie, two-way to Denver. Orlando Robinson, man, or Dominic Barlow would be my top two guys that I would love to get on a two-way contract.
Tommy says Jabari needs to be on a real contract. Yeah, I mean, I see your point, but at the same time, like, why waste the roster spot if we can keep him on a two-way? You can sign him at any point during the season if he's good to be on the roster full-time. Yeah.
By the way, if you're new here, subscribe. We will have a free agency live stream during the first day of free agency. You don't want to miss that. We are one subscriber away from exactly 6,500 subs, so hit that subscribe button if you haven't already and leave a like on the stream. There we go. We just hit it. Thank you to whoever just subbed right when I said that. Appreciate you. At 6,500. All right, so let's recap the picks. Banchero at 1. I like it. Surprised everybody. Chet Holmgren at 2. I like it. Jabari at 3. I don't think you could have gone wrong in the top 3. Sacramento at 4. Eric, Keegan Murray. I give that a... We can start grading some of these picks too. Maybe just quick grades. Keegan Murray, I give that a D. I give Sacramento a D there. What's your grade? What's
Yeah,
quick
I
grade
think
these?
D+. Just I still think Keegan's a good player. I just wouldn't have passed up Ivy.
Yep. Ivy at 5. I mean, that's an A. Very good value there. Mathurin at 6 to Indiana. That's B-. B-. I mean, C is average. Probably, I don't know. There's a number of different guys you would have went with. I would have liked Johnny Davis better for them. It's kind of hard to grade in this range, though.
B+ for me.
What do you grade the Shark pick?
Yeah, I mean, the pick itself, I give a B+. The fit, a little less than that, so maybe average out to a B, solid B.
Yep. Dyson Daniels, 8 to New Orleans. I give that an A. I think he's a really good fit there, really good defensive player. Could start next to CJ in the backcourt and help him out with some playmaking stuff and be a lockdown guy in that backcourt with some size. Jeremy Sohan at 9 to San Antonio. That's a C- for me. They needed to go for a little bit more upside there. I would have rather had Ousmane Dieng.
Yeah, I would have taken probably Johnny Davis over Dyson Daniels if I was New Orleans, and then I agree with you. Upside, even though I like Sohan a lot, I probably would have taken him in the top 9. So, yeah.
I'm not gonna keep grading these. This is too hard.
Yeah,
I'll just talk a little bit about each one. By the way, Kenneth Lofton, 2-way contract with the Memphis Grizzlies. Johnny Davis at 10 to Washington. I give that fit. I don't know. Like, if you bring back Bradley Beal at the 2, does Johnny Davis play the 3? Do you play Bradley Beal at the point? Kind of weird. So I give it an A-. I still think it's the best value on the board, so can't knock him for that.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's go on to... No, I was supposed to hotkey over to the next one, and it didn't. Weird. Let me try and fix it.
Bad measurables and possibly also maybe some questionable workouts / interviews. Zach said if Sharp ends up being the steal of the draft, we owe it to its bad measurables.
Yeah. I don't know why I can't switch this over. That's annoying. Let me just do an image then. And I'll just switch the image out. And we'll do it that way.
RIP NBA? What does that mean? Because Kai Soto didn't get drafted? Cronin is starting.
11. I love 11 for... I like Ousmane Dieng for OKC. Upside pick. I really like that for them. 12, you had OKC taking Jalen Williams. Might be a little bit of a reach, but I think he has some sneaky upside. I don't hate it. I feel like they could have traded down and maybe, trade down to 16, try and get AJ Griffin or something. I don't know. Especially with Durant still on the board. But Durant got traded down for not much. 13, Detroit absolutely hits a home run getting Durant at 13. To pair next to Cade Cunningham and Jaden Ivey, they had maybe the best draft of the night.
By the way, Stephen A. Smith is in absolute shambles right now with his Knicks trading out of the draft and not getting anyone.
That's so funny to me. I mean, they got 3 future firsts, so. Anyway, we'll react to Cronin right after this. I don't know exactly where it's playing, but we'll react to it live on stream. So you should wait. You should hold off. Ochai Agbaji, 14 to Cleveland. I would have rather liked Branham for them. 15, Mark Williams, good center fit.
Let me just talk Alex Wolf off the ledge. It's all right, man. Agbaji's going to be fine. Don't worry about it. It's not that bad of a pick.
Hey, Alex. It's not okay, man. It's not a... You know what's actually not okay for real? Dominic Barlow, 2-way contract with the San Antonio Spurs. If Harden's doing a press conference, then do you think he even signed a guy to a 2-way? Probably not.
No, that's like I said. I'm guessing Jabari's going to be our other 2-way.
Really good 2-way pick for Orlando. God damn it. I mean, we got a Jabari out of the draft, though, so I guess that's good. One way or another. AJ Griffin, 16 to Atlanta. Good value there. Tari Eason, 17 to Houston. Also solid value. Dalen Terry, 18. Laravia, 19. A little bit of a reach, maybe, but I really like him in... he didn't end up in Minnesota. He ended up in Memphis is where he ended up. And then Branham, 20. Good value. Great value there for Spurs.
Yeah, for sure.
Feel free to speak on any of these. I'm just going quickly through them. Let me go to the next one. We had Christian Brown, maybe the worst pick of the draft in my opinion, 21 to Denver. I don't like that pick at all. I really don't like Walker Kessler, 22 to Minnesota. So both those picks are kind of when things kind of went off the rails because he had David Roddy, 23. Still a reach, but better than 2 picks before it.
I just didn't think it made sense with already getting Laravia. But yeah.
Can never have
especially with Beauchamp there, man. I would have loved Beauchamp there or Jovic.
Yeah. Beauchamp, 24 to Milwaukee. I like that defensively for them. I think that's a good value pick. Blake Wesley, 25. I mean, I don't know what San Antonio's doing with drafting Branham and Wesley. Like, how many guards do they need? Primo, Josh Richardson, Romeo Langford, Lonnie Walker. And I know I'm forgetting someone, so. Wendell Moore, 26 to Minnesota. A solid role player that could come off the bench for them at a wing spot. Could play some minutes for them next year and produce. So I think that's a solid pick there. Nikola Jovic, 27, Miami. Great pick. He's going to be a really good player because they develop players phenomenally well, and he has a lot of upside. Patrick Baldwin, 28, Golden State. Going to be interesting to see how he pans out there. Ty Washington, 29 to Houston. Really good value pick at a position that made sense to draft at that spot. And then Peyton Watson at 30. I think it's a bit of a reach, but a high upside guy.
Denver with 2 big reaches in the first round.
Yeah, I was like, Denver has 21 and 30. Watch, they're going to draft somebody good.
Denver could have hit this out of the park if they just move up one spot to get Malachi Branham. Yeah. I'm glad they didn't at 21. The difference between Branham and Brown is huge in my opinion. And that might be something that's going to have them looking back and being like, man, we were so close and we didn't pull the trigger.
Yeah. 31 to 40. Nemhard, 31. I mean, Indiana's kind of a weird fit for him, but, I still think they are going to look to trade Brogdon and Buddy Hield. Caleb Houston, 32. Solid. Christian Koloko is a really good pick for Toronto at 33. Good value and a position of need.
Absolutely. That's one of my favorite pick of the draft, I think.
Yep. OKC loves guys named Jalen Williams. They drafted 2 of them. I mean, probably the first sports team in history to draft 2 people with the same name. Let me... Alright, sorry. I was just looking at something. Max Christie, 35. Oh, meh. Same with Pershita, 36. Jaden Hardy, 37. That's not Sacramento. That's actually to Dallas. Really good pickup for them. Really good value pick. Upside guy. Could be, a second fiddle to Luka long term. Really good value there.
I guess the Cronin press conference is just angry Kai Soto fans just mad about the Blazers not drafting him.
Stupid. Is that on YouTube?
I guess. I don't know.
Anyway, Kenny Chandler, 38, solid value for Memphis. Khalifa Diop, draft and stash. Bryce McGowan's at 40, could be a high upside guy. I think that was about the range that he should go in.
Oh, it's on Facebook, I guess.
EJ Liddell, 41, Ohio State.
Great value.
For New Orleans, really good value, yeah. Absolutely agree. Trevor Keels, 42. I'm just not a Trevor Keels fan, to be honest. Diabate, 43 for the Clippers. Makes sense there. Positionally versatile, play the 4 or 5. I think he has some untapped upside. Ryan Rollins, 44, another really good pick value pick for Golden State. I feel like we could be talking about him in like an NBA Finals in 3 years when Steph's 37 and he's just pouring in buckets off the bench. I like Ryan Rollins a lot for Golden State there at 44. Josh Paminot, that's a really good spot for him to land as an up-tempo team that needs some defensive help. And he's an athlete.
Mm-hmm.
Kamagate 46 to Denver, I guess that pick ended up being. Draft and stash, I guess. That was honestly better value than they got for 21 and 30.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. If they would have taken Kamagate at 30, I would have thought that was better.
47, Vince Williams Jr., did he stay in Memphis?
I don't remember where that pick got. I got so confused at that point, and that was right when I stepped in.
Yeah, I mean, that's a solid value. I mean, 3 wings that I kind of like, so, and, all right, Kendall Brown, 48 to Indiana. I think at that point in the draft, that's fine value. Isaiah Mobley uniting with his brother, Evan Mobley in Cleveland, and then Spaniolo, 50.
Yep.
Let me get the last graphic up here. You got Tyrese Martin at 51. Don't know much about his game. Matkovic, 52. Good draft and stash guy, potentially. Judy Davison, 53. Not a huge fan of his game. I thought Alondas Williams would have made a lot more sense there. You got...
It's some kind of developmental guy. They're good at developing players, too.
Yeah, Alondas Williams would have been perfect there, I think. I'm a Alondas Williams fan, man. I just don't
JD Davison is a lot younger, has still a chance to maybe develop his shot
just
more than once.
Defensively, not the same level of passer, a lot smaller. Like I just don't get it. Yannick Zosa, 54, really athletic big man. Long-term project, but could be a good value. Could be a steal years from now. Dude is quick for his size, athletic, just really raw. I don't know pretty much anything about the next 2 picks. Then you had Jabari Walker, and then 58 was Hugo Besson, who was a really good value pick at 58 for Milwaukee, who had that last pick. Great pick. We talked about it recently. Jabari Walker, though, I haven't talked much about him. I watched that Pac-12 championship game of him. And dude was on fire from 3. He can shoot the ball, and it looks like he could be a solid defensive player. I don't think he's somebody that's going to be switching out onto like quicker threes and guards.
I think it was the semifinals.
Maybe it was this. Oh yeah, it was the semifinals against Arizona. Yeah, where he had like 5 threes in that first half, like you said earlier. Yeah. So 3-and-D guy that can maybe do a little bit off the dribble, I guess, would be cool.
Crazy on you 1231 said, love watching the Blazers stream for the draft. Thanks from a new sub. Yeah, thank you for watching and for subbing. We appreciate it. I think in a league where you're searching for wings who can shoot a little bit, who can defend at a high level, I don't think you can get much better at that point in the draft than a guy like Jabari Walker, who was a double-double guy as a wing in college. It's hard to average that many rebounds, especially as a forward in the NCAA. So since the games are 8 minutes shorter, and that guy did it, I just think that he's going to be a guy who's going to be at the very least a dependable backup small forward.
Yep. John Calipari, let's just talk a little bit about Shaedon Sharpe. John Calipari said that if he chose to play college basketball next season, he would have been the number 1 pick in 2023. Put as much stock as you want. But yeah, Wembanyama would go number 1.
Yeah.
But apparently he was the best player in Kentucky practices, and apparently like Mike Schmitz went and watched a couple of Kentucky practices, and apparently he looked really, really good. So there's a quote from Cronin in there, or let me find it, during his press conference. I don't think we're going to watch it because it's actually on Facebook, but Joe Cronin was quoted saying, "It was a unique situation where he didn't play college basketball. We had a pretty good foundation built on Shaedon based on past viewings by some of our new people here." So
I wonder if they specifically targeted those people to have inside information on him, maybe.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean that's what good GMs do. They hire people that are experts in different fields, and Mike Schmitz is a scouting expert, and you get his intel and you make an educated decision based off of it.
Mm-hmm.
So I like that.
And once again, I think for Billups, I think the number one thing you can say about him is he seemed to have a good rapport and feel for how much to push and how much to teach and develop young players this past season. Was put in a very tough situation once Dame went down or was struggling to stay healthy. And then he had a couple of vets that weren't really buying into his system, I guess, and we shipped those guys out. But after that point, I feel like he did about as good as he could have, with considering the talent discrepancy he had versus other teams at that point, and the fact that the Blazers were actively trying to lose. So, I think I think I trust Billups in that situation, and I also trust obviously Dame mentoring Anthony Simons for the last 4 years has turned out to be very nice as well. So you get those two guys with Shaedon Sharpe, and then you have a front office that is all in on him. So hopefully he feels wanted and wants to be here and all that stuff. And so hopefully he just gets to work and focuses on basketball and doesn't have too many outside distractions and is ready to go.
Yep, it's going to be fun to watch him in Summer League. We will have Summer League content, probably doing some streams over on our second channel, Blazers Uprise Live. Go subscribe to that. We stream twice a week, Mondays and Thursdays, going live 9:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Definitely go subscribe over there as well so you can catch some more live streams. We'll have some videos between now and free agency. We'll have a free agency live stream, so even if you're not a Blazer fan, this is a channel for you. We do talk quite a bit about the general NBA as well, and we have trade deadline streams every year, draft streams, and free agency streams with special graphics just like you saw today. So hopefully you enjoy it. Anyway, shout Greg Hughes investigates $10 dono. He says, wow, I do 4-hour shows, but you guys are beasts tonight. Just got done. What are your overall thoughts? I think we're looking good. Boom. Like the draft, Gray. I'm happy with tonight. Shaedon Sharpe, upside pick at 7. I'm cool with that. Jabari Walker at 57 is a really good value. So I graded a B plus is a pretty good grade, I think, for this draft. Thank you for the $10 dono, man.
It reminds us when Summer League starts. It's usually I think they announced the schedule. It's like
July 7th. We play the Detroit Pistons. You'll have Shaedon Sharpe versus Jaden Ivey.
Nice.
That is awesome. Going to be a phenomenal
Dude, what if he
matchup.
just kills him? It'd be so awesome.
Oh man, dude, I'm hyped for that. I'm more hyped for that than I was any game after the All-Star break.
So we don't know for sure. Usually a player like Watford would play in Summer League. Usually Greg Brown should play. Obviously our 2 draft picks, Sharpe and Walker, should play. I'm guessing maybe even Brandon Williams will play. I feel like I'm missing someone. I hope we don't do what we did last year and have the weird veterans like Michael Beasley and what's his name, the Manimal. Blanking on his name right now, but like I hope Emmanuel Mudiay as well. I hope we don't have those type of players. I just want players. Yeah, Didi will probably play in it. Kenneth Faried, thanks. Keon will probably play in it. But I mean, those aren't guaranteed. Sometimes players don't play after their first year, but I'm hoping all those guys play, and if we just have a stacked team, and we only give the minutes to the players that are going to be on the roster because we have a lot of them that are eligible to play.
Yep. Dude,
very athletic.
We're hated.
Caleb.
We're hated by the Philippines. Why are we the ones who are being hated on by Kai Soto fans? Like, why us specifically?
The Blazers, or
the Blazers.
I think it's probably just the first press conference they latched onto, and we had a pick at the end of the draft. Yeah. Yep.
Oh, they tweeted out something with Kai Soto a week ago. So.
Oh, the Blazers.
Yeah.
Okay.
Portland Trailblazers, Philippines. The official account of the Portland Trailblazers in the Philippines, which is
Oh.
verified.
But that's not our.
Yeah, no, I thought it was because it was verified, and then I realized.
They're calling us the Portland Trailbaiters. Like, did we bait them into?
Why? Because we have a Philippines account. So much for that. Trayshawn Langdon says Pelicans War Room exploded
Antonio,
when the
don't
Blazers took Sharp at 7.
Does he mean exploded that we took the guy they wanted, or exploded that they were happy that Daniels was still on the board?
I think they wanted Daniels. So.
Yeah. Yep.
St. Bonaventure guard, Jalen Attaway. Oh, Summer League. I don't care. Huh. Okay. Anything else you want to talk about on the stream?
Cronin said he might sign a two-way, but yeah, it doesn't seem to be very.
Yeah, it could be Jabari Walker. Could sign Jabari Walker to a normal contract and sign another guy. We shall see.
Said he might do it tonight. I don't know. You're not really.
Put off the press conference then.
Yeah. That's funny. Yep. Be interesting to see overall, like how they make it work with all the guards. Are people mad that we are going back? Because, I mean, Olshey shouldn't be given any respect or anything like that, so that's not why I'm saying this, but it'll be interesting to see all these same people that would have just absolutely murdered Olshey for if he would have drafted a guard at 7 in this situation. It'll be interesting to see if those same people are fine with it because it's someone new, or what they're going to say about it.
Yep. So I think what's next for the Blazers is maybe they go after some guys in the sign and trade market. Maybe it's a Miles Bridges if Charlotte doesn't want to pay him a max. And then you try and, I don't know, you just don't have assets that makes it worth it. You would have to use Eric Bledsoe to match salary, which is a $19 million expiring, plus like Justice Winslow, which makes it 23, and then throw in like Greg Brown, Didi Lozada, and you can get there to match, but it's like teams are just going to take on that salary for nothing. So what else are you giving up? Portland can't trade any of their future first. They no longer have the Milwaukee first. Doesn't sound like they're going to sign. Maybe they include Shaden Sharp in trade packages and a sign and trade for like a Miles Bridges. I don't know. He could be a trade chip, but it sounds like they like him. So I doubt it. So it's hard to see what their next move is.
Yeah, I guess the possibility still remains. I think we have an agreement with Chicago that if we do need to unprotect that pick or make it lightly protected with less years or something, I think we have an agreement if we absolutely need to do that. And so that'll be interesting if we do that, what we do with our future first. But between the hopefulness of Shaden Sharp developing, hopefully he's the steal of the draft and we have another star on our roster, and Anthony Simons continuing his breakout ascension to a star level, and then also hopefully Nas with a breakout 4th year next year, and then trading for Jeremy Grant, make a couple of good signings with the MLE, and I don't know if we'll have the biennial exception, but if we do that, and better minimum contract guys than we thought we had last year, I think the roster could come together nicely, and we still have some pieces, and we would still have some second round picks and some other things to get a trade done at the deadline too during the season.
Yep, absolutely.
And one other thing I want to say is we didn't really talk about this last night or at all yesterday very much. I don't think we get a player like Grant to want to come here without Chauncey Billups being our coach. and I think he deserves some credit for, I mean, like him or not, for other reasons. I think it's undeniable that he has pull and sway around the league. And I think having him as our coach, I think that it was a big reason why Jeremy Grant was okay with coming to Portland versus if we would have still had Stotts or someone like that. So I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Billups for probably the work he did behind the scenes in convincing a guy like Grant to want to come and play here as well as well as Dame, which we mentioned his recruitment of Jeremy Grant, and then Cronin ultimately getting the job done with a good trade value wise. So props to the whole crew. But I think Chauncey in free agency, now that he's been a coach for a year, I think sitting down in a meeting, he can convince maybe some guys to sign here. We know last year he was influential in signing Zeller, which didn't really make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
But maybe he can use that pull to sign someone a little better for less money or minimum that they would have otherwise signed just because of the fit here. A la maybe like an Otto Porter signing with Golden State last year for the minimum over more money elsewhere type of thing.
Yep. I will have draft videos tomorrow talking about Shaden Sharp. I'll have a video for him. I will have a video for Jabari Walker, and then I might try and put out a video later in the night just kind of wrapping up the fact that the Blazers trade for Jeremy Grant and then add Shaden Sharp and what their lineup might look like, and maybe looking ahead to free agency. I will have free agency previews in the next week. The free agency stream, I guess, is June 30th. I thought it was July 1st, but June 30th, next Thursday, so a week from today, should be going live and covering the free agency signings and all that sort of thing. The Blazers should have a full mid-level exception to mess around with.
Yeah, I guess if we kept Bledsoe's contract, but that would be something where I think if we signed someone to a full mid-level and couldn't trade Bledsoe, that we would just cut him then by July 10th.
Yeah.
So, but if we kept Bledsoe, if we actually guaranteed his contract, it might come down to how much we sign like Ingles, Ant, and Nurk all together for. So it might be a little tough to do the full mid-level exception, close math-wise, now that we have Jeremy Grant. But I mean, I don't know why, if they had a chance to sign someone to a full mid-level exception that we couldn't get at the tax mid-level, I don't know why they would choose to keep Bledsoe over that, right?
Yeah.
So I'd assume since Bledsoe agreed to push out his date that he's for sure getting cut if we don't trade him.
Yep, agreed. Anyway, I'm exhausted.
Yeah.
My voice is just about to quit on me, and I gotta save it for a couple videos that I'll upload tomorrow. Make sure to leave a like on the stream. It's the easiest way to help us out. Let's hit 400 likes. We're at 392. Subscribe also if you want, some more content like this. We'll be streaming on next Thursday for free agency, we have a lot of fans from other teams that hang out here, and I really enjoy having, we got Josh the Pels fan, Max the Lakers fan, we got the Valley podcast guys, we got Gary Spurs fan,
Romp.
We got Romp, we got Alex Wolf. It's cool having some other fan bases in here and being able to talk with them about
Josh
their
the
teams.
Pels fans has been active lately.
Yeah. He actually does YouTube
and Max
videos.
the Lakers fan.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we got some fans of other teams. It's cool to have you guys in here. So even if you're not a Blazers fan, still hit that subscribe button. And anything else for this marathon draft stream, Eric?
Well, AZ asked, does free agency end the same day? No, free agency just goes on till players are signed. So it could be most of the signings happen within the first day or two, but it can be weeks before some players sign, and some players don't sign at all. It never ends. You can always make moves in free agency. So, yeah, it's kind of hard to know when exactly or how long to stream, or if we're going to go off the air and then have to go back on like you did a couple years ago with Kawhi Leonard and the earthquake and all that stuff in Summer League. So that'll be another fun stream where it's more chill, just lay back and wait for news to happen and react live with all of you. And then just want to say special thank you, especially to all of you who are still watching. It's really fun. Tori and I really appreciate all of you who watched us, and I hope everyone has a great rest of your day or evening, depending on where you are. And I hope to see you on another stream sometime soon. Thanks for the support and for watching.
Yep, time to go watch some Shaden Sharp highlights. That's what we're about to go do. And go watch the press conference and go watch whatever Shaden Sharp interviews he did right after he got drafted. And just going to dive deep on the videos tomorrow. So hopefully you guys have a good rest of your night. Rest up. We'll have another marathon stream a week from now. Fun draft night, man. The Blazers did pretty well, so I'll have you covered on that. Anyway. We good?
Yep. Have a good
Ready
night,
to hit the hey, I'm out of here. I'll catch y'all later. Until next time, as always, peace out. Go Blazers.